The story of his love and life was only just beginning. He reflected on the feelings he had long concealed, just as his highly successful show, Wonder Woman is Coming, wrapped up its run. To clear his head and generate new ideas, he decided to take a vacation, visiting his parents' home for the first time in a while. He considered his career options, weighing the idea of working for KNET or CBN, which operated with fewer restrictions than his current station, MBS. Such a move would grant him greater flexibility, freeing him from the rigid constraints of a fixed broadcasting schedule. He remembered his standing within the industry. As a founding contributor to CN Entertainment, he was more than just an employee. This was a significant advantage compared to MBS, where he had been forced to divide the copyrights for his work. With CN Entertainment, he and the company would retain full ownership, which promised substantially larger profits. However, he reminded himself that money was not his primary motivator, or he wouldn't be agonizing over his next project. The core of his dilemma was choosing between another variety show and pursuing his dream of creating a drama. He recalled his past successes. 2 variety shows had ended triumphantly, one of which had crafted using knowledge from a previous life. But his latest hit was a product of his team's pure talent, and with his reputation now firmly established, he felt confident in his abilities. His gaze shifted aside as the weight of a monumental decision settled upon him. It was time, he told himself, to finally choose between financial security and his long-held dream. The opportunity to become a drama producer, a dream he carried from his past life, was now tangible, yet it meant starting from the very bottom again. He knew his situation would be better than most newcomers, but he couldn't ignore the fact that Response 1988 was the sole successful case of a producer making that transition. Every other attempt had ended in failure, and he understood that without a massive success, the industry would treat him with disdain. The sobering thought of what would happen if he failed filled him with uncertainty. For this very reason, he had asked for an extended vacation to carefully deliberate his next move. As the sun set, the sky painted the quiet suburban neighborhood in hues of purple and orange. A soft knock at his door broke the evening silence. His father came in, mentioning he had heard that his son was planning to leave the next day. Joon Soo confirmed this, explaining that after 2 weeks away, it was time for him to head back. His father then called his name, capturing his full attention for a more serious conversation. With a knowing look, he asked his son if something was weighing on his mind. Joon Soo quickly denied being worried, but his father playfully pressed, asking if he was having trouble with women, which Joon Soo also dismissed. His father chuckled, remarking that he shouldn't worry about his son's love life, especially since Head had dating rumors with a celebrity. He then laughed warmly, assuring his son that he was only kidding. The older man's expression softened into a gentle and understanding smile. He then invited his son to have a drink with him. As he poured a glass, his father asked Joon Soo if he remembered something from his high school days. He brought up a girl named Ch101, reminding his son of the time he had confessed his feelings and been rejected. He recalled giving a dejected Joon Soo a drink back then to help him open up, prompting an embarrassed Joon Soo to ask why he was mentioning it now. His father then asked a poignant question: did he have any regrets about that time? After a moment of thought, Joon Soo replied with a firm no. He explained that he was glad for the rejection, as the regret of never telling her how he felt would have been a far heavier burden to carry. His father nodded, suggesting that it was always better to try and face regret than to live with the regret of inaction. He urged his son to pursue his goals without hesitation, ensuring he left no regrets behind. He continued his counsel, stating that failure did not mean that one was left with nothing. On the contrary, failure was simply a way to gain invaluable experience. Touched by the heartfelt advice, Joon Soo sincerely thanked his father. In a later meeting, a colleague asked him directly if he had decided to produce a drama. Joon Soo confirmed his ambition, saying now was the perfect time, and his colleague expressed his full support for the venture. However, his colleague then clarified that Joon Soo's project was not the primary reason for their meeting. He passed over a file, revealing that the main topic was his junior colleague Soo Jong's next production. Joon Soo recognized it as the variety program proposal he had reviewed earlier, which his colleague confirmed had been revised and officially approved. Overjoyed for his junior, Joon Soo offered his heartfelt congratulations, feeling a swell of pride for her first big project. He asked which broadcasting station would pick it up, and was told that this was the very issue where they needed his help. The colleague laid out the dilemma: MBS would only greenlight it as a test program unless Joon Soo was the main producer, while CBN would make it a regular series if he collaborated on it. Joon Soo cut straight to the point, asking what the company's official preference was. His colleague confirmed that the company, of course, wanted the guaranteed slot of a regular program. Turning his attention to his junior, Joon Soo asked Sejong for her personal opinion on the matter. She confessed that while she would normally accept the challenge of a test program, she felt intimidated as she had only ever been a sub-producer, and the chance for a regular show was a huge opportunity. She concluded that she would perform much better and feel more confident with his guidance. With a decisive nod, Joon Soo agreed to do the project with her. Sejong's face lit up with surprise as Joon Soo laid out his terms. He would only be present on filming days, while she would handle all meetings and location scouting. She enthusiastically accepted his conditions without a moment's hesitation. The focus then shifted to the meticulous planning stages of his own upcoming drama project. The discussion turned to a crucial staffing decision: they needed to select a directing producer for the drama's B team. It was standard practice for television dramas to be divided into two filming units, an A team and a B team. As the main director, Joon Soo would handle the A team and the lead actors, while the B team director would film supporting roles, a job similar to a variety show sub-producer. His colleague gave him complete freedom in the matter, affirming that he trusted Joon Soo's judgment entirely. Joon Soo accepted the responsibility and made a bold request to secure a particular director, regardless of her demands, while inwardly smiling at the thought of the genius from his past life who was still just an assistant director. He felt a thrill at the prospect of poaching this talent from a rival station, especially since her department head was related to his adversary, producer Kim. His colleague then steered the conversation back, asking if Joon Soo had chosen a broadcasting station, to which he confirmed he was going with CBN. The colleague promised to inform CBN, certain they would be delighted, before asking if Joon Soo had any potential scripts selected. A confident smile spread across Joon Soo's face, fully aware that the script was the single most important component of a successful drama. He possessed an unparalleled secret weapon, the foreknowledge of every hit and every failure, along with the precise reasons for their fates, all the way to the year 2030. Joon Soo contemplated the cornerstone of his advantage, knowing that the script was everything and that he held the keys to every successful drama until the year 2030. In front of him, towering stacks of manuscripts served as a physical reminder of the monumental task of finding a new project. He let out an exhausted sigh, feeling the immense weight of the work that lay ahead of him. However, he had made a conscious and firm decision not to use his foreknowledge to simply pick a winner. This choice stemmed not from arrogance, but from a profound desire to avoid becoming a producer like his rival, Yongjin Kim. Tapping his finger on the desk, he recalled that the greatest regret of his past life was a lost opportunity, and realized that using his future knowledge would be a betrayal of his new principles. He knew with certainty that selecting a guaranteed hit would be tantamount to stealing success from its rightful creators. Nevertheless, he admitted to himself that the temptation to take the easy path and receive adulation was a constant, nagging thought. The door creaked open as he mulled over the industry standard that it took anywhere from 3 to 6 months just to select a script. The daunting timeline made him briefly reconsider his entire career change, wondering if he should just return to making variety shows. His thoughts were cut short by his ringing phone, which he promptly answered. An enthusiastic voice on the line announced that something was finally out, leaving Joon Soo momentarily baffled. The caller clarified that it was her song and celebrated that her movie, White Knight, had already surpassed 5 million viewers. Joon Soo warmly congratulated her, noting he could finally listen to her track and teasingly reminding her that her success meant she now had more work to do. She coyly asked what he meant, before pointedly questioning if he had forgotten the promise they had made to each other. It suddenly dawned on him as he remembered his pledge to direct her upcoming music video. She expressed her relief that he hadn't forgotten and suggested they begin right away, mentioning her schedule was completely free. He questioned if she had resigned from her job, but she dismissed his concern, arranging to meet the next afternoon to discuss the details in person. The following day, their meeting took place at a sleek, modern building that stood tall against a clear blue sky. Joon Soo began listening to the song by actress Yoon, which was titled Lonely Star. The sorrowful lyrics narrated a story of spending Christmas Eve alone, weeping in a darkened room while resolving to endure the heartache. The music evoked an image of a dejected woman on a bed, hugging her knees tightly to her chest in a moment of despair. The song's narrative described the isolation of being a star that everyone admired from a distance but who shone all alone. Then, a shift in the lyrics introduced a note of hope, expressing a desire to shine for someone and marking the pivotal moment she met him. His own voice seemed to echo in the song's story, offering her comfort and telling her that it was okay to cry. The track concluded with a joyful declaration of no longer being sad because they shone together, making Joon Soo realize the song was about their shared history. He finally understood her insistence that he listen, and he felt a wave of appreciation for the deeply personal gesture. Yoon leaned forward expectantly, asking him what he thought of her musical creation. He stammered that it was good but commented that the lyrics felt remarkably familiar, a remark to which she feigned surprise. She maintained her innocent act, claiming it was odd because she had written them based on her own personal experiences. Joon Soo gave her a look of mild disbelief, silently questioning the complete truth of her story. She cheerfully insisted it was true, remarking again on how strange the coincidence was. He decided to move the conversation forward, asking if she had any ideas for the content or scenes of the music video. She confirmed that she had spent much of the previous day brainstorming different concepts. She then proposed recreating a harrowing incident from their past, but with snow instead of rain, prompting him to exclaim how scared he had been that night. She argued that the scene would be incredibly touching, and he conceded that he had been thinking along the same lines. He started visualizing the scene aloud, describing the contrast between festive carols outside and her solitude inside, just before a bright light appears, recalling a moment when she had asked why he was so nice to her. His thoughts drifted back to that conversation, remembering how she questioned his unwavering persistence and his uncanny intuition that she was in trouble. He snapped back to the present and asked if she was paying attention, to which she quickly gave her affirmation. To enhance the video's atmosphere, he suggested they consider shooting overseas in Los Angeles. He added that snow would likely be falling in the city around their filming time, which would perfectly fit their concept. Her face lit up with excitement as she asked if they could also visit Hollywood while they were there. Seeing her delight, he proposed they make Hollywood the main setting for their music video shoot. He urged her to aim high, reminding her that since her contract was nearly up, her agency would likely spare no expense to support her vision. A brilliant sparkle of determination appeared in her eyes as she absorbed the massive scale of their new plan. She gave her full and unhesitating agreement, filled with renewed energy for the project. Later, Joon Soo returned home and collapsed onto his couch, utterly exhausted from the day's developments. He tossed a pillow aside as he tried to get comfortable, his mind still buzzing. Just then, a crucial thought surfaced: he still needed to get Manhwa a birthday present. He pulled out his phone to call her, checking the date and realizing her birthday, November 30th, was the very next Wednesday. As the phone continued to ring, he decided calling now was for the best, assuming she would be too busy to talk on her actual birthday. When Manhwa finally answered, her frigid tone immediately made him second-guess his decision to call. He tentatively asked if she was all right, but her clipped response that she was good sent an unnerving shiver down his spine. Ignoring her dismissal, he cheerfully brought up her birthday next week and mentioned his gift, only to be met with a heavy sigh that made him trail off. She then corrected him with biting precision, informing him that her birthday was, in fact, on October 30th. He inwardly cursed his terrible mistake, realizing she would now think their relationship was purely business. He quickly tried to salvage the situation with a sincere apology, explaining that his mind had been cluttered lately. In a moment of panic, he offered to come over to her place immediately to make amends. She rejected his offer, instead commanding him to come the next day, cutting him off as he tried to explain he already had plans. She firmly stated the meeting time was 7 o'clock tomorrow, leaving him no room to argue as he meekly accepted her summons. The next day, under a crisp blue sky, Joon Soo arrived at the towering apartment complex where Manhwa lived. He approached her door and firmly pressed the bell, his finger lingering for a moment. An unsettling quiet from within made him wonder if anyone was even home. He glanced at his watch, confirming to himself that he had arrived precisely at the commanded time. A brief worry crossed his mind that she might be deliberately bailing on their meeting. The door suddenly swung open with a jolt, startling him out of his thoughts. Manhwa greeted him with a playfully insulting remark on his haggard appearance, despite not having seen him for a while. Without another word, she stepped back and gestured for him to come inside. He muttered a quick thanks as he stepped over the threshold into her apartment. After setting down his bag, he asked where to put it, his attention immediately drawn to a mountain of grocery bags on her kitchen counter. She nonchalantly explained that the bags were for the dinner she had promised to cook for him. He asked in disbelief if she had done all the shopping herself, which she casually confirmed. A sudden, dreadful thought struck him, causing him to let out a small, worried sound. Noticing his reaction, she turned towards him, but he quickly waved it off as nothing. He cautiously requested to use her fridge, and she responded with an indifferent shrug of permission. As the refrigerator door clicked open, his jaw nearly dropped at the sight within. He stared in disbelief at the truffles, caviar, and even edible gold leaf, jokingly asking if she had secretly enrolled in cooking classes. She defensively explained that she bought the extravagant ingredients for him to cook with, admitting she had no clue how to use them. After she threatened to just throw the expensive food away, he reluctantly agreed to try his best with what she had bought. Her gaze then shifted to the bag he had brought with him, her curiosity piqued. He announced that the bag contained a gift for her, which seemed to surprise her. He then presented her with a cheerful green gift bag tied with a bright yellow bow. He wished her a happy birthday, fully acknowledging how late his present was. She dryly agreed that he was certainly late but decided to accept his gift anyway. As she peered inside the bag, her eyes widened in a moment of genuine surprise. She pulled out a sleek, modern tumbler, questioning what it was. He explained it was an exclusive item from France and suggested it would be perfect for her tea. Manhwa looked at him, completely baffled as to how he knew she was a tea drinker. He reminded her of an incident years ago where he'd offered her a cola before a performance, an act which had made her livid. He recalled how her manager later had to explain that Manhwa only ever drank hot tea before going on stage to preserve her voice. She claimed to have no memory of the event but was intrigued when he mentioned there was a second gift. He noted that this particular item had been quite an ordeal for him to find and purchase. Convinced it would look wonderful on her, he urged her to go and try it on immediately. Turning on her heel, she instructed him to get started on dinner while she went to go get changed. Alone in the kitchen, Joon Soo smiled to himself, feeling pleased that his apology plan was working. The kitchen was soon filled with the whirring and sizzling sounds of him preparing the meal. He took a moment to admire his handiwork, thinking the dish looked surprisingly good. Hearing a door click open, he eagerly called out for Manhwa to let him see the new outfit. He paused his cooking and turned around, his face lit with anticipation. His smile faded when he saw she was still in her old clothes. She just scratched her head and claimed she hadn't felt like changing. He slumped into a nearby chair, a wave of disappointment washing over him as he wondered if she disliked his gift. She deftly changed the subject, asking what he had prepared, and he presented her with a lasagna that smelled heavenly. After a taste, she gave a very reserved compliment, admitting that it wasn't bad. He took her muted praise as a victory and asked if she wanted a glass of wine with the meal. She immediately shut him down, stating firmly that she did not drink. He found this odd, given her wine cellar, and jokingly guessed she must have a terrible drinking habit. Her flustered denial and abrupt command for him to just drink water only made him more certain his guess was correct. Shifting the tone, he finally asked her directly why she hadn't answered his calls. She feigned ignorance at first, asking him to specify which call he meant. When he clarified it was on his birthday, she stammered out an excuse that she had been away in Pohang. She elaborated that her mind was troubled at the time, so much so that she had turned her phone off completely. With a look of genuine regret, she offered him a sincere apology for missing his birthday. A slight blush appeared on his cheeks as he told her to stop apologizing, but he then pointedly asked why she had been so angry with him on the phone. He looked at her intently, asking what worries had taken her to Pohang, where her parents lived. As she struggled to form a response, he quickly assured her that she didn't have to tell him if she didn't want to. His remark that their relationship was strictly business finally spurred her to confess she had been agonizing over her next project. She admitted she was torn between doing another variety show and chasing her lifelong dream of producing a drama. Her expression became distant and serious as she contemplated the major career crossroads she faced. He then asked her if she had discussed this dilemma with anyone else. She seemed startled by the question and confessed that only her work colleagues knew, as she feared other celebrities would feel pressured to participate. He listened intently, nodding slowly as he began to understand the weight of her situation. Citing his own experience, he offered to help her with the drama, an offer she accepted before demanding he make his delicious lasagna for her again soon. Much later that night, after their dinner had concluded, it was time for him to depart from her apartment. At the door, they exchanged brief but pleasant goodbyes for the evening. The moment the door closed, Manhwa let out a long, weary sigh she had been holding in. She stood before her mirror, finally wearing the dress had bought, and noticed it was a perfect fit everywhere except for her waist. With a low groan of frustration, she decided then and there that she needed to lose some weight. She was determined to look absolutely stunning in his gift before she ever revealed it to him. Her heart began to beat a little faster as she realized he had been thinking of her all the way from France, a thought she cherished more than anything. He recalled that on November 27th, he and Yunhai had boarded a plane bound for Los Angeles. He mused that since the drama had been postponed and the music video shoot was short, the trip felt more like a welcome vacation than a work assignment. Yunhai chimed in enthusiastically, revealing she had checked the weather forecast to ensure their schedule was perfectly timed. Gazing at the view, she couldn't help but comment on how absolutely beautiful it was. He urged her to wait, promising that the actual filming location would be even more impressive. He added with certainty that he knew she would love the set they had chosen. A staff member then approached, informing him that sunset was fast approaching. Acknowledging the time, he instructed Yunhai to get changed so they could begin filming. She agreed without hesitation, her footsteps marking her quick departure to get ready. After changing, she returned and asked for his opinion, momentarily forgetting his title before correcting herself. He stared at her for a long moment, captivated by her appearance, before simply stating that she looked nice. He then insisted that she should feel comfortable just calling him Joon Soo. With preparations complete, he announced it was time to begin, and she eagerly affirmed she was ready. He began directing the scene, asking her to sit in the corner to properly frame her against the setting sun. He expressed his hope they could avoid bloopers and instructed her to channel an expression of complete devastation. He signaled to the crew that they were ready to start the take. Upon his call to action, her gaze instantly shifted as she slipped deep into character. He watched in silent admiration, impressed by how quickly she embodied the role and remembering she was one of the best actresses in the business. He felt confident the shoot would go smoothly but called cut, deciding to do one more take just in case. The scene's narration began, a lyric from her song Lonely Star describing the end of a sleepless, white night. Her character's inner thoughts revealed a long period of crying and a quiet resolve to endure the pain, no matter how difficult. As her character wished to one day become a star for someone else, the scene shifted to the next planned shot, a hand reaching out to her from the darkness. An actor's hand slowly extended into the frame, reaching towards her. However, a subtle twitch in her expression revealed a disconnect from the performance. Joon Soo immediately spotted the flaw and yelled for the crew to cut the scene. He voiced his frustration aloud, declaring that the color scheme was completely wrong. He internally criticized his own decision, realizing the subtle difference of the actor's hand was jarring on camera and was preventing her from emoting correctly. Seeing the need for a reset, he announced that everyone would take a 5-minute break. Nearby, a female staff member with long black hair watched the proceedings with a concerned expression. Joon Soo analyzed the problem, noting that while she was supposed to look like she was being saved, her performance was lacking the necessary emotion. He decided to address the issue directly and walked over to where Yunhai was standing. She immediately began to apologize, but he quickly stopped her, reassuring her that she was doing great. He gently explained, however, that there was just one key element that was still missing. Leaning in close, he whispered that he wanted to see the same genuine smile she had worn on her face that day. His specific memory caused her to freeze, a look of sudden understanding on her face. She admitted that she knew what he meant but was struggling to focus, blaming her distraction on the hired actor's hand. With a worried tone, she pointed out that it was far too late to find an Asian actor as a replacement. She then made a surprising suggestion, asking if he would be willing to give it a try, which left him momentarily speechless. She quickly reasoned that it would work since only his hand would be visible in the dark lighting. She insisted that if he were the one in the scene, she would be able to truly get into the moment. Seeing the logic in her request and the potential for a breakthrough, he reluctantly agreed. Once more, he called out for action, and the cameras began to roll. The song's narration resumed, describing the lonely and painful life of a star that everyone looked up to from afar. The song's lyrics conveyed a burgeoning sense of hope. This hope crystallized in the wish to shine for someone, marking the moment a special person entered her life. As his hand reached for hers, the song's lyrics shifted, now describing a star that shines alongside another, no longer alone. The verse concluded with a powerful realization: because of this connection, she was no longer sad. Watching her flawless performance, he was struck by an intense feeling and questioned if it was compassion, sympathy, or perhaps even love. He swiftly rejected those labels as inadequate. He struggled for a moment to identify the powerful force he was witnessing. He then realized it was Yunhai's own raw emotion pouring through the screen, and with the perfect take captured, he finally called cut. Later that evening, a window framed by white curtains offered a peaceful view of the night sky. A woman on the phone let out an audible gasp of amazement. The woman, Manhwa, remarked that Yunhai was truly an incredibly good actress. She reflected on how much Yunhai must have improved and grown as an artist. Manhwa believed this significant growth had occurred after her starring role in the movie White Knight. She expressed her sincere hope for Yunhai's future success, but her train of thought was suddenly interrupted. On the other end of the line, Joon Soo answered his phone. Manhwa's hyper voice came through, asking if he was busy, which made him wonder about her unusual excitement. After he confirmed he was free, she immediately asked if he was filming his new drama in late January or early February. She then excitedly invited him to the US for the Sundance Film Festival, using tickets she acquired and mentioning that director James Carter would be there. He realized she hadn't mentioned her idol in a while and considered that a spring film festival would be an excellent opportunity for her. He readily agreed to her proposal, which elicited a joyous demand for his promise. They quickly made arrangements. He offered to pay for the airfare, and she volunteered to book the accommodation, deciding to finalize details after his return to Korea. Snapping his phone shut, Joon Soo returned his focus to the set just as another scene concluded and the director called cut. It was officially a wrap for the day, and the crew was praised for their excellent work. Yunhai turned to the staff and offered her sincere thanks to everyone for their efforts. Much later, the city's towering buildings stood as dark silhouettes against a sky full of stars. Joon Soo and Yunhai were the only two people left on the now quiet and deserted set. He asked when her manager was due to arrive, but she could only say he was on his way, her tone uncertain. Shivering from the evening chill, she lamented not asking him for a ride earlier, had she known her manager would be this late. An idea suddenly came to him as he recalled some leftover items from the shoot, a faint blush warming his cheeks. He turned to her with a mischievous grin, suggesting they have a little fun. He then presented a bottle of wine, proposing they enjoy it together while they waited. Yunhai voiced her apprehension about their plan, reminding him of the strict policies she had heard were in place in the U.S. Joon Soo confidently assured her that Hollywood operated differently, explaining that had secured permission instantly by claiming it was for their movie, a detail which immediately caught Yunhai's attention. He hesitantly confessed that when applying for the permit, he had slipped up and said it was for a movie instead of a music video, a force of habit from his usual work. He explained that the permit official had assumed he meant a Korean movie, and he, seizing the opportunity, simply went along with the misunderstanding to get the approval. Yunhai stared at him in disbelief, realizing he had outright lied to the authorities. He brushed off her concern with a shrug, suggesting everything would be fine as long as they remained discreet and didn't get caught. Conceding the point, Yunhai simply urged him to be careful, asking him to ensure the flames didn't spread towards the picturesque forest nearby. A gentle smile graced her lips as she gazed at the scenery, her profile illuminated by the soft evening light. When the last firework faded, Joon Soo expressed his disappointment that it was over and turned to Yunhai, asking if she had any more. She revealed with a grin that she was well prepared, having a surprising stash of 45 firecrackers on hand. His face lit up with excitement as he enthusiastically agreed to set off the entire supply. Amidst the crackling display, Joon Soo exclaimed how much fun he was having, wondering aloud how many other Koreans had ever experienced such a unique moment in Hollywood. Watching him, Yunhai mused aloud that she must have suffered a great deal in a previous life. Seeing his confusion, she clarified her statement, explaining that such past hardship was the only reason she could be fortunate enough to meet someone like him now. She then offered her heartfelt thanks once more, acknowledging that she knew he had an incredibly busy schedule. Despite his packed life, she continued, he had still traveled all this way just to do a significant favor for her. Joon Soo downplayed her thanks, stating that he had made a promise and was naturally obligated to fulfill it for her. He gently insisted that she had thanked him more than enough and asked her to stop, to which she quietly agreed. Shifting the conversation away from himself, he then thoughtfully inquired about the state of her insomnia. She revealed that while it hadn't disappeared completely, it had improved significantly, allowing her to fall asleep without medication, a development he was glad to hear. Just as she began to credit him for her improvement, he swiftly cut her off to avoid another round of thanks, pivoting the conversation to her upcoming contract renewal. He asked if she was considering a move to a different agency, and she confirmed that it was on her mind, as she had received many attractive offers from other companies. However, she acknowledged the dilemma, as her current agency was one of Korea's top 3, and she doubted any other company could provide the same level of dedicated support. While they kept her relentlessly busy, she felt she could handle the pace, yet Joon Soo silently considered that a new contract would grant her the authority to manage her own schedule. He reflected internally that she had now amassed enough personal power and fame to negotiate such terms. When she asked for his recommendation, he could only think of HY Entertainment but immediately noted that it was still a relatively new and unestablished company. He concluded that it wasn't the right time for someone of her stature to join them, a point she thoughtfully conceded was true. She resolved to take her time with the decision, intent on weighing all her options carefully. He affirmed her choice, agreeing that she had earned the right not to rush, all the while silently hoping she would secure the best possible future for herself. She nodded in quiet agreement, a look of determination on her face. Joon Soo then shifted the topic, asking if she planned to select her next project only after settling her contract renewal. She confirmed his assumption, adding that she was already mulling over scripts, before turning the question back to him, curious about his own criteria for choosing roles. He affirmed that he did have a process, pausing for a moment to ponder and gather his thoughts on the matter. He then detailed his 3 main criteria: first, his suitability for the role; second, its potential impact on his brand endorsements, and third, the overall quality of the work, which he stressed was the most critical factor. She wholeheartedly agreed, noting that a project's quality was directly linked to its box office success, before sharing her own secondary criterion, the opportunity to transform her public image. Finally, she mentioned that the colleagues she would be working with also played a significant role in her decision-making process. A flicker of curiosity then crossed her face as she suddenly wondered about his reason for asking her this. He revealed his true motive: his next project was also going to be a drama, and he had wanted her expert opinion, a revelation that left her utterly surprised. She couldn't contain her shock and excitement at his unexpected career move into her field. Her surprise quickly morphed into encouragement as she voiced her complete confidence in his ability to succeed. He sought her reassurance with a hint of doubt in his voice, but she confirmed her belief in him with unwavering certainty. She earnestly offered her full support, promising that if he ever needed help, she was only a phone call away. Then, with a playful smile, she reconsidered her offer, joking that it might actually be the other way around. She then asked what had spurred his interest in dramas, to which he replied that there was no special reason, it was something he had always wanted to try. Understanding his long-held ambition, she nodded and was about to continue the conversation when they were suddenly interrupted. Her manager rushed onto the set, apologizing profusely for his tardiness and explaining that he had been delayed by a car accident. Yunhai immediately expressed concern for his well-being, but he quickly reassured her that he was unharmed before apologizing once more for being late. She told her manager not to worry, promising she would be ready to leave in just a moment, an instruction he readily accepted. As Yunhai turned to say something to Joon Soo, he quickly interjected, telling her not to worry as it was time for him to leave as well. She stopped him, clarifying that she hadn't been about to apologize, and paused, leaving him to wonder what she truly wanted to say. She began to speak, her voice soft, observing that while they were not the main characters in the grand story of this splendid city, she would nevertheless cherish the memory of this particular night for the rest of her life. A warm smile touched his lips as he admitted that he felt the exact same way. With their farewells exchanged, she confirmed their plan to meet at the airport the following day. The sound of a car horn signaled her manager's readiness, bringing their quiet moment to an end. Now alone, Joon Soo felt it would be a waste to end his final night in Hollywood so early. He decided to find a local pub or a cocktail bar to continue the evening, soon finding himself amidst the clamor of a lively street. As he navigated the crowd, he inadvertently bumped into someone and quickly offered a polite apology. Before he could move on, a hand shot out and grabbed his arm, and an aggressive voice demanded to know where he thought he was going. The belligerent man, hiccuping between words, angrily questioned his audacity, and Joon Soo immediately realized the man was heavily intoxicated. Just as the situation threatened to escalate, a new voice called out, ordering the drunk man, whom she called Richard, to stop. A woman boldly stepped forward, pointing out that Richard had been the one to initiate the contact and insisting that he should be the one to apologize. The drunk man's anger evaporated into stunned recognition as he stammered out the name Catherine. His eyes widened as he identified the woman who had just intervened as the world-famous Hollywood star, Catherine Linton. The woman boldly interjected, shouting that Richard was the one who had initiated the collision and demanding that he be the one to apologize. The drunken man's belligerence melted into confusion as he stammered her name, struggling to place her familiar face. His eyes widened in shock as he finally realized he was face to face with the world-famous Hollywood star, Catherine Linton. As Richard mumbled an apology, a shadowy figure took advantage of the distraction, slipping past the confrontation unnoticed. In a swift, unseen motion, a hand darted out and deftly snatched Joon Soo's wallet from his back pocket. But before the thief could escape, Catherine's arm whipped out, smacking his wrist with a sharp, resounding slap. The pickpocket let out a pained cry, the unexpected force of the blow stinging his hand. Spinning around in anger, the thief began to challenge the person who had struck him. His words died in his throat, however, as he saw his would-be prize now resting in Catherine's hand. At that same moment, Joon Soo finally realized what had happened, his expression turning to shock as he saw his wallet in her grasp. The thief cursed in frustration and yelled at her to stop, quickly turning to flee into the anonymity of the bustling street. A close-up on Catherine's determined eye revealed a sharp focus that tracked the thief's escape. She sighed in annoyance, conceding that the thief had successfully vanished into the crowd. Joon Soo immediately thanked her profusely, but she waved it off and asked if he was all right after the ordeal. He assured her that he was unharmed and, feeling bold, asked if she happened to be busy. Catherine explained she was just about to have a drink by herself, prompting Joon Soo to ask if he could join her. When her companions questioned her sudden departure, she dismissed their concerns, telling them they didn't need her. Joon Soo then insisted on buying her a drink as a way to properly thank her for her help. With a casual shrug of her shoulders, she appeared to contemplate his earnest offer. A moment later, a warm smile spread across her face as she told him she would love to. As they began to walk, she told him he could call her by her more casual name, Kathy. She then asked if she could call him June, a suggestion he readily agreed to. While they sat at a bar, Joon Soo confessed he was still amazed at how effortlessly she had stopped the pickpocket. Kathy explained that she could tell the man was targeting him, which left Joon Soo wondering how she had known. She revealed her sharp observation, noting that the thief had deliberately positioned himself between Joon Soo and Richard to create an opening. Her insight clicked into place for Joon Soo as he nodded in understanding. He then reiterated how grateful he was, admitting that his wallet had contained something incredibly important to him. She replied that she had figured as much, which was precisely why she was allowing him to treat her to a drink. A wide grin broke across Joon Soo's face as he remarked on her secretly funny and disarming personality. Changing the subject, Kathy looked at him curiously and asked if he was Korean. He confirmed that he was, his gaze momentarily shifting as he answered. She mused aloud that meeting a Korean like him in the middle of Hollywood felt like a stroke of destiny. Leaning in slightly, she then asked him if he felt the same way. As he seemed to consider her words with a concerned expression, she gently placed her hand on his shoulder. He subtly brushed her hand away, quietly admitting that he didn't believe in things like destiny. Undeterred, she smoothly transitioned the conversation, asking what had brought him to the city and if he was just traveling. Her eyes lit up with another idea as she then guessed he might be there for a film shoot. She followed up by asking if he was an actor, to which he hesitated before clarifying that he was a director for a TV show. He explained the different meanings of the title in their respective countries, and she excitedly asked if he directed comedy shows. Joon Soo confirmed that he directed variety shows and was currently preparing to work on a drama, a revelation that clearly impressed her. Intrigued, she asked if he could show her one of his programs, and he immediately agreed. With a thoughtful look, she then remarked on what a strange coincidence their meeting was. She then playfully added that she was, in fact, an actress herself. Joon Soo calmly replied that he was well aware, and even began listing her filmography, starting with her most famous movie series. She was taken aback, asking if he had known who she was the whole time, and he confirmed that it was impossible not to. With a theatrical pout, she challenged him, asking why he wasn't acting more excited about meeting a star. He simply smiled and explained that, in that moment, he saw her not as a Hollywood celebrity, but as a person he was enjoying a drink with. Her laughter filled the space as she told him once again that she found him to be a genuinely funny guy. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted when a clumsy waiter tripped, spilling a full glass and apologizing profusely. Joon Soo looked down with a resigned sigh at the dark stain spreading across his shirt. Before he could react, Kathy exploded in anger, furiously demanding to know what the waiter thought he was doing. It was a well-known fact in Hollywood that despite her angelic beauty, Catherine Linton possessed a ferocious temper when provoked. She raged that the server had completely ruined Joon Soo's clothes, living up to her infamous nickname as the Violent Angel. Joon Soo attempted to calm the situation by insisting he was fine, but Kathy cut him off by calling out his name in protest. He tried to dismiss it as an accident, but she fiercely countered that it was a result of the waiter's carelessness. Joon Soo gently spoke her name to calm her down, prompting her to relent and remark on his very unique personality. She then confessed that his unusual calmness was precisely what made her want to know more about him. Looking for a napkin, she instead asked if she could borrow a pen, which he quickly retrieved for her. She scribbled on the napkin, explaining as she handed it to him that it was her personal number, which she rarely gave out. She told him to call her the next time he visited the States and promised to do the same if she ever found herself in Korea. With a hopeful look, she suggested that perhaps one day their paths might cross again as professional colleagues. A knowing grin touched her lips as she noted the recent surge in popularity for Korean films. A sincere smile appeared on Joon Soo's face as he agreed that working together would be an awesome opportunity. The year drew to a close on the final day of December, the 31st. On that evening, Joon Soo found himself at one of the most prestigious events in all of Korea. He had arrived at the MBS Entertainment Awards show, where he was immediately greeted with warm compliments on his dapper appearance. An acquaintance noted that their table was undeniably the most bustling in the entire venue. It was hardly a surprise, however, as their table hosted the combined star power of Ji Soo-han, Yoon Cheon, and Yeon Jin. Joon Soo was then introduced to Tae Song-im, the MC for Tuesday Entertainment, who expressed his thrill at meeting so many new celebrities. Suddenly, another guest's arrival, Mr. Hwang, drew an exclamation of surprise from the group. Mr. Hwang was praised for his stylish bow tie, and he explained he had put extra effort into his outfit for his role as the night's MC. Another guest suddenly remembered Mr. Hwang's MC duties, recalling that he would be co-hosting with Jackson Kim and Seo Yin-jong. Hearing the name, someone commented fondly on how much Jackson had matured, expressing a sense of pride. A man respectfully greeted a senior figure named Seaman before courteously stepping aside to make way. Alone for a moment, Joon Soo mused on the unfortunate reality that separate award ceremonies for each broadcaster kept him from seeing many of his acquaintances. He mentally listed his colleagues at other events, but his thoughts were cut short by a vibration from his phone, which displayed a message from Sia. A flicker of surprise crossed Joon Soo's face as he stared down at his phone screen. That surprise quickly melted into a warm, happy smile as he read the message. In her text, Sia had complimented his handsome appearance on the news and playfully asked if her own gorgeous dress might have won him over. Joon Soo reflected on her perpetually cheerful nature before deciding it was time to return to his seat. On stage, the hosts offered a grand thank you to the musical group Supernova for their incredible performance. The show had already reached its intermission, a fact that was noted by those at Joon Soo's table. Joon Soo considered that since his cast was composed of retired celebrities, their odds of winning individual awards were quite slim. However, there was one specific award that he desperately hoped to win. His heart was set on the Program of the Year award, which he felt was within reach since it was decided by viewer votes and their ratings had been the highest. His attention was then drawn back to the stage as the next category, the Producer of the Year award, was announced. Joon Soo saw that his show was nominated but cynically dismissed its chances of winning. He believed the award, chosen by station executives, would inevitably go to an MBS insider, just as the announcer began to reveal the winner. Against all his expectations, the winner was declared to be producer Joon Soo Kang for Wonder Woman is Coming. Stunned by the announcement, Joon Soo was snapped out of his shock by the excited congratulations and urging of his colleagues to get on stage. He was officially congratulated as he accepted the trophy, and the audience awaited his acceptance speech. Stepping up to the microphone, Joon Soo expressed his genuine shock and heartfelt gratitude, making sure to share the credit with his entire cast and staff. In the audience, his team quietly made plans for a celebratory dinner, which Joon Soo had already offered to cover. He felt a deep sense of satisfaction at having won, his anticipation now building for the Program of the Year award. In a stunning turn of events, the announcer revealed that Wonder Woman is Coming had also won the coveted Program of the Year. His team erupted in joy, astounded that he had managed to secure two major awards in a single night. Joon Soo was invited back to the podium to offer a few more words for his second victory. Taking the microphone once more, he began with a light-hearted joke, admitting he had only expected to win the first award. He then informed the audience he would keep his second speech brief, having already said most of what was on his mind. His tone shifted as he confessed that for a long time, he had felt deeply unfortunate, trapped in a swamp of resentment and regret that only pulled him deeper the more he struggled. He continued, explaining that his perspective began to change only after he finally let go of everything. It was then he had the profound realization that his misfortune wasn't an external force, it was a swamp he had created for himself. A knowing, gentle smile touched his lips as he paused, reliving the memory of that long struggle. He spoke of his eventual escape from that self-made prison, which allowed him to finally see the world free from prejudice and stereotypes. He described this new reality as a beautiful world, made meaningful by the precious people who inhabit it with us. With conviction, he encouraged the audience to embrace their dreams and to always move forward. He offered a final piece of advice, urging everyone to be honest with themselves, but his own thoughts suddenly drifted, wondering what she was doing at that moment. His mind became completely filled with thoughts of her as he concluded his speech, inviting everyone to welcome the beautiful world with open arms. Later that night, a solitary street lamp cast a soft glow on a quiet city building. The team's celebratory dinner had lasted until 3 a.m, though most of the cast members had left early for their families. As he stood outside, Joon Soo's gaze sharpened, his eye catching a familiar figure in the distance. He squinted into the darkness, a single question forming in his mind as he recognized the person. He called out to Sia, who turned in surprise before happily greeting him. She confessed that she had been standing there waiting specifically for him. When he asked why, she explained that she had wanted to offer her congratulations. Joon Soo chided her for waiting in the cold when a call would have sufficed, but she insisted that she had wanted to tell him in person. With a sincere smile, she told him how happy she was for his victories and congratulated him once more. He thanked her and then asked if she had been drinking, to which she replied she had only had a little. Sia then announced she had to leave, but Joon Soo quickly stopped her, asking if she wanted to get some coffee. She politely declined his offer, explaining that she was tired and her manager had been waiting for a long time. Noticing how cold she was, Joon Soo began to offer her his scarf, but she started to refuse the gesture. He gently insisted, wrapping it around her neck before softly bidding her good night. Accepting his kindness, she returned the sentiment and promised they would see each other again soon. Joon Soo found himself in Park City, Utah, reflecting on his arrival at the Seoul Dance Film Festival with Manhwa by his side. He mused that although it hadn't been long since his last visit to America, the experience still felt brand new. Suddenly, Manhwa startled him, playfully asking if he was overwhelmed with excitement. He scoffed defensively, completely denying that he felt any excitement at all. She tried to reassure him that it was fine to be thrilled as no one was watching, but he stubbornly maintained his composure. His attention was then captured by the massive Seoul Dance Film Festival sign towering above them. Joon Soo urged Manhwa to stand near the sign so that he could capture a memory of her there. Her heart pounded as she nervously declined, but he gently insisted, asking if she was absolutely sure. The towering city buildings provided a stunning backdrop against the clear, starry night sky. The distinct click of his camera's shutter echoed as he took several photos of her posing. He silently admired her, thinking to himself that despite her fiery personality, she possessed a remarkable beauty. It struck him just how effortlessly photogenic she was, naturally falling into the perfect pose. He then asked her to try a different pose for the next picture. As she shifted her stance, a sudden realization struck him, and his eyes widened. He recognized the elegant dress she was wearing as the very one he had given to her as a gift. With a genuine smile, he complimented her, telling her how stunning she looked in that dress. She quipped back that the dress only looked good because she was the one wearing it, a point he readily conceded. He playfully reminded her that he had predicted it would look good on her from the very beginning. High above, the city's rooftops were starkly outlined against a dark and overcast night sky. After looking at the pictures, Manhwa grudgingly admitted that his photography wasn't half bad. He proudly declared himself a good photographer, prompting her to offer to take a picture of him in return. He initially tried to refuse, but she playfully insisted with a growl, so he reluctantly agreed, telling her not to get upset with the outcome. He then noticed the phone in her hand, inquisitively asking if she was using a Galaxy's model. Deciding its camera was inferior to an Apple's, he decided he would use his own phone instead. Spotting a nearby person, Joon Soo politely asked if they would mind taking a picture of both of them, and the stranger kindly obliged. Their silhouettes stood close on the sidewalk as the helpful stranger aimed the phone to capture the moment. Joon Soo expressed his delight with the photo and profusely thanked the photographer, who then offered to take a picture of the two of them as well. Before he could even think of declining, Manhwa eagerly accepted the person's generous offer. She shot a quick glance at Joon Soo, explaining that for once, she'd like to have a decent picture of herself. His mind briefly recalled social media comments from fans who often lamented her notoriously poor photography skills. The stranger encouraged them to move closer to each other for a better shot. They shuffled together as their photographer began the countdown to take the picture. In that brief moment, Joon Soo stole a sideways glance at Manhwa standing right beside him. The stranger instructed them both to look at the camera just as they called out the final number. A soft click from the phone's camera immortalized their shared moment. The low rumble of a passing car filled the air as they began to walk towards the theater. On their way, Joon Soo asked where the screening for Flowers in the Snow was being held and in which category director James Carter had been invited. Manhwa informed him that it was for the indie episodic category, an award that recognized bold and innovative storytelling. She mentioned that it was a shame the film hadn't gained more attention because it was a non-competitive invitation, right before she spotted the theater in the distance. Just then, Manhwa's eyes went wide with shock, a deep blush rising to her cheeks as she saw someone. She urgently grabbed Joon Soo's arm, asking if he was seeing the same famous person she was. Following her pointed gaze, Joon Soo's own expression shifted to one of complete disbelief. In his utter shock, he lightly slapped his own face, unable to believe that director James Carter was standing right there. Manhwa whispered in awe, still struggling to believe that their chance encounter was real. Gathering his courage, Joon Soo approached and greeted Mr. Carter, who turned and politely asked for their names. He introduced himself as a director from Korea and presented Manhwa as a renowned Korean singer and actress, which made Carter realize she was a K-pop star. Joon Soo explained that they had traveled all the way from Korea just to see his work, a fact that genuinely surprised the director. He went on to say that they were both huge fans, adding that Manhwa was especially an admirer of his films. At his words, a mortified blush spread across Manhwa's face as she stood frozen in surprise. Joon Soo even added that she was such a devoted fan that she had memorized some of the director's most famous lines. A short while later, their silhouettes moved with the crowd, descending the stairs into the darkened theater. Director Carter asked Joon Soo if he had submitted a film to the festival, but Joon Soo explained that his main focus remained on variety shows and dramas. The director then mused that perhaps one day they might become competitors in the future, a suggestion that caught Joon Soo completely off guard. Carter expressed his own determination to make it in Hollywood, voicing his hope to see both of them succeed there someday as well. Joon Soo's eyes widened, a wave of profound inspiration washing over him at the legendary director's words. Humbled and grateful, he offered the director his most sincere thanks. After the film concluded, they exited the building, merging back into the crowd of people on the sidewalk. Manhwa was bursting with energy, chattering away about how beautiful the film was and vividly recalling a particularly moving confession scene. Joon Soo commented on her palpable excitement, to which she enthusiastically agreed, still high from both watching the film and meeting its creator. Seeing her joy, he suggested they get a drink to celebrate the perfect evening, and after a moment's thought, she agreed. As they walked, Manhwa announced that she had a specific drink in mind. She declared that she wanted to have sake, just like the characters had enjoyed in the movie they had just seen. The low rumble of the city night provided a constant, subtle hum in the background as they sat across from each other. Over their drinks, Nahue confessed that she had been genuinely surprised by the events of the evening. Joon Soo asked what had surprised her, remarking that he had never imagined seeing her display such shyness. She questioned if he had a problem with it, but he quickly clarified that it was actually a pleasant change to see that side of her. She then made him swear never to tell anyone, a promise he readily gave before suggesting they make a toast. After his first sip, Joon Soo was struck by the drink's pleasant, fruity aroma, prompting Nahue to tell him its name was Ana Neke Sake. He immediately asked if the name translated from Japanese to mean someone who makes women cry. Joon Soo expressed his surprise that she spoke Japanese, but Nahue explained she had been working in Japan for almost 5 years. He nodded in understanding, the fact clicking into place. It then occurred to him that with all her tours throughout Asia, her proficiency in foreign languages was completely logical. For a moment, he simply gazed at her, lost in a new appreciation for her talents. Nahue noticed his distant look and asked if something was bothering him, snapping him out of his reverie. She observed that while he seemed fine now, she could tell he had been distressed before they left Korea, leading him to admit it was about his new project. Gathering his thoughts, he hesitantly asked if he could ask her a question, to which she readily agreed. Joon Soo began to voice his own professional anxieties, asking her if she ever felt afraid of failing. He specified the fear that came with releasing a new album or tackling a brand new challenge. She answered without hesitation, confirming that of course, she got scared. Nahue acknowledged that this was a common fear in any profession but theorized that the pressure on celebrities was especially harsh. But she then revealed that, for her, this fear was a source of strength that motivated her to work even harder to prevent failure. Joon Soo argued that sometimes hard work wasn't enough, confessing his own indecision about which script to choose. He grappled internally with the knowledge from his regression, torn between choosing a guaranteed success and proving his own abilities on a riskier project. Sensing his turmoil, Nahue offered him a simple yet profound piece of advice: not to be afraid. She warned him that fear would trap him within self-imposed limits, making it impossible to ever achieve his true best, regardless of his efforts. Her wisdom struck him with the force of a revelation. He knew she was right. He considered that taking the easy route with a decent script would likely yield a satisfactory result with enough hard work. However, he realized that a merely satisfactory result would never become the best drama, which was not the legacy he wanted in this new life. Looking at her with newfound clarity, he offered her his sincere thanks. He then admitted that it seemed whenever he felt lost, she was always there to help him find his way. Her eyes widened slightly in surprise before she playfully retorted that in that case, he should be the one paying for the drinks. He happily agreed and proposed another toast, an idea she accepted with a casual shrug. Sometime later, the potent sake had clearly taken its toll on the evening. A more sober Joon Soo decided it was time to leave and urged a heavily intoxicated Nahue to get up. She stubbornly refused, shaking her head and slumping further into her seat. As he tried to coax her again, she began to mumble incoherently. He leaned closer, completely unable to understand her slurred words. Through a sudden hiccup, Nahue declared that she wanted to go home and demanded that Joon Soo give her a piggyback ride. Her impatient insistence made Joon Soo wonder if this behavior was her typical drinking habit. As she began whining that her legs hurt, he finally understood why she always avoided drinking in public. Despite the hassle, a wide grin spread across his face as he admitted to himself that she was incredibly cute like this. The moment felt so priceless he wanted to capture it on camera, even as she continued to rush him. He bargained with her, promising the piggyback ride she wanted right after she looked at his camera for just 1 second. The following morning, bright sunlight illuminated the grand, classical architecture of their hotel. The peaceful morning was abruptly shattered by a piercing scream from inside their suite. A trembling Nahue listened in horror as Joon Soo mockingly replayed a video, asking her to repeat what she had said. The recording captured her drunkenly boasting that she wasn't just pretending to be pretty but was born that way, causing a mortified Nahue to threaten his life. She began furiously pounding on the locked bathroom door, demanding he come out. When he finally emerged with a cheerful good morning, she ignored him and immediately demanded his phone. He casually handed the device over, which she promptly snatched from his hand. She angrily asked for the passcode, but he played dumb, claiming he couldn't remember it. Her patience snapped, and she threatened to throw his phone out the window, which finally prompted him to relent and agree to delete the video. Still not trusting him, she insisted on doing it herself and repeated her demand for the passcode. As she stepped toward him, he backed away onto the balcony, holding the phone over the edge as a warning. She froze mid-step, utterly bewildered by his dramatic gesture. In that brief moment of confusion, the phone slipped from his fingers and plunged toward the water below with a splash. They both stood in stunned silence, watching the ripples where the phone had disappeared. To break the tension, Joon Soo offered to buy her the new Apple phone that wasn't out in Korea yet, but her main concern was losing all of her contacts. He asked if she hadn't backed up her phone, and she silently decided against admitting she hadn't done so because she didn't know how. He cheekily framed it as a good opportunity to get rid of old contacts, earning a frustrated insult from Manhwa, to which he calmly replied he thought she already knew he was bad. For good measure, he added that he had always hated her old phone case anyway. He then offered her a spare case from a buy-one-get-one deal, which she eagerly accepted when he mentioned it was a popular waterproof case for couples. Her remark about couples left him momentarily baffled, but she dismissed it, telling him to meet her in the lobby in 2 hours as she was going to get a new phone too. Later, a close-up revealed a hand holding the smooth back of a brand-new purple smartphone. Manhwa secretly celebrated that they had ended up with matching phone colors, a detail that would later feature in news headlines about Joon Soo's return. Within a cluttered office, Joon Soo sat surrounded by towering stacks of papers and half-empty coffee cups, the evidence of a long and fruitless search. He let out an exhausted sigh, flipping over yet another page of a script he found uninspiring. He had been determined to find a stellar script early in the year to kick things off. So far, however, there was nothing decent, and his frustration mounted as an assistant brought in an even larger pile for his review. Joon Soo mused that while he saw plenty of dramas achieve massive success, he refused to take on derivative projects that simply copied popular trends. He held a firm conviction that he would not build his reputation by stealing the creative work of others. Lost in his thoughts and his work, he glanced at the clock and was startled to see just how late the hour had become. He decided he would read just one more manuscript before finally calling it a night. A particular title caught his eye, and he was further intrigued by the writer's name, Yolui Sin, wondering if she was a newcomer to the industry. With a spark of curiosity, he turned the first page to begin reading. His initial curiosity quickly turned into focused interest as he flipped through the pages at an increasing pace. He found himself unable to stop, rapidly turning page after page as he realized he had stumbled upon something truly special. In his expert opinion, the script was on par with productions that had achieved massive viewership ratings, and he even dared to think it was better. A baffling question formed in his mind: why had this masterpiece never been produced in his previous life? Without a moment's hesitation, he dialed a number and introduced himself as producer Joon Soo Kang from CN Entertainment, requesting to speak with writer Yolui Sin. Sometime later, he found himself standing before the impressive, modern facade of a large white building set against a clear blue sky. He took a deep breath and swallowed nervously before proceeding inside. Arriving at his destination, a firm knock from his hand echoed against the door. The door opened, revealing a young woman he presumed was the writer he had come to meet. A bright and cheerful greeting was exchanged as they saw each other for the first time. They formally introduced themselves to one another as Joon Soo Kang and Yolui Sin. A strange sense of déjà vu washed over Joon Soo, prompting him to ask Yolui if they had ever met before. She playfully denied it, joking that she just had a very common face, though he quickly tried to assure her that wasn't what he meant at all. With a light-hearted laugh, she brushed it off, clarifying that she was only joking with him. He couldn't help but notice her youthful appearance, silently wondering how someone who looked barely 20 could be dealing with such a severe illness, just as she confessed to being a huge fan of his work. She elaborated, telling him that she had seen every single one of his shows, a compliment for which he thanked her sincerely. He then gestured for her to have a seat, an offer she readily accepted. Joon Soo correctly guessed that his unannounced visit must have come as quite a surprise to her. She tried to deny it, but he playfully countered, insisting that it was impossible for her not to have been taken aback. A brief but comfortable silence settled between them as they gathered their thoughts. Yului steered the conversation to business, confirming his interest in her script, to which he affirmed, adding that the title alone had immediately grabbed his attention. Her face lit up with excitement as he continued, explaining that he had been completely captivated by the story from the very first page to the last. He passionately praised her main characters, describing them as ordinary people who were more special than anyone, and confessed that he usually never made work calls after hours. He then admitted that her script was so exceptional that he simply couldn't bear to wait until the next morning to contact her. Yului was visibly moved, expressing that receiving such high praise from a producer of his stature was an incredible honor. She then asked if he also worked on dramas in addition to variety shows, and he honestly replied that this would be his first time, quickly reassuring her that he had studied drama directing for a long time. She immediately told him that she wasn't worried in the slightest. In fact, she explained that she had always noticed drama-like directing qualities in his variety shows and had secretly hoped he would produce a drama one day. But then, her tone shifted as she revealed there was something important he needed to know about her health: she had acute myeloid leukemia. Yului went on to explain that despite a bone marrow transplant, there was no guarantee of a complete cure, and he was not the first producer to express interest. She revealed that her script had initially won the grand prize at the prestigious JBC drama contest. However, a devastating leukemia diagnosis right before the award ceremony had forced her to give up the prize. After her condition improved following the transplant, she had resolved to send her work out to various companies while still recovering in the hospital. She recalled receiving a call from another major station, PBC, just last month, but an official agreement was never signed. While she felt it was her own fault, she was still deeply hurt when they abruptly hung up the phone the moment she mentioned the name of her illness. Joon Soo expressed his sincere sympathy, agreeing that no one should be treated so disrespectfully, regardless of the production outcome. Yului acknowledged it as a harsh reality of the industry, which was precisely why she had insisted on meeting him in person to discuss everything. She wanted to be completely transparent, as she understood the limitations of her situation better than anyone. He gently asked if she knew when she might be fully recovered, and she answered honestly that she didn't know if a full recovery would ever be possible. Despite the grim reality, she offered him a heartfelt thank you for not only reading her script but also for taking the time to come and see her personally. Joon Soo silently weighed the considerable risks, knowing that the stress of production, malicious comments, and ratings could worsen her condition and potentially halt the entire drama. Yet, as he considered everything, he concluded that her manuscript was a masterpiece well worth taking a chance on. Moreover, he was deeply moved by her incredible willpower to continue pursuing her dream even from a hospital bed. In that moment, he became resolute. This was exactly the kind of writer he wanted to challenge himself with. He informed her that he would have to speak with the broadcasting station about the project, which she readily accepted. She kindly told him there was no need to rush and that he should take all the time he needed. Joon Soo, however, firmly disagreed with her suggestion. He looked at her with determination and promised to give her an answer as soon as he possibly could. The scene opened on the modern, imposing exterior of the NS broadcasting station. Inside, a colleague enthusiastically supported Joon Soo's decision to move forward with the script. She did, however, express her concern over the writer's health, warning him that the company might not provide adequate support. Joon Soo quietly affirmed that he was already aware of the potential institutional hurdles. He stated his resolve to personally handle the drama's arrangement and formally requested a meeting with the head of the drama department. It was known that general programming channels operated differently from terrestrial broadcasters, which typically had a three-tiered management structure. These newer channels utilized a more streamlined two-tier system, consisting of just the director and the producer. Joon Soo understood that this meant the decision would come down to one single person. He let out a slow, steadying breath, steeling himself for the pivotal meeting ahead. After he knocked, a voice from the other side of the door invited him to come in. The heavy office door creaked open as Joon Soo made his way inside. He entered with a deep, respectful bow, offering a formal greeting to his superior. Joon Soo glanced at the man sitting before him, knowing the entire drama's programming was solely in his hands. Munseok Choi, the head of the CBN drama department, greeted Joon Soo by name and casually offered him a seat. Joon Soo presented a small gift, which Munseok initially dismissed with a laugh, noting they were all part of the same parent company. Joon Soo politely insisted, explaining that it was a modest token, as he felt something like red ginseng would seem too much like a bribe. Munseok transitioned to the purpose of the meeting, mentioning that had heard from Yoon about a good script Joon Soo had found. Joon Soo confirmed it was one of the finest he had seen in weeks, which led Munseok to ask about its premise. Upon hearing the title, even if you are not the main character of the day, Munseok admitted he liked it, a rare moment of unguarded praise. His professional reputation was built on being bluntly honest, a trait that often led him to cross the line with his words. When it came to work, however, he was lauded for his professionalism and his ability to make sound, rational decisions. He set the manuscript down on his desk with a thoughtful hum, preparing to give it his full attention. After a brief review, he deemed it pretty good and asked about the writer, Yolui Sin, whom Joon Soo confirmed was a rookie debuting with her first work. Learning she was only 20, Munseok was impressed by her evident talent for someone so young. Nevertheless, he confessed his nervousness about collaborating with an inexperienced writer, a sentiment Joon Soo shared, acknowledging their tendency to falter in a story's second half. Just as Munseok urged him to decide carefully, Joon Soo cut in, stating there was one more critical piece of information he had to share. He began by stressing the need for complete honesty, revealing that the writer's situation was far more complicated than simple inexperience. He then delivered the difficult news: the writer was a leukemia patient, framing the disclosure as a matter of fundamental trust. Munseok questioned his use of the past tense, so Joon Soo clarified that she was currently recovering from a recent bone marrow transplant. When asked if she was fully cured, Joon Soo had to admit she was not, adding that the entire manuscript had been penned from her hospital room. A sharp, disbelieving sigh escaped Munseok's lips. He fell into a pensive silence, the weight of the revelation sinking in. Breaking the quiet, Munseok told Joon Soo it was time for them to be realistic. He reminded him of a recent drama by a veteran writer that had been cancelled due to poor audience reception, questioning how a rookie could possibly survive such pressure. He then posed a grim hypothetical, asking if Joon Soo planned to find a replacement writer as if it were a simple casting change on a variety show should something happen to her. Joon Soo firmly stated that he had already weighed all these risks before coming to him. A frustrated Munseok demanded to know why he had brought him the project at all, and Joon Soo answered that it was because of how deeply the script had captivated him. He passionately argued that sometimes a single powerful reason can outweigh 100 risks, declaring he could not give up on this story. Munseok's eyes widened in surprise, clearly taken aback by the producer's unwavering conviction. He looked away for a moment and let out a long, weary sigh. The room grew quiet as he contemplated the producer's passionate plea. His gaze drifted back to the manuscript, its hopeful title a stark contrast to the grim reality of the situation. Finally, Munseok gave his answer, refusing the project because the risk was too great, which prompted a desperate protest from Joon Soo. He tapped the desk firmly, citing his 25 years of experience and the many similar cases he had seen end in cancellation. He then put the ultimate question to Joon Soo, asking if he was truly prepared to take full responsibility when the project inevitably failed. The weight of the question left Joon Soo momentarily speechless. As he began to reaffirm his commitment, Munseok sharply cut him off, advising him to stick to producing variety shows. A dismissive sound, somewhere between a cough and a choke, escaped Munseok's throat. He then issued a cold ultimatum: he would greenlight the arrangement, but only on the condition that Joon Soo would receive absolutely no support from the company. With that, the meeting was over, and he told Joon Soo he could leave. As the door began to open, Munseok scoffed under his breath, wondering what a variety show producer knew about drama production. The door clicked shut, finalizing the department head's harsh decision. Later, Joon Soo sat dejected and alone at an empty outdoor table, contemplating his next move. On a call, his colleague offered her condolences, though she admitted she could understand the director's harsh stance. She noted that without the station's backing, finding investors would be a monumental challenge. Joon Soo mulled over the budget, recognizing that the 30 million won per episode sufficient for a variety show was nowhere near enough for a full-scale drama. That amount of money wouldn't even cover the cost of casting known actors, making a proper 16-episode series an impossibility. He knew he needed a minimum of 500 million won per episode to avoid being forced to use only new actors and cheap filming locations. Without official backing, he concluded that finding investors for such a compromised project was likely a lost cause. But as he stared into the distance, he realized that was only the case if he followed the usual path. His gaze drifted to a nearby bulletin board covered in a collage of advertisements for various businesses and services. As an idea began to form, his colleague on the phone noticed the shift in his tone and asked if he had just thought of something. A renewed sense of determination filled him as he excitedly declared that there was another way. A surprise live stream titled Special Funding Announcement suddenly appeared on the Team Joon Soo Kong Tube channel. Viewers immediately flooded the chat, expressing shock and confusion that Joon Soo himself was making a personal announcement. The chat buzzed with speculation about a new variety show, while many fans simply voiced their unwavering support for the producer. Joon Soo appeared on screen and formally greeted his audience, prompting a wave of compliments in the chat about his handsome appearance. He explained that this was a first for him, as he was there to personally announce his venture into producing a drama. He humbly attributed the opportunity to his loyal viewers, thanking them for enjoying his previous shows so passionately. He continued by stating that their love and support were the sole reason he had come so far, which was why he needed to deliver this news himself. He then made his pivotal request, asking for their help to make the production of this new drama a reality. The idea of producing a show together was met with a surge of excitement and positivity from the fans in the live chat. Joon Soo revealed his plan, born from a meeting with the writers, to launch a crowdfunding campaign for the drama's production. He then announced the ambitious total funding goal, a staggering 1 billion won. Elsewhere, his colleagues reacted with disbelief upon hearing the immense sum. One team member acknowledged the high cost of drama production but stressed that the goal was exceptionally large compared to typical crowdfunding. She noted that film crowdfunding was usually for promotion, not production, and rarely aimed for more than 200 million won. Another colleague chimed in, highlighting that no funding project in their entire company division had ever surpassed the 1 billion won mark. A supporter argued that the impact of success would be massive, though the others remained skeptical about the feasibility of the plan. In a flashback, Joon Soo had reasoned that since the company had no financial risk, they would surely approve his proposal to capture public attention. He had finished his pitch with a resolute promise that he would absolutely make it work. Back on the live stream, Joon Soo offered a safety net, a 10% return on investment even if the project failed, which immediately intrigued the viewers. He added further incentives, such as behind-the-scenes footage and merchandise, though some in the audience were still unconvinced. As a few viewers expressed their skepticism, Joon Soo prepared to reveal his final, most important perk. He announced the ultimate reward for investors, an exclusive online ticket to watch the public casting auditions live. The chat instantly erupted as fans grew ecstatic at the prospect of watching scores of beautiful actresses try out for the roles. Joon Soo clarified that unlike edited audition shows, this experience would be completely unfiltered and broadcast in real time. He concluded his presentation by reiterating his sincere desire to create this drama alongside his viewers and thanked them for their time. In the aftermath, news articles spread quickly across the internet, detailing producer Joon Soo Kang's bold crowdfunding campaign and its lofty goal. A close-up showed a famous actress viewing one of these articles on her phone. With a confident motion, her finger pressed the Donate Now button on the funding page. The site updated, announcing a 50 million won donation from actress Manhwa, who posted a public message wishing Joon Soo the best. Privately, however, Manhwa tapped her screen with a hint of irritation, wondering why Joon Soo hadn't contacted her directly first. A colleague then burst in on Joon Soo, excitedly shouting that Manhwa's enormous contribution had pushed them over the 100 million won milestone. His teammates celebrated the incredible pace of raising so much in only 3 days, a development Joon Soo confirmed he had just seen. They discussed how the momentum was accelerating, largely thanks to the promotional boost from Manhwa's celebrity endorsement. For a moment, it seemed that the wildly ambitious project might actually succeed against all odds. But that initial burst of hope had since faded, as Joon Soo, in the present, somberly asked for the current total. His colleague reported the grim news that they were stalled at 690 million won on the very last day of the campaign. She theorized that the recent scandal at JK Entertainment, where actors exposed their CEO, had drawn all the public's attention. Joon Soo recognized the event from his past life, realizing his regression had caused it to happen much faster, and his visible distress was noticed by the woman he was meeting. Snapping back to the present, he apologized for the delay, but his guest graciously dismissed his concerns. She then surprised him by revealing that she would soon be working there with him. Joon Soo formally introduced himself, and in return, she identified herself as Ina Hwang. He immediately recognized the name, recalling from his past life that Ina Hwang was a director of considerable fame. Joon Soo also remembered her unique talent for reading the intent of creators and how she had built her entire career on pure skill. Just then, his colleague excused herself to get back to work, and he asked her to update him if anything changed with the fund. He then turned back to Ina, thanking her for coming and acknowledging that her decision to join his troubled project couldn't have been simple. Ina, however, assured him that the pleasure was all hers and she was eager to work with him. Joon Soo admitted his surprise at how quickly she had accepted the job offer, causing her to pause thoughtfully. She then asked if she could speak honestly, and Joon Soo encouraged it, stating that transparency was a core value of his team. With a laugh, Ina confessed that the generous salary was the primary reason she accepted, a point Joon Soo completely understood. His thoughts drifted to his previous life, recalling the tragic accident that claimed her sister and brother-in-law, leading Ina to adopt their daughter. While keeping his thoughts private, his respect for her deepened, and he warmly asked if she was excited for her first day. Later, the scene shifted to the exterior of a large, modern building where Joon Soo was meeting with the drama's writer. Inside, Joon Soo frankly admitted to the writer that their production was currently facing a very difficult situation. The writer listened intently, his expression turning serious as he processed the bad news. He looked down for a moment, his face etched with concern as he contemplated the project's precarious state. In an effort to shift the mood, Joon Soo suggested they move forward by discussing the casting for the roles. The writer's demeanor instantly changed as he excitedly agreed, noting he already had an actor in mind, a tactic Joon Soo knew worked wonders. The writer's enthusiasm faltered, however, as he remembered their budget and asked if they could even afford a top-tier celebrity. Joon Soo began to answer but trailed off, struggling to find a response. His phone rang unexpectedly, and he quickly excused himself to answer the call. On the line, his colleague delivered a short, cryptic message: they had finally gotten it. A confused Joon Soo asked her to clarify what she meant. As his colleague explained the situation, his eyes widened with shock and utter disbelief. He stammered into the phone, barely comprehending the impossible news that they had reached the 1 billion won goal. As the reality of their success sank in, the name Yului crossed his mind. With a renewed surge of confidence, Joon Soo turned back to the writer and boldly declared they could now choose their cast from A-list celebrities. The afternoon sun streamed through the large windows of a modern cafe, casting a warm glow over the interior and its scenic balcony view. Joon Soo's colleague leaned forward, confirming his unspoken question about the final sponsor who had pushed them over their goal. With a triumphant beam, she affirmed that it was indeed the person he suspected. The writer, Yului, nearly choked on his drink, feigning a casual lack of surprise at the revelation. Joon Soo's colleague elaborated that Princess Alicia had funded the project with her personal finances, a detail that made Yului pause in astonishment. He stared in disbelief, asking if she was truly a princess. The colleague nonchalantly wondered if she had forgotten to mention that rather important fact. She then revealed that the reigning king of Morocco was Alicia's maternal uncle, a connection that left Yului utterly speechless. She laughed off his shock, explaining that Alicia's royal status wasn't a major issue due to her low place in the line of succession and the king's absolute authority. Yului, however, worried aloud that he wouldn't know how to act naturally around royalty the next time they met. Sensing the conversation had strayed, Joon Soo smoothly redirected them back to business, an offer Yului readily accepted. The project's recent success had ignited a media firestorm, with news outlets celebrating the 1 billion won crowdfunding achievement and the massive 2 billion won investment from JQ Culture. Online forums buzzed with excitement as fans summarized the news, speculating that the total investment could reach 10 billion won and eagerly debating who would be cast. Joon Soo's colleague reported that the drama's title was already resonating with the public, fueling intense curiosity about the main characters. She continued, explaining that their phones were ringing off the hook with calls from advertisers, crediting the JQ Culture investment for the surge in interest. Because JQ Culture was one of the hottest companies, their involvement had created a bandwagon effect, and she handed Joon Soo a report detailing the new offers. Joon Soo instructed her to hold off on accepting any deals for now, telling her to simply organize the proposals as they came in. He revealed his strategy was to play hard to get, leveraging the fact that securing the initial investment from JQ Culture had been a difficult negotiation. The colleague then detailed the lucrative terms of their current deal, which included embedded marketing, broadcasting rights in Morocco and Europe, and an original soundtrack produced by HY Entertainment. After outlining the details, she informed Joon Soo that she had one final suggestion to present. She specified that the request came directly from Princess Alicia, causing Joon Soo's expression to tighten as he braced for the inevitable condition. The offer was an additional 1.6 billion won in funding if they cast the actor Jackson Kim in the lead role, a predictable move that Joon Soo silently acknowledged. He internally weighed the offer. While the money was substantial, he knew Jackson still lacked significant acting experience. His professional judgment told him that even though Jackson wasn't a terrible actor, the specific role just wouldn't be a good fit for him. Beyond the casting mismatch, Joon Soo felt a line had to be drawn, knowing he couldn't allow investors to dictate creative choices. Firm in his resolve to protect his authority as the producer, he politely declined the offer, stating that he already had another actor in mind. The colleague's expression fell slightly, showing a hint of disappointment at his refusal. She voiced her concern that Alicia would be upset, but Joon Soo confidently reassured her, stating the princess was not the stubborn type. He added that he genuinely agreed with her assessment, believing another actor would ultimately lead to a more successful drama. With a relieved smile, his colleague thanked him, admitting it was the obvious and correct decision. With the delicate matter settled, they decided to set business aside and finally enjoy their dinner. Later, at the office, Ina presented Yului with a long list of companies hoping to place their products in the drama. Overwhelmed by the sheer volume, Yului asked if he had to include them all, but Ina clarified that only the items marked in red were confirmed, giving him creative freedom with the rest. The writer found this arrangement perfectly acceptable and nodded in agreement. Ina then informed him that the scripts for the first 2 episodes were already circulating among agencies for the open supporting role auditions. She gently asked if he thought he would be able to join them for the audition process. Yului politely declined to attend in person, explaining he would watch remotely but promised to be on site for the official script reading, prompting Ina to advise him against overexerting himself. He cheerfully waved off her concern, insisting he would be perfectly fine. At that moment, Joon Soo clapped his hands, shifting the focus of their meeting to its most crucial agenda item. He announced that it was time to discuss the casting for the main actors and actresses. Yului's eyes lit up as he explained that from the very beginning, he had written the characters with specific performers' images in his mind. He laid out the character structure, which consisted of 3 main roles: the male protagonist, the main heroine, and a sub-heroine. Joon Soo elaborated on Yuliu's casting wishlist, stating that he wanted the actress Sia for the main heroine and Nahue for the sub-heroine. However, Joon Soo immediately pointed out a scheduling conflict, explaining that Sia's upcoming movie promotions would make her availability far too tight. He then considered Nahue for the sub-heroine role, acknowledging it would be a perfect fit but predicting she would refuse the part. Joon Soo continued his analysis, highlighting the vast industry gap between being cast as a main versus a sub-female protagonist. He reasoned that since Nahue had exclusively played leading roles in her recent projects, her proud personality would likely prevent her from accepting what she'd perceive as a lesser part. Shifting the conversation, Joon Soo turned to the male lead, confirming with Yului that his top choice was Seongyun Park. Joon Soo began to detail the actor's impressive resume, noting that Seongyun Park was at the absolute peak of his career following the massive success of his drama the previous year. He explained how that drama's export to China, Japan, and Southeast Asia had transformed the actor into a major Hallyu star with immense international appeal. Joon Soo concluded that while the cost would be astronomical, casting him would be a worthwhile investment that guaranteed acting talent, immense popularity, and a secure overseas market. Yului listened intently before voicing the group's biggest concern, whether they could truly afford a star of his magnitude. Joon Soo declared with unwavering certainty that if their goal was ultimate success, then they had to make it happen. Across town, an agent's head snapped up in surprise upon hearing the name Seongyun Park mentioned in connection with the project. Back at the meeting, Joon Soo confirmed that they had a meeting scheduled in 3 days and formally invited Yului to accompany him. Yului enthusiastically agreed, adding a helpful piece of information: he was already acquainted with Seongyun's CEO, who would undoubtedly be at the meeting. While Joon Soo was pleased by this connection, his expression grew serious as he warned that there was a known problem with CEO Jung-sik Lee. He leaned in closer to Yului, lowering his voice to share a critical, confidential detail about the CEO's notorious business practices. Yului let out a frustrated grunt upon hearing the secret, realizing this meeting would require a great deal more preparation than he had anticipated. Elsewhere, in an agency office, a different conversation about casting was unfolding. An actress asked her agent if the scripts laid out before her were the only ones available, to which the agent confirmed she had only selected those specifically intended for her. The actress, Nahue, sighed with disappointment, clarifying that the particular project she was looking for wasn't among them. Her agent then suggestively cleared their throat, mentioning the recent industry buzz surrounding a new drama produced by Joon Soo. Nahue's interest was piqued as she identified the drama by its working title and immediately asked if her agent had a copy of the script. The agent enthusiastically confirmed they did and was about to ask if she was interested when they were interrupted by a colleague's greeting. This colleague observed that the drama must truly be famous if even Nahue was curious about it. The colleague elaborated that the CEO had instructed them to prepare their actors, as auditions were being held for the project. Nahue's agent reacted with surprise, learning that the agency's PR team had been incredibly busy because of it. They mused aloud that the competition for any role in the drama was bound to be intense. This led to the question of how the lead roles would be cast if the supporting characters were being filled through open auditions. The colleague shared a rumor that an A-list actor was already in talks for the male lead, speculating that the production would likely choose a less famous actress to balance the budget. They then specifically named the actress Sia as a probable candidate for the female lead. After a moment of thought, Nahue asked her agent if she could pose a serious question, receiving a nod of encouragement. She then boldly put herself forward, asking what they thought of her taking on the lead role. Her proposal was met with a moment of stunned silence. Her agent finally spoke, questioning why she would want to take on such a risky project. They listed the considerable risks, from the rookie writer to Joon Soo's inexperience as a drama producer, and pointed out that many in the industry doubted its chances of success. Nahue, however, defiantly brushed off these concerns. She argued that despite the risks, there was always a chance it could be a massive success. Her expression hardened with a mix of frustration and resolve. Her agent reluctantly conceded her point as Manhwa turned to leave, grabbing the script and thanking them for it. The confused colleague asked what was wrong, and the agent explained that Manhwa was particularly sensitive to being underestimated. The agent expressed confidence that she would quickly move past the slight and likely forget all about it. Meanwhile, across town, Joon Soo and Yului arrived for their pivotal meeting in a beautifully decorated waiting room. Yului warmly greeted the CEO, who he already knew, and the two exchanged pleasantries about how long it had been. Joon Soo then stepped forward and formally introduced himself. The other men in the room, Dong-chan Park and Jin Hun-ho, introduced themselves in turn. Finally, the man they were all there to see, the esteemed actor Seongyun Park, stated his name. Joon Soo took a mental note that the agency had sent all their top executives for this single meeting. He recognized Seongyun's personal manager, the team leader, and the agency's CEO, realizing the gravity of the situation. Seongyun began the discussion by praising the script's clever use of the main character's occupation to build empathy and its realistic progression that drew the reader in. He called the writer a genius for achieving such a feat but admitted that one particular thing gave him pause. The actor voiced his concern over the rumors about the writer's poor health, worried that the script's quality might decline midway through the series. Nevertheless, he concluded that the writing was so exceptional that if the author could maintain the quality, he would be honored to be a part of the project. Yului mentally pumped his fist, thrilled by the overwhelmingly positive feedback. Joon Soo quickly reassured him, revealing that the script for episode 10 had just been completed and that the story only got better as it progressed. Hearing this, Seongyun's face broke into a smile, his primary concern completely alleviated. With his only reservation addressed, the star actor officially declared his commitment to the role. Joon Soo observed that their own team was well supported, with team leader Yoon-young having joined them for the meeting. Yoon-young expressed her own admiration for the script and congratulated Joon Soo on his amazing work. Joon Soo humbly redirected the praise to the writer, but Yoon-young insisted that he deserved credit for discovering such a rare talent. Seongyun's CEO then offered his own analysis, noting that while Korean society had become more open, it still grappled with many social conflicts. He commended the script for its masterful and smooth handling of these complex societal problems. Yului chimed in, agreeing that this was a major strength and contrasted it with typical dramas whose constant high and low points often exhausted viewers. He elaborated that this dramatic structure often caused shows to devolve into sensational, nonsensical stories. Yului explained that while such tactics were used to heighten interest, they were emotionally draining, which was what made this particular script so refreshing. The CEO concurred, praising the lack of forced plot developments, while Yului added that the calm narrative pace still managed to create a deeply immersive experience. The three men stood in a moment of shared understanding and excitement for the project's potential. The CEO then shifted gears, announcing it was time to talk business and suggested Seongyun step out for a coffee break, which the actor readily agreed to. Joon Soo knew that these meetings were typically split into two distinct phases. The first part involved the actor to discuss the creative aspects, while the second was a closed-door session for financial negotiations. He understood that by continuing the meeting without a break, the agency was sending a clear signal. Their intention was to close the deal right then and there, as quickly as possible. A wave of tension filled the room as Joon Soo prepared himself for the real battle to begin. Joon Soo opened the negotiations by acknowledging Seongyun's last reported salary of 100 million won per episode and his significant increase in popularity since then. He then prepared to present their official offer. With confidence, Joon Soo laid out the terms, a 25% increase to 125 million won per episode, amounting to a 2 billion won total for the 16-episode series. The CEO, however, flatly rejected the proposal, stating that his team was not satisfied with the figure, stunning everyone from Joon Soo's side. A heavy, tense silence descended upon the meeting room following the blunt refusal. Joon Soo and Yului exchanged an intense, focused look as they tried to process the unexpected turn of events. Just then, the CEO broke the silence, suggesting there was another way to structure the deal. He slid a document across the table, offering to accept the previous rate of 100 million won per episode. His counter-proposal, however, came with a crucial condition, prompting Joon Soo to wonder what other element they could possibly want. The CEO gave a sharp nod, confirming Joon Soo's unspoken fear. He then revealed his true demand: they wanted a dual contract for the project. The shocking request sent an electric jolt through Joon Soo, instantly signaling a massive and unforeseen complication. Joon Soo immediately recognized the CEO's proposal for what it was: a dual contract, a blatant and illegal scheme designed for tax evasion. He had always known the actor's agency was driven by greed, but he never fathomed they would stoop to such criminal lengths. Despite their desperate need for Seongyun in the lead role, Joon Soo resolved that breaking the law was a line they would not cross. He looked the CEO in the eye and firmly stated that they could not accept such an arrangement. Yului immediately backed him up, explaining that the production's crowd-funded nature meant all costs would be disclosed to the public. He astutely added that such a scandal would tarnish the reputations of everyone involved, a point that Joon Soo silently applauded. Joon Soo felt a surge of confidence, knowing their reasoning was irrefutable and that the agency had no choice but to concede. The CEO, however, merely feigned ignorance, claiming they had completely forgotten about the project's public funding. Yului offered a polite dismissal of their supposed oversight, but the CEO smoothly used the rejection to pivot the negotiation. He declared that if a dual contract was off the table, they would instead have to request a much higher official guarantee. A wary Yului asked just how much more money they were talking about. As the tension reset, a chilling sense of familiarity washed over Joon Soo, who realized this exact scenario had happened before his regression. He vividly recalled how Manhwa Entertainment had first requested a dual contract in his past life, and upon being denied, had immediately demanded a significantly inflated fee. Joon Soo knew that production companies almost always refused such risky arrangements, giving them no reason to entertain the illegal offer. The pieces clicked into place. It became clear that the agency never had any intention of actually signing a dual contract. A knowing smirk grew on Joon Soo's face as he understood their entire gambit was based on proposing an offer they knew would be declined. The agency's tactic was to plant the idea that Seongyun's reported salary of 100 million won was only part of his previous earnings. This forced Joon Soo's team to consider the unproven possibility that Seongyun had secretly received more money through off-the-books accounts. Even though it was impossible to verify such claims, the mere suggestion was a powerful tool to artificially inflate the actor's market value. Joon Soo watched their predictable play unfold just as the CEO leaned forward to state his new, exorbitant demand. The CEO then confidently asked for a staggering 200 million won per episode. Joon Soo's suspicions were confirmed. The agency was using a completely fabricated history of dual contracts to justify their outrageous asking price. He quickly calculated the total to be a massive 3.2 billion won, a fee that eclipsed what even the most famous A-list celebrities were paid. Joon Soo centered himself, focusing on maintaining a calm exterior, grateful that his past lives' memories had armed him against their deceit. He caught Yului shooting him an anxious, questioning look from across the table. Joon Soo instantly recognized it as a nonverbal signal to pause the talks and hold a private strategy meeting. He understood his colleague's alarm at the high figure but knew that leaving the room now would be a sign of weakness. Ceding the momentum to them would be a critical mistake, and Joon Soo refused to let that happen. Instead of retreating, he decided to push forward, countering their offer with a firm 150 million won per episode. The CEO immediately noted that the new amount was considerably lower than what they had just requested. Joon Soo acknowledged this but calmly insisted that it was the absolute highest figure their budget could accommodate. He explained that any further increase to the actor's fee would force cuts elsewhere, ultimately damaging the quality of the drama. This new approach was a complete deviation from the plan he had originally discussed with Yului. Yet, he noticed Yului's lack of interference, taking it as a sign of complete trust in his ability to handle the negotiation. Joon Soo held his ground, repeating that 150 million won was their final and best offer. The CEO paused to calculate the new total, confirming it would amount to 2.4 billion won for the full 16-episode series. After a tense moment, the CEO presented a final counteroffer. They would accept 2.5 billion won, paid as a lump sum upfront, with the added condition of casting their actor, Jong-hwan Choi, in a key supporting role. Joon Soo realized they had studied the script carefully, as the role they requested was one of the most significant supporting characters. He agreed to their terms but added a crucial stipulation: the actor would still be required to audition and could be replaced if his skills were not up to par. The CEO accepted the condition immediately, replying with a simple nod of understanding. He assured Joon Soo that they were well aware of the standards required for such a project. With the terms finally agreed upon, the deal was struck, and both sides expressed their eagerness to begin working together. Later, as they exited the towering NS Entertainment building, the events of the meeting finally began to settle. Yului turned to Joon Soo, completely baffled by the whirlwind negotiation he had just witnessed. He pointed out that the strategy Joon Soo employed was nothing like what they had prepared for before the meeting. Joon Soo explained that he saw through their tricks from the very beginning, recognizing the whole thing as an elaborate bluff. He broke it down for Yului, revealing that the initial proposal of a dual contract had been nothing but a strategic misdirection. Their true goal, he continued, was simply to create a flimsy justification for demanding an outrageously high salary. The elevator doors slid shut, sealing them in a private space as the full truth was revealed. Yului's expression shifted to one of pure astonishment as he grasped the depth of the agency's cynical ploy. He asked how Joon Soo knew, recalling a past conversation with an actor from that same agency who had drunkenly hinted at such unethical tactics. Joon Soo gave a plausible but false reason for his insight, hiding the fact that his knowledge actually came from experiencing this exact event in his previous life. The realization then dawned on Yului that their team had originally been prepared to offer up to 200 million won per episode anyway. Joon Soo smiled, confirming that while Namu Entertainment thought they had squeezed every last penny out of them, his team had actually secured their star actor for a massive discount. A quiet, satisfied laugh was shared between them as they savored their cleverly won victory. Yului voiced his concern about paying the 2.5 billion won in a single lump sum, but Joon Soo waved it off, reminding him of meetings had scheduled with major investors. Relief washed over Yului's face as he instantly remembered the powerful international backers Joon Soo had already lined up. Joon Soo specified that both Japan's Hochi TV and China's iChao platform would be eager to invest heavily once they learned Seongyun was confirmed for the lead. He emphasized that as a major Hallyu star in both countries, Seongyun's name alone was enough to guarantee significant foreign investment. With the male lead secured, Yului confirmed there was only one major casting meeting left, to which Joon Soo confidently promised another successful outcome. Joon Soo felt a deep certainty that his upcoming meeting to cast the actress Sia would go just as smoothly, completing their perfect lineup. A white van navigated the bustling, multi-lane city streets. Inside, a young actress named Nahue called out to her manager, whom she affectionately addressed as Appa. She then announced with firm conviction that she wanted to audition for a particular role. Her declaration was met with the screech of tires as the van lurched to a sudden stop. Her manager exploded in confusion, questioning why she would suddenly do that when they could just approach the production team directly for the part. Another person in the van chimed in, agreeing that securing the role for her would be a simple matter. Realizing her determination, the manager surmised that she must have really loved the script, admitting that its emotional depth and characterization were quite good. He then asked to confirm if she had actually read the script herself. She admitted to only reading the synopsis and the first episode, which he thought wouldn't suit her, but she insisted she would be perfect for the part. Her manager incorrectly guessed that she was interested in the subheroine role of Haeongyu. Nahue swiftly corrected him, clarifying that she was aiming for the main character. She described the character, Seon-im, as a woman who was strong on the outside but soft-hearted within, insisting it was a perfect reflection of her own personality. Her manager couldn't help but let out a disbelieving snort, prompting Nahue to ask if he was laughing at her. He jokingly replied that she wasn't just strong on the outside but was simply strong all around, followed by a hearty laugh. Growing irritated, she demanded to know what he meant, admonishing him for treating her so disrespectfully despite their 8-year age difference. She warned him that his words were hurtful and threatened to tattle to his wife every time he received a bonus. He dismissed her threat with a scoff, confident that she didn't have his wife's phone number. A look of panic froze on his face as she began to recite the number from memory. She casually reminded him that they had exchanged numbers back when she sang at his wedding. Leaning in with a triumphant smirk, she asked if she should make the call right then and there. The manager was left in a state of stunned, defeated silence. Instantly changing his tune, he enthusiastically promised to secure the leading role for her in any drama she wanted, begging her not to call his wife. He continued to plead with her, desperate for her to hear him out and agree to his new terms. The scene then transitioned to an elegant building with a distinctive tiled roof, where another meeting was underway. Inside, Joon Soo commented on actress Sia's new look, asking if she had recently dyed her hair. She smiled brightly, confirming she had, and eagerly asked if he liked it. He told her it looked good, which prompted her to playfully tease him, asking if he was sure it wasn't just his personal bias talking. He assured her he was certain of his opinion, causing her to sigh that he was no fun. Joon Soo then steered the conversation toward her work, noting it had probably been a while since she had any free time. She agreed, explaining that she had only finished filming 4 days ago and needed 2 days to recover, to which he praised her hard work and expressed his confidence in her movie's success. Sia, however, was less optimistic, mentioning the low success rate of overseas joint film productions. Joon Soo confidently insisted that he believed it would be a huge hit, which clearly surprised her. He doubled down on his claim, personally guaranteeing the film's success. Intrigued, she asked him how he could possibly be so confident about it. He challenged her to a small 10,000 won bet that her movie would attract over 10 million viewers. She found the monetary bet uninteresting and proposed a wager with higher stakes. If the movie passed 10 million viewers, she would grant his wish. The condition was that if it failed, he would have to be the one to grant hers. Their friendly bet was interrupted by a waiter who tapped the table gently as he set down their order of cream spaghetti and a Hawaiian Supreme pizza. They both admired the presentation of the food, with one of them remarking that it was a well-known restaurant frequented by celebrities. But a moment later, Joon Soo paused, his eyes fixed on the pizza with a look of concern. He pointed with an accusatory finger, questioning the presence of pineapple on their pizza. Sia casually defended the topping, arguing that fruit should be eaten cold, and teasingly called him an old man for his picky taste. Hearing her controversial food opinion, Joon Soo began to suspect her favorite ice cream flavor might be equally contentious. Just then, as if summoned by his thought, a waiter delivered a cup of mint chocolate ice cream to their table. Joon Soo expressed his disgust, comparing the flavor to toothpaste, but Sia simply replied that he was missing out. Shifting gears, Sia looked at Joon Soo expectantly and asked if he had something important to tell her. When he played coy, she called him out, noting that he was always incredibly easy to read. He let out a small laugh before asking if she had heard about his new project. Sia confirmed she knew about his upcoming drama, adding that she had read the script and found it to be very good. Visibly pleased by her praise, Joon Soo prepared to make his formal proposal. He officially offered her the role of the main heroine, Im. Sia paused, taken aback, and asked if he was genuinely casting her on the spot. He affirmed that he was offering her the lead role, and she beamed, expressing how happy she was to hear the offer come directly from him. Her expression then shifted to one of regret as she apologized, explaining that she couldn't accept the part. A confused Joon Soo immediately asked her to explain why she was turning it down. Sia revealed that she had already accepted her next project while filming her movie, and shooting was scheduled to begin in only 2 months. The news hit Joon Soo with a sudden realization. He had completely forgotten that in this life, she was already a popular star, unlike in his past where her fame had come much later. Masking his internal shock, he expressed his disappointment and suggested they might work together on a future project instead. Sia impulsively offered to terminate her other contract and pay the penalty just to work with him, an idea which he immediately and firmly shot down. As they prepared to leave, Joon Soo offered Sia a ride home and asked about her new place, which she told him was near Gumhodong. He responded with a polite compliment, remarking that it was a nice neighborhood. Sia then invited him to her housewarming party, asking about his availability and listing the other guests who would be there. She mentioned that all the members of her old group, Blind Mission, along with their friend Chai and other close acquaintances, would be in attendance. She then added that she had one more question for him regarding his schedule. Leaning closer with a playful smile, she bluntly asked him when he was free to marry her. Joon Soo's immediate and unflinching answer was a resounding never. For a brief moment, the two friends stared intently into each other's eyes, the air thick with unspoken history. The intense moment was suddenly broken as they both dissolved into genuine, shared laughter. Alone in his office, Joon Soo stared up at the stark reality of the ceiling lights above. He let out a long, weary sigh, the weight of his recent setbacks settling in the quiet room. His thoughts spiraled around the need to find a new female lead, now that his first choice was unavailable. But then, he reframed the situation, realizing he could cast a major Hallyu star famous in China and secure an even larger production budget. His mind immediately began shuffling through a mental list of A-list actresses who held significant sway in the Chinese market. The quiet creak of his office chair broke his concentration, making him wonder if perhaps it was better not to rush such a critical decision. Just then, a sudden vibration from his phone cut through the silence. He answered professionally, announcing himself as Joon Soo Kang. The caller introduced himself as Hyang Teek Choi from WG Entertainment, reminding Joon Soo that he was Naoi's manager. After Joon Soo confirmed he remembered him, the manager immediately brought up the new drama project he was heading. The manager then dropped a bombshell: the famous actress Spring Nahue had read the script and was incredibly eager to be a part of it, leaving Joon Soo completely stunned. Internally, Joon Soo reeled, realizing he had considered Nahue even harder to cast than Sia, yet they were already planning to offer her the lead role anyway. The manager cheerfully remarked on the perfect timing, suggesting some things were simply meant to be, a sentiment Joon Soo couldn't help but agree with. When the manager suggested they meet in person to discuss details, Joon Soo impulsively decided to bypass him and call the actress directly. Taken aback by this direct approach, the manager questioned him, prompting Joon Soo to quickly explain that he had previously contacted her for filming purposes. A wave of relief washed over Joon Soo, grateful that he did indeed have her contact information saved. They concluded the call by agreeing to coordinate with Nahue to schedule a formal meeting. After hanging up, Joon Soo stood by the window, a small card clutched in his hand, feeling an immense sense of triumph. A silent, victorious scream echoed in his mind as the perfect solution had fallen right into his lap. He considered how, for the moment, Naoi's popularity far eclipsed Sia's, at least until her new movie was released. As if on cue, his phone began to ring with Nahue's name on the screen, and he knew that with Asia's queen on board, Chinese investors would be lining up. He answered coolly, casually asking Nahue if she had already eaten dinner. After she replied that she was just about to, he got straight to the point, mentioning his conversation with her manager about her interest in the drama. She played it cool, admitting only that the script wasn't half bad, which was Joon Soo's cue to officially offer her a part in the production. He assured her she would be perfect for the role and began to end the call, suggesting they would see each other the next day. Nahue cut him off, asking if he was on his way home, to which he confirmed he had just left the office. She then made an unexpected demand, instructing him to come over to her place instead, causing him to stop dead in his tracks. She insisted that if he was serious about casting her, he should at least have the courtesy to ask her in person, face to face. Flustered, Joon Soo agreed to head over right away and confirmed her unit number was 2302 before she asked if he had eaten. He jokingly asked if she was offering to buy him dinner, but she flatly said no, instead ordering him to pick up some bread and coffee on his way. She even specified that he had to buy them from a particular new cafe that had just opened near her apartment. Despite his mild annoyance, he agreed to her terms and told her he would be there soon. Meanwhile, Nahue glanced aside, a thoughtful and slightly mischievous look on her face. She huffed to herself, thinking he had better appreciate the expensive cream cheese she was about to share with him. A short while later, a series of knocks echoed from her door as Joon Soo announced his arrival. As she let him in, he casually remarked that he was getting used to her house, to which she curtly replied that he shouldn't. He cheekily retorted that it was already too late for that. Handing her the order, he confirmed she wanted the Americano with an extra shot and then asked what she was having. She replied that she was drinking an espresso frappuccino, and as he looked at her, he was struck by her appearance. He found himself thinking that she looked remarkably pure and natural without her usual stage makeup. It seemed like a genuine shame to him that her profession so often required her to wear such heavy makeup. Later, at her meticulously set dining table, a single tub of cream cheese sat waiting on a plate. She finally broke the silence, asking if he liked the script, and he nonchalantly confirmed that it was okay. She pressed on, mentioning that she had heard he was planning on casting her from the very beginning. He explained the incredible coincidence of her manager calling just moments before he planned to reach out, prompting her to mutter that she should have waited longer. Missing her quiet complaint, he continued, emphasizing that the role he had in mind was a perfect match for her. He lavished her with praise, claiming he couldn't imagine anyone else for the part, which made her smugly note that her manager had said the complete opposite. Joon Soo confidently declared her manager was wrong, insisting that this specific role was meant for her and no one else, an assessment she readily agreed with. She then enthusiastically stated how perfect she would be as the main heroine, Haeongyu, only for him to gently correct her with the name Ch101. A flicker of confusion crossed her face as she processed the unfamiliar name. She asked for clarification, wondering if he was referring to the character who worked part-time at a convenience store while dreaming of becoming a singer. When he confirmed, she pointed out that it was a supporting role, forcing him to quickly argue that the character was far more important to the story than it seemed. Her expression hardened as she cut to the chase, demanding to know who, then, was playing the lead role of Ch101. He dodged the question, vaguely explaining that the lead would be cast from a list of actresses preferred by their investors, whereas her role was handpicked by the writer and himself. After a tense moment of silence, Nahue announced that she needed more time to think about his offer. Sensing her need for space, Joon Soo wisely decided it was time to leave and rose from his seat to let her rest. Just as he was about to go, she surprised him by offering him some of the bread he had brought. She assured him there was no need to feel bad, showing that she understood business was just business. Reaching for a container, she explained that the delicious cream cheese was a gift from a fan and was perfect with bread. She insisted he take some with him, claiming she would never be able to finish the whole thing by herself. Caught completely off guard by her kind and unexpected gesture, a faint blush crept onto Joon Soo's face. Flustered, he quietly accepted her offer. The warm lights of a local cafe cast a gentle glow against the deepening twilight sky. Inside, Joon Soo sat by himself at a large, otherwise empty marble table, waiting. He glanced at his watch, acknowledging to himself that he had arrived much too early. Tapping his fingers, he decided the extra time was perfect for a mental recap of his current situation. He first considered the most pressing issue: Sia was officially no longer an option for the lead. This created a cascade effect, as now both the lead role of Ch101 and the second lead role of Haeongyu remained uncast. He mused that while Nahue was perfect for the supporting role, her hesitation meant he needed to start considering other candidates for that part as well. A brilliant idea suddenly flashed through his mind: they could hold a large-scale open audition, even for the main character. He pictured sending out audition schedules to every entertainment agency to gather a wide array of hopeful participants. The thought that this method could uncover an actress who was a 100% perfect fit for Ch101 filled him with excitement. However, his optimism was immediately tempered by a significant logistical problem. With a soft sigh, he realized that the A-list celebrities they were truly aiming for would never agree to participate in an open audition. Just then, a polite knock on the door pulled him from his troubled thoughts. A man entered the private room, offering Joon Soo a formal evening greeting. Joon Soo's focus sharpened as he realized his crucial appointment had finally arrived. He was meeting with the head of overseas programming for Hochi TV, a powerful Japanese investor who was especially interested in the actor Seongyun Park. The man reached out his hand, introducing himself as Shinichi Kazuhaya. Joon Soo stood and firmly clasped the offered hand, stating his own name in return. He then gestured politely, inviting Mr. Kazuhaya to have a seat. The investor began the meeting by expressing his network's absolute confidence that the new drama would be a major success in Korea. He went on to praise Joon Soo's impressive track record, from his variety shows to his recent success in building public hype for the drama. Joon Soo was taken aback, realizing the man had even done his research on their crowdfunding efforts. Mr. Kazuhaya continued, noting that Joon Soo's name alone would likely make the show a domestic hit. He then delivered the caveat, stating that this local success wouldn't necessarily translate overseas. The investor elaborated that public interest was currently contained within Korea's borders. Joon Soo conceded the point, agreeing that breaking into the Japanese market would require them to compete on the drama's overall quality. Mr. Kazuhaya leaned forward, suggesting that there was one specific factor that had a much greater impact on Japanese viewership ratings. He revealed that the ultimate key to success was casting a major Hallyu star from the Korean wave. The investor then casually mentioned that he'd heard the casting process was already progressing quite well. Realizing the perfect moment had arrived, Joon Soo prepared to play his golden card. He casually asked Mr. Kazuhaya if he happened to be familiar with the hit drama My Lovely Night. In response to the investor's shocked expression, Joon Soo confirmed that they had confidentially signed a contract with its star, Seongyun Park. Stunned by the news, Mr. Kazuhaya immediately offered up to $100,000 per episode if this was true. He admitted he would be desperate to import any drama starring the actor and that the already massive offer was even negotiable. Sensing his advantage, Joon Soo then posed a hypothetical question about casting an A-list actress who was also famous in Japan. He pushed the idea further, suggesting they might even secure A-list actresses for both the main and second lead roles. The investor's eyes lit up as he instantly increased his offer by an additional $50,000 per episode. Joon Soo did a quick mental calculation, realizing this would bring the total to an incredible 3 billion won, a deal he happily accepted. They sealed the agreement with a plan to sign the official contract the next morning, as Joon Soo promised to create a work of exceptional quality. Later, the modern glass facade of the NS Corporation building loomed against the night sky. Inside an office, a colleague of Joon Soo's let out a breath of pure astonishment. He expressed his disbelief that they had raised so much money before filming had even started, giving all the credit to Seongyun. Joon Soo explained that combined investments from China and Japan had reached 4.3 billion won, which more than justified Seongyun's massive per-episode salary. His colleague asked if this meant they would only cast actresses with overseas popularity, but Joon Soo explained he still wanted the best fit for the role. He did, however, task his colleague with compiling a list of actresses popular in both countries and finding a backup for the second lead in case Manhwa declined. The colleague agreed to the tasks and received confirmation that Joon Soo would handle all communications with the media. As they spoke, a smartphone on the desk began to vibrate with an incoming call. Joon Soo answered the phone to an exceptionally cheerful voice on the other end. He warmly greeted the caller, a reporter named Juho, and confirmed that he was doing well. Juho playfully mentioned that he had been about to call with exclusive news, but he supposed it was no longer necessary. He joked that as a CEO, Joon Soo should be the one feeding him scoops, which made Joon Soo laugh in agreement. Changing his tone, Joon Soo confirmed that they had indeed finalized their male lead. He then revealed the actor was Seongyun Park, a revelation that caused the reporter to go silent with shock. Juho quickly recovered, noting that the rumors about casting an international star were true, which made Joon Soo marvel at his speed. Joon Soo promised more details would come later but stressed the need for confidentiality in the meantime. Before ending the call, he asked the reporter for a small favor regarding an upcoming article. He requested that the article subtly hint that the production was now actively searching for its female lead. With a knowing grin, Joo-ho immediately understood the strategy and eagerly agreed. He promised to write an article that would spread the news like a massive wildfire. The reporter enthusiastically told Joon Soo to leave everything to him. On the other end of the line, a colleague apologized, explaining they could only do so much if the actress herself wasn't interested in the part. Joon Soo calmly assured the caller that there were no worries and that he completely understood the situation. He expressed a hope to work together on a future project before confirming he would see them at the audition for the supporting role. After hanging up the phone, Joon Soo let out a long, weary sigh of profound frustration. He mentally tallied the rejections for the lead role of Ch101, which had now reached a total of 3, including Sia Han, Haein Jong, and now CK Entertainment's own Jae Han. He mused that Jae Han's excuse of taking a break was at least more respectable than Haein Jong's, as she had declined before a formal offer was even made. He bitterly recalled the message he had been asked to relay, that Haein was allegedly traveling the world and simply wouldn't have the time. He conceded that he understood the actress's hesitation, as the script's need for real-time revisions combined with the writer's poor health was a risk they felt they had too much to lose to take. A surge of frustration caused him to clench his fist, knowing the rejections weren't due to the quality of the work, but an unknown risk the stars were unwilling to shoulder. A lump formed in his throat as he acknowledged that this fact was what made the rejections so much harder to accept. He resolved to hide his disappointment from the writer, Yolui, refusing to make her feel any worse, just as his phone began to buzz with an incoming call. He answered with a click, warmly greeting Yolui, who immediately asked if he was busy at that moment. Joon Soo explained he had just finished editing the manuscript and was on his way to the hospital to brief her, asking if she would like him to bring her anything to eat. After a moment of thought, Yolui requested a toast, asking if he knew the three-way intersection on the way to the hospital. She specified that there was a very famous snack bar located right there. Joon Soo instantly recognized the place she meant and estimated that getting there would take him between 30 and 40 minutes. Yolui cheerfully confirmed the plan and told him she would see him soon. Sometime later in her hospital room, Yolui's eyes widened with delight at the sight of the delicious-looking toast. She confessed she had been craving it for ages but her mother forbade it, leading Joon Soo to gently check if she was really sure she could have it. She waved off his concern, explaining that her mom just had a tendency to worry about her far too much. Changing the subject, she then asked about his meeting earlier that day, to which Joon Soo confirmed the actress had declared herself unavailable. Yolui sighed that the actress would have been perfect for the part, and they both agreed that A-list celebrities were always in high demand. Joon Soo then suggested that with Jae out of the running, it was time to shift their casting focus back toward actresses in Korea. He reasoned that no other A-list actresses with overseas recognition seemed suitable for Ch101, so they should start brainstorming a new lead while waiting for Nawi's decision on the supporting role. Yolui took a large bite of her toast, chewing thoughtfully as she considered his proposal. She quickly agreed, adding that she already had a few other actresses in mind. She proceeded to list her top candidates, Yoon Hae-yu, Hannah Jin, Yoonmi Park, and Sol Ji-oh. The writer explained that all of them had previous experience playing characters similar to Ch101. Joon Soo nodded in immediate agreement, singling out Yoon Hae-yu as a particularly perfect choice for the role. He elaborated that the main character, Ch101, was someone who had lived a difficult life, a type of background he knew Yoon Hae-yu had portrayed many times. Yolui then hesitated, admitting there was one more candidate she was unsure about mentioning, which prompted Joon Soo to ask who she meant. A quiet, contemplative silence filled the hospital room for a moment. Yolui finally named Yoon Hae-im, pointedly adding that she was the actress with whom Joon Soo once had dating rumors. The conversation paused, the camera panning to a placid view of the sunlit sky outside the hospital window. Yolui quickly apologized, explaining she hadn't meant to bring up something sensitive and had just gotten carried away with her ideas. To her surprise, Joon Soo reassured her not to worry, insisting that the old gossip didn't bother him in the slightest. He did admit, however, that he had never once considered her for the part and began to actively wonder how she might portray the role of Ch101. Yului then described the character, a young woman from a single-parent household who became independent at 20, seeking employment while working part-time jobs. She continued the profile, stating that Ch101 was currently 22, worked at a call center, and had endured a very tough life growing up. Yului vividly painted the character's first scene. After being berated by a rude customer, Ch101 would buy a can of beer and begin the long climb up the stairs to her home. In that poignant moment, the character would have the weary but resilient internal thought that she had managed to make it through another day. The writer concluded her passionate pitch, establishing this as the core setting and first appearance of the main character. As Joon Soo listened, the face of actress Yoon Hae-im began to perfectly overlap with his mental image of the character. He reflected on Yoon Hae's own difficult past, a time when she was broken by malicious comments and driven to despair, only to fight her way back. He realized the profound parallel, for Ch101 was also a character who overcame immense hardship yet continued to live with a smile on her face. Joon Soo noted that due to Yoon Hae's delicate appearance, she had likely never played such a poor and vulnerable character, but Yului immediately corrected him. The writer asserted with confidence that among all the candidates, Yoon Hae would be the one to understand the main character's psychological state best. Furthermore, she believed that fully understanding and portraying this character would allow Yoon Hae to grow immensely, both as a person and as an actress. Yului finally asked if he was truly okay with offering the role to Yoon Hae, and he gave a firm, decisive yes. He felt assured, citing Yoon Hae's popularity and acting skills, and added that after hearing Yului's conviction, he was no longer worried about her lack of experience with such a role. Joon Soo therefore decided to contact Yoon Hae first before checking with the other candidates, a plan Yului gratefully approved. He then excused himself, explaining that he needed to make a quick phone call. A gentle expression graced Yului's face as she watched him walk away. She quietly murmured to herself, voicing her sincere hope that everything would work out well. In a different location, a sleek and modern office stood bathed in afternoon light, where an unexpected meeting was taking place. A woman expressed her surprise, asking Joon Soo what he was doing in a place she clearly hadn't expected to see him. She then looked him directly in the eyes and made a startlingly direct proposition, that he should do it with her. A shocked Joon Soo stammered, asking what she could possibly mean, before she clarified that she was talking about his new project. A close-up showed his eyes widening in a mixture of nervousness and sheer astonishment. The woman then made her demand unmistakably clear, insisting that he let her take the role of the female lead in his new drama. The actress Manhwa Yu concluded her startling proposition by demanding he give her the lead role in his new drama. A low, frustrated sound rumbled in her throat as she awaited his answer. Breaking out into a cold sweat, Joon Soo suggested they sit down to talk things over more calmly. The two of them soon sat across from each other in the heavy silence of the office. Manhwa immediately questioned his hesitation, reminding him of her prominent status and her confidence in her ability to perform well. He internally observed her sassy yet childish tantrum before offering her a glass of water to cool down. With an indignant huff, she snatched the glass from his outstretched hand. As she gulped down the water, Joon Soo surmised that she had been stewing over this for days, realizing that very few people would ever dare to reject her. He let out a quiet sigh, reflecting on the fact that Manhwa had almost exclusively played leading characters throughout her career. In contrast, the part they had offered her was merely a supporting role, which he acknowledged must have been humiliating for an actress of her caliber. Joon Soo began his explanation by acknowledging her great skill as an actress, as well as her obvious popularity and beauty. However, he carefully clarified that the issue was not about her talent, but about whether she was the right fit for this specific character. She suddenly choked on her water and asked if she could speak directly to the writer about it. He quickly assured her that this was not what he was implying at all. Reaching a hand out placatingly, Joon Soo explained that there was a different role within the project that he felt suited her much better. He spoke with a gentle tone, affirming that her acting skills were more than enough for the lead role of CNM, but his concerns lay elsewhere. Nahue's expression faltered as she admitted that his words somehow made her feel a little sad. Her heart skipped a beat as she nervously asked him to elaborate on what he meant. Joon Soo then brought up their past, reminding her of when they were filming Blind Mission and had decided to become friends. She scoffed at his recollection, correcting him that she remembered them agreeing to be colleagues, not friends. Lightly tapping his fingers on the table, he playfully insisted that they were, in fact, friends now. He continued, speaking to her as both a cherished friend and a respected colleague. Furthermore, he stated that as the producer, his greatest wish was to entrust her with a character that would showcase her unique charms to the fullest. He then made a pinky promise, vowing to do everything in his power to make her shine. Almost immediately, he dismissed his own gesture, sheepishly calling it a childish act. Nahue changed the subject, demanding to know who the main actress was, as she was sure a preliminary decision had been made. He hesitated to answer, but she insisted she needed to know the candidate's name before she could make her own decision about the supporting role. Conceding her point was valid, Joon Soo agreed to show her. His finger traced across a document on the desk, stopping at a specific line item. He explained that the list was organized by priority, with the top choice at the very beginning. Reaching for the document, Nahue wondered aloud just who he was trying to cast instead of her. A flicker of disbelief crossed her face the moment her eyes landed on the name. She read the name aloud in astonishment, confirming that Yunhae was listed as the top candidate. He asked if she had some issue with Yunhae, to which Nahue shrewdly brought up the dating rumor that had once circulated about the two of them. Joon Soo quickly repeated that the rumor wasn't true, but Nahue murmured that while that might be his opinion, the other party might feel differently, which caught him off guard. A troubled expression surfaced as he turned his head away from her gaze. The producer forced an awkward, nervous smile, clearly rattled by her insinuation. Regaining his composure, he addressed Nahue directly, prompting her to explain what she was getting at. Instead, he pivoted the conversation, arguing that if she took the lead role of CNM, she would have to perform many scenes of physical intimacy with the male lead. He went on to specify that while the script did not include any kissing scenes, it did require numerous other forms of close contact. These moments, he elaborated, would frequently involve hugging and holding hands with her co-star. He then cannily suggested that many of her dedicated fans would be saddened by such scenes, an argument that clearly gave her pause. She looked at him intently, asking if he was implying that he counted himself among her fans. Joon Soo immediately and enthusiastically confirmed that he was, of course, a fan. Seemingly satisfied with his reasoning, Nahue finally relented, promising she would think about his offer. Meanwhile, at the bustling NS Company building, a different conversation was taking place. One man expressed his deep satisfaction with a project, remarking that the results were truly great. His colleague graciously thanked him but humbly questioned if his name really deserved to be credited, as he felt his contribution was minor. The first man laughed heartily, insisting he couldn't have succeeded without him and expressed his gratitude again. They discussed how Sejong's program had been altered, with the cast being swapped out to better target a younger audience. It was also mentioned that the show's format had shifted from outdoor to indoor filming, a change that would be good enough to get the actress' name out there, even if it wasn't a mega hit. Just then, the first man remembered something he wanted to ask. He inquired about the others meeting with HS Entertainment, and his colleague confirmed he was just about to head over. The man offered words of encouragement, certain everything would go well, for which his departing colleague thanked him. The scene shifted to the imposing HS Entertainment skyscraper, its logo prominent against a cloudy sky. Staring up at the building, Joon Soo silently hoped with all his might that he could make things work out this time. He reflected that while there were a few other candidates, Yunhae was the only one he knew for sure would be absolutely perfect for the role. As he stood there lost in thought, a familiar voice suddenly called out his name, Joon Soo. An old acquaintance greeted him warmly, remarking that it had been a long time and asking how had been. The story opened within the clean, bright interior of a modern and conspicuously empty cafe. Yunhai arrived and broke the silence, asking Joon Soo if he had been forced to wait for long. He assured her the timing was perfect as he had just come from a commercial shoot, prompting her to ask why he wanted to see her. With a charming grin, Joon Soo explained he had something to discuss and proposed they continue their conversation over lunch. She responded with a playful jab, questioning if he was bold enough to ask her on a date in such a public place. Yunhai giggled, admitting she was only joking, as she had already deduced his visit to her agency was strictly about work. Joon Soo simply held her gaze, a moment of quiet contemplation passing between them. He then froze mid-step, a sudden realization striking him. In a stammer of disbelief, he asked how she could have possibly figured out his intentions. Unfazed, she suggested they relocate to a conference room to talk properly and rose from her seat to lead the way. He readily agreed, glancing around at the many curious onlookers and acknowledging they had too much attention on them. The two of them then proceeded to walk side by side through the halls of the building. Surrounding them, hushed whispers began to circulate, with some speculating that a workshop had been cancelled due to a strong wind warning. Others quickly recognized producer Joon Soo Kang and actress Yunhai Im, buzzing with curiosity about why the two were meeting. As an elevator chimed, Yunhai urged Joon Soo to hurry, to which he promptly replied he was right there with her. They soon entered the quiet sanctuary of an empty conference room, closing the door on the prying eyes outside. Yunhai began the conversation by telling him how much she had enjoyed reading the script for his new project. She clarified that after reading the first 2 episodes, she had immediately consumed episodes 3 and 4 when they arrived at her agency for auditions. As she flipped through the script, she praised the smooth narrative and mentioned there was one character she found particularly relatable. She then revealed that the character she connected with most was Seon Im. Joon Soo's face lit up as he let out an enthusiastic and affirmative sound. Seeing his reaction, she commented that it was great and cut straight to the chase, asking if he was planning to cast her in that role. He confirmed this was the exact reason for their meeting, a revelation that caught her completely off guard. She expressed her genuine surprise, having never expected to be considered for that role, and humorously asked if she had done something to offend him. Joon Soo quickly tried to explain that his reasoning was nothing so negative. He muttered under his breath that he felt as though his entire plan had been exposed. Catching his quiet words, Yunhai asked him to clarify what he meant. He waved it off immediately, claiming it was nothing important. He then changed the topic, asking if her contract renewal had gone through, and she confirmed she had signed it last month. Yunhai added that the terms were good, highlighting a new clause that gave her the power to choose her projects and escape the agency's control. Joon Soo processed this information and quietly conceded that it was a great development for her career. He then cleared his throat, gathering his composure for the formal proposal. He told Yunhai that he would be completely straightforward with her. Joon Soo officially offered her the lead female role of Seon Im in his new drama. In the ensuing silence, her face was a mask of neutrality, giving nothing away. The faint creak of a chair shifting was the only sound that punctuated the tense atmosphere. With an inquisitive glance, she turned the tables on him, asking what he predicted her answer would be. He admitted honestly that he had absolutely no idea what she was thinking. Yet, he followed up by voicing his sincere hope that she would accept his offer. To his immense relief, she broke into a smile and declared that she would do it. His surprise was evident as he asked why she agreed so quickly, which led her to tease him about preferring a rejection, a thought he instantly refuted. She then began to remind him of a promise she had once made to never turn down an offer from him. Joon Soo's mind drew a complete blank as he struggled to remember when such a promise could have been made. Seeing the confusion on his face, she playfully threatened to withdraw her acceptance since he clearly didn't recall the important moment. His eyes widened in a flash of pure panic at her words. She finally took pity on him, jogging his memory by mentioning Hollywood and a night filled with fireworks. The hint worked, conjuring a distant memory of them looking at each other beneath a sky illuminated by stars and explosions of light. She knowingly stared at him, observing that the memory had just returned, a fact he tried to deny with a weak protest. Yunhai laughed, remarking how he had changed, before inviting him to lunch as her treat. As she stood, she suggested a good nearby restaurant, but their light-hearted bickering continued as he jokingly declined her offer. The scene then shifted abruptly to the stark, sterile interior of a hospital room. Inside, one man asked another for an update on whether actress Yunhai had been successfully cast. The second man delivered the good news that she had signed the contract, which was met with obvious delight. With that settled, their focus shifted to the last remaining role to be cast, Haeongyu, as one of them continued typing. They both felt Manhwa was the ideal choice, but they knew they needed a second option, even if they couldn't imagine anyone else for the part. The other man sighed, voicing his complete agreement on the matter. At that precise moment, a phone on the table began to vibrate, and the man closest to it stared at the screen with a look of pure shock. The caller ID was illuminated with the unmistakable name, Manhwa. A wave of disbelief washed over him as he saw who was calling at such a critical moment. When he answered, Naoi's voice came through the line, firm and decisive, as she announced she would do it. The man holding the phone was rendered utterly speechless by her sudden declaration. Manhwa repeated herself with even more passion, confirming she would take the role of Haeongyu and that she was officially on board. Elsewhere, a young woman let out a cry of pure frustration. She scrolled through her phone, internally screaming about why all these women wouldn't just leave Joon Soo alone. Her annoyance mounted as she continued to read the latest updates. An exclusive news article confirmed Yunhai as the female lead, which was immediately followed by a demanding social media comment telling the writer to make another character's role even more attractive. The scene then shifted to the quiet, sunlit interior of an office building. Inside, a member of Joon Soo Kang's team was on the phone, confirming his identity to a public relations manager from Samsung Electronics. The conversation quickly turned to finances, with the team member estimating they could earn at least 1 billion won just through product placement. He clarified, however, that securing any amount beyond that would depend entirely on the writer, Yolui Sin. The potential revenue could even climb to 2 billion won if she integrated the products seamlessly into the script, as a long list of interested companies was shown. The man on the phone promised to speak with the writer, while his colleague advised him not to push her too hard on the matter. The colleague then brought up a cautionary tale, reminding him of a hit drama that received heavy criticism for its excessive product placement. He recalled a specific instance where a self-driving car was awkwardly promoted during a kiss scene, which, despite public backlash, turned out to be an incredibly effective advertisement. Reassuring his superior, the man promised to carefully select the best proposals from the list and present them within the week. The topic then changed to actor contracts, with the man asking if they had finished negotiating the guarantees. His colleague confirmed they had only finalized the 3 main leads. The colleague detailed the star-studded lineup, which included a Hallyu star, a critically acclaimed local actress, and a globally famous K-pop idol, acknowledging their high cost was a worthy investment. The first man agreed with the assessment and then sought confirmation that they still had sufficient funds left for the actual production. His colleague affirmed that they had more than enough to cover the expenses for set construction and filming at various locations. Overjoyed, the man praised his colleague's excellent work and expressed his pride, but the colleague humbly credited him for their success. Laughing off the compliment, he noted that it was almost time for the supporting role auditions, which would complete the cast once 6 actors were chosen. The schedule for the supporting actor auditions appeared on a screen, signaling the next phase was imminent. The senior producer warned his colleague to prepare himself, as the auditions were guaranteed to be incredibly intense. The other man somberly agreed, fully expecting a difficult process ahead. Despite the challenge, the senior producer expressed his full confidence that his colleague would handle it well until the very end. With the casting nearly complete, their attention turned to the next crucial step, finalizing a broadcasting station for the drama. The producer admitted he had initially been worried about finding a broadcaster, but now, with their powerhouse cast, he felt confident that networks would be desperate to secure a deal. His colleague then revealed that a major broadcasting station, CBN, had already contacted them the previous day. The name CBN lingered in the air, prompting a moment of thoughtful consideration from the producer. He scoffed dismissively, remarking that a network known for variety shows had no business producing serious dramas. With a confident laugh, he declared his intention to explore all of their other options first. His colleague recalled being told to reject CBN, but the producer corrected him, instructing him to have the station make contact directly so he could at least hear their proposed conditions. The producer reflected that while it was a shame their own CN Entertainment channel couldn't air the show, selling the rights ensured they would retain full copyright ownership. He highlighted this as the single biggest advantage of producing the drama independently, free from the constraints of a predetermined broadcasting company. He then inquired if any other networks besides CBN had submitted proposals for the broadcasting rights. In a stunning revelation, his colleague shared that Netflix had made an offer even before the production articles were published, leaving the producer completely shocked. He elaborated that Netflix had proposed a staggering 3.5 billion won for the rights before the public even knew their production costs were secured. Despite the impressive offer, however, he stated flatly that selling the drama to them was simply not an option. The problem, he explained, was that Netflix's worldwide simultaneous broadcast would create an unavoidable overlap with the broadcasting rights already sold to China and other overseas territories. As his colleague handed him a drink, the producer asked if Netflix had at least expressed interest in working together on a future project. The colleague confirmed that they had, but more importantly, he pointed out that they could now use Netflix's massive offer as the new standard for all other negotiations. The producer chuckled, remarking that in the ruthless world of capitalism, you had to earn every penny you could, a sentiment that his colleague found both impressive and a little frightening. Taking a slow sip from his cup, he wondered aloud if the other broadcasting companies were just cautiously testing the waters. His colleague was certain they were, speculating that their affiliation with CN Entertainment led everyone to assume the drama was destined for CBN by default. He figured they were all hesitant to inquire and risk humiliation, but he revealed he had already anticipated this and devised a counter-strategy. His plan involved strategically leaking information that they were in active negotiations with other stations, not just their affiliate, CBN. With a sly grin, he confirmed his colleague's suspicion that this was a deliberate move to bait other companies into making competitive offers. He smiled, confidently declaring that their drama was a desirable fruit that every network would want a piece of. The day finally arrived for the highly anticipated supporting role auditions. A staff member was seen dragging a heavy load into the audition hall. The dolly, stacked high with boxes, was brought to a stop with a heavy thud. Looking at the massive crowd of hopefuls, one of the producers let out an exhausted sigh, asking in disbelief if all these people were really there to audition. He was informed that the final competition ratio was an astounding 90-1, a number that shocked him, though his colleagues saw it as a benefit, giving them a wider pool of talent to choose from. While agreeing, the first producer lamented the incredibly long audition time, joking that he might just pretend his internet cut out to escape midway through. His colleague stared at him, utterly aghast at the flippant suggestion. Their conversation was cut short as a staff member directed them to move forward. Another man in a suit was seen wheeling a dolly loaded down with even more boxes into the room. The sheer volume of applicants was made clear as countless cardboard boxes, overflowing with papers, were stacked high on the floor. A staffer officially announced the final count, revealing that with 513 applicants, the competition rate peaked at an unbelievable 100-1. One of the men did the quick math, realizing that with only 6 roles to fill, they would have to endure over 12 hours of auditions each day for 5 straight days. He expressed his amazement at the turnout, especially since they had limited applications to actors with prior experience, and braced himself for the long week ahead. As the very first participant was called in to begin, Joon Soo felt a renewed sense of purpose, determined to use his influence to discover the perfect actors for the remaining roles. The auditions commenced for the pivotal role of Sang Bae, the drama's one and only villain. It was explained that although the character's appearances were few, his disruptive nature in the otherwise calm story made him the most significant supporting role, defined by his relentless pursuit of a debt left by runaway parents. The part demanded a performer capable of portraying absolute cruelty, even expressing indifference to their target being an orphan. Because of the character's importance, the competition was fierce, which in turn meant the standards for passing the audition were exceptionally strict. One of the producers glanced around the room, shaking his head with a profound sense of weariness. Turning to his colleague, he suggested that perhaps it was time for them to take a short break. The other producer yawned in agreement, admitting that while he was holding up, the process had become tedious since no one had managed to deliver a perfect performance. He tapped his pen on the table, pointing out that after seeing 30 candidates, they had only found one person worthy of a Class B rating, let alone Class A. Their grading system was simple: a Class A actor was someone they considered perfectly worthy of playing the role of Sang-Bae. Class B, on the other hand, was designated for an actor who wasn't quite right for the part but showed enough promise to be considered for a more minor supporting role later on. The team knew they needed to find at least 2 actors who could achieve a Class A rating as the door creaked open once more. Meanwhile, Joon Soo asked his colleague how the live broadcast of the audition was going, and was told it was running smoothly. He learned that the online audience was completely fascinated by the unique glimpse into the casting process, with live chat comments pouring in. Joon Soo requested the chat window be displayed on his monitor to review feedback, just as another producer voiced his optimism for the next contestant. The producer recognized the actor, Song-taek-woo, from his time at PBC, recalling that he had taken on several supporting roles there. He couldn't help but wonder why such a relatively well-known actor was auditioning for this particular part. Song-taek-woo then made his entrance with a startlingly loud greeting that shook the weary judges. His powerful voice echoed through the hall as he boisterously introduced himself by name. As the actor was instructed to begin with the first scene, Joon Soo felt a flicker of recognition, certain that the name Song-taek-woo was familiar. After a moment of intense concentration, the memory finally surfaced with a sharp intake of breath. He suddenly recalled the news from 2025, Song-taek-woo, an actor from the Double J agency, had been arrested for illegal drug use. Joon Soo privately speculated that the man was likely still a regular user, but he knew the bigger, more immediate problem was something else entirely. At that very moment, Song-taek-woo launched into his performance, demanding that the debt be paid back through labor. Joon Soo finished his internal thought with grudging admiration. Regardless of his past, the man possessed truly great acting skills. One of the judges was so impressed that she asked him to perform a second, designated scene, a request Joon Soo knew was reserved only for Class A candidates. Torn, Joon Soo conceded that the actor had a remarkable understanding of the character, but he still hoped another top-tier performer would emerge from the remaining applicants. Outside, the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple as the long day wore on. After sitting through 80 different auditions, the producers were nearing their breaking point, with one slumping down in his chair from sheer exhaustion. Joon Soo mulled over the situation, thinking that the actor's past scandal wouldn't affect their drama's timeline, but casting him still felt wrong, yet he couldn't simply fail everyone. A staff member's voice cut through the heavy silence, announcing that the next participant could now come in. The quiet sound of a single footstep announced the arrival of the next hopeful actor. When he entered, the judges were met with a man who had an incredibly pure and innocent-looking demeanor. A quick glance at his resume revealed a small agency and only minor film roles. The director flipped the page, thinking he looked far too gentle to play a villain. As the actor was instructed to begin, one of the judges sighed, bracing himself for what he assumed would be another waste of time. But as the actor delivered the opening line, his entire presence shifted, looming over the room with a palpable sense of menace. He took a slow, deliberate step forward, coldly stating that a lack of money was the debtor's problem alone. Another step followed as he recounted the painstaking, cross-country search he had conducted to find his target. His tone then twisted into one of unsettling glee as he described how happy he was to have finally located them. With a sharp, sudden glance and a whip-like change in expression, he declared that this reunion made him incredibly happy all over again. Joon Soo swallowed hard, his eyes wide with disbelief at the terrifying transformation he was witnessing. His mind reeled as he stared at the performer, silently questioning what kind of monstrous talent stood before him. This chilling performance perfectly embodied the character of Sang-Bae, the drama's sole villain. The role was that of a psychopath whose sanity deteriorated as his obsession with collecting a debt from the female lead spiraled out of control. The actor then dove into another scene, his words dripping with a possessive and twisted form of love as he dared his victim to try and escape. He concluded with a bone-chilling promise that he would hunt her down, no matter where she ran. Breaking character in an instant, the actor bowed his head and offered a polite word of thanks for the opportunity. One judge, utterly blown away, declared his performance to be on another level entirely from song takes and eagerly requested he perform the second designated scene. As the actor launched into his next lines, Joon Soo found himself re-evaluating his perception of all the A-list and world-class actors he had admired over the years. He had always considered their skill to be the pinnacle of talent, but this performance was making him understand something far deeper. The stunning realization hit him: while those famous actors were indeed talented, none of them had ever been a true genius. A producer, amazed that he didn't need a script, asked if he had studied the scene beforehand, but the actor nervously confessed that he had actually memorized the entire screenplay. The producer could only stare back, utterly speechless as he processed the unbelievable claim. The young man explained he enjoyed the 4 episodes so much that he memorized everything to better understand the story, a level of dedication that left Joon Soo floored. Putting him to the test, the judges called out random scene numbers, and the actor flawlessly recited lines from various characters without hesitation. Finally, having seen more than enough, one of the judges raised a hand to signal that they were satisfied. The actor was then dismissed with a promise that they would be in contact, to which he responded with a final, heartfelt thank you. The audition room door clicked shut, leaving the judges in a stunned silence. One of them let out a long sigh, the sound filled with the weight of the incredible performance they had just witnessed. He commented that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it seemed they had found their 2 final candidates. But his colleague corrected him, insisting there was only one candidate, a man with enough presence to not only steal the show but completely devour the lead role. The drama's writer, her eyes alight with inspiration, excitedly announced she wanted to revise the script to better showcase his abilities. It was a rare phenomenon for a supporting actor to outshine the main character, an event so unlikely it was often called a miracle, a word used for things that actually happen against all odds. Someone quipped that the drama's lead, Seongyun Park, had better prepare himself, as the staff officially called an end to the day's auditions. The final decision came down to 2 names, Song Taek-woo and Jong Yoo-bae, so the judges decided to vote by saying their choice on the count of 3. On the final count, a single name echoed through the room in perfect unison, Jong Yoo-bae. On the 3rd and final day of auditions for the supporting role, the judges reconvened. A colleague approached Joon Soo, handing him his requested espresso frappuccino. Accepting the drink with a word of thanks, Joon Soo passed over a hot Americano in exchange. One of the judges remarked that the day's participants were a significant improvement over the previous day's disaster, though he shrugged as he offered a caveat. He admitted that Jong-us performance on the first day had set an impossibly high standard for them to judge by. Nevertheless, Joon Soo felt thankful for the high overall quality of the actors, even if it meant the competition would be fierce. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the vibration of his phone. He glanced at the caller ID, which displayed the name Mr. Munseok Choi. Apologizing to the others, Joon Soo announced that he needed to take the call. A colleague advised him that it would be better to take the call within the audition room. He explained that the hallway was crowded with actors, a suggestion Joon Soo readily accepted. Guessing the crowd was due to the lunch break ending, he finally answered his phone. On the other end of the line, Mr. Choi greeted Joon Soo and asked if he had a moment to talk. Joon Soo confirmed he was available to speak, which caused his nearby colleague to gasp in shock at the mention of Mr. Choi's name. Mr. Choi explained that Yoon had relayed Junsu's request for a call. Affirming this, Junsu stated that he felt it best to discuss the broadcasting rights directly, a sentiment with which Mr. Choi wholeheartedly agreed. While Mr. Choi stressed the importance of the producer's opinion, Junsu silently stewed, recalling that this was the same man who had once told him he had no chance. Mr. Choi then revealed that they had reviewed CBN's proposal, prompting an eager Junsu to ask for the outcome. The response was crushing. Mr. Choi declared that the offered amount was far too low, leaving Junsu momentarily stunned. Junsu stammered for confirmation as Mr. Choi elaborated that another company's offer was more than twice as much. Conceding the significant difference, Junsu listened as Mr. Choi thanked him for his understanding and laid out the terms for moving forward. He stated unequivocally that if they still wanted to be considered, they would have to raise their price substantially. Composing himself, Junsu agreed, promising to adjust the conditions as much as possible and contact him again soon. After ending the call with a polite thank you, Junsu stood up, only to be questioned by his colleague about whether he'd actually air with CBN if they met the price. The colleague reminded him of their prior rejection, but Junsu simply stated his first goal was to make them scramble to prepare the funds. He revealed his true intention was to make them understand the feeling of rejection and failure firsthand. Admitting he wasn't a bigger person, Junsu confessed his desire to always enact double revenge on his enemies, a cold declaration that made his colleague tremble. The scene then shifted, marking the arrival of the audition's last day. A low rumble of conversation filled the room as the judges prepared for the final round. One judge commented that it was finally the last day, a sentiment his partner readily acknowledged. Flipping through his papers, Junsu announced that the final role to be cast that day would be for the character Mina Na. He explained that Mina Na was the most critical female supporting role, just as Sang Uk Bae was for the male cast. When asked about the applicant numbers, a staff member reported a competition rate of 70-1, the lowest of all 6 roles. Junsu stretched out in his chair, relieved that the day promised to be less intense than the others. His colleague agreed but followed with a hesitant but, immediately piquing Junsu's curiosity. The staffer warned that despite the lower numbers, the lineup of participants scheduled for the day was no joke. He started to mention the impressive resumes he'd glanced at earlier but then trailed off, deciding not to spoil it. Junsu dismissed the warning, reasoning that so far, impressive backgrounds hadn't equaled great talent, and he preferred not to set his expectations too high, even as his colleague remained uneasy. At that moment, a deliberate knock sounded on the audition room door. The door creaked open to reveal a staff member peering inside. The staffer nervously informed Junsu that one of the already confirmed actresses had arrived and wished to watch the audition. Junsu simply asked who it was. The staff member in the baseball cap wore a look of deep concern as he glanced behind him. A new voice announced her own arrival from the doorway, causing Junsu to exclaim Naoi's name in shock. Nahue stepped forward, questioning if she, as the lead actress, was not allowed to observe, while Junsu silently questioned what she was doing there. On second thought, Junsu privately conceded that having her there could actually be a good thing. He realized her presence would test the other actors' ability to perform under pressure and that her own instincts as an actress would be a valuable asset in judging them. He let out a quiet sigh of resignation. Turning to a nearby staffer, Junsu requested that they bring in one more chair. A dramatic beat hung in the air as Nahue settled into her seat alongside the official judges. A montage of online comments showed fans reacting with wild excitement and surprise at the news of Naoi's casting. Junsu noted that many of her fans had participated in the project's fundraising, to which Nahue casually replied that it was because she had promoted it on her social media. He silently acknowledged that her early promotion had been crucial in building their initial momentum. Leaning in, Junsu whispered to ask why she was really there, but she simply repeated her claim that she just wanted to watch. His question of why she hadn't called ahead was met with a low growl, as she defensively asked if he was unhappy to see her. He immediately assured her that was not the case and that he was happy she was there. Nahue let out a dismissive huff, making Junsu wonder what had happened to make her so on edge. As the auditions began, the first candidate's performance made both Joon Soo and Manhwa look up in shared surprise. One actress delivered her line with a dull, uninspired confidence. The next candidate offered an equally flat and lifeless refusal. Manhwa leaned over and whispered that one actress' appearance was completely wrong for the character. She then cynically questioned if another was even acting or just reciting a poem. The other judges mumbled among themselves, wondering how an actress from a top agency like WG Entertainment could be so bad and lamenting that this was exactly what they had feared. Joon Soo gently asked Manhwa if she could try to be more optimistic, but she shot back that she was merely sharing her opinions. As he called for the next participant to enter, Joon Soo thought to himself that he was glad Head had her sit right beside him. He knew that her brutally honest commentary could have had a negative impact on the entire room's morale otherwise. A weary sigh escaped one of the judges as the seemingly endless parade of lackluster auditions continued. The sound of steady, confident footsteps echoed as the next actress walked to the center of the floor. Joon Soo's expression shifted to one of utter disbelief as the familiar woman looked directly at him and offered a friendly greeting. Joon Soo's mind reeled as he recognized the woman as the monster rookie, Seo Jong. He recalled her reputation as an actress who guaranteed high viewership, having only ever played lead roles, which made her vastly overqualified for this audition. One of the judges, assuming she was there as a spectator, asked if she had come to cheer someone on, but she calmly denied it. She then declared with quiet confidence that she had come to participate in the audition herself. The judge, thoroughly intrigued, pressed her for her reason for seeking such a relatively minor role. Before answering, Seo cast a quick, calculated glance in Nawi's direction. With a hint of feigned annoyance, she explained that she had been a devoted fan of Manhwa since childhood and that working with her was a long-held dream. When questioned about her schedule, she confirmed that she had no other projects lined up, having intentionally kept herself free for this opportunity. Joon Soo could sense her sincerity, which left him completely baffled about how to proceed with such an unexpected development. Her sudden appearance caused the live stream's chat to explode with comments as the number of viewers began to skyrocket. A judge's hand, holding a script page, came into view as he decided to move the audition forward. He announced that she would be reading from a scene in the first episode. After a stunning performance, the judges formally thanked her and stated they would be in touch with her agency, to which she offered a polite expression of gratitude. Joon Soo was left utterly speechless by what he had just witnessed. He marveled at how impossibly good she was, acknowledging that her acting was so flawless it made continuing the auditions feel like a mere formality. Another judge immediately voiced his agreement, stating that it was highly unlikely anyone else could possibly surpass her performance. Joon Soo glanced over at Manhwa, noting her clear dislike for the actress, yet he could tell even she had to admit Seoyeon's incredible talent. Tellingly, she refrained from making any of her usual harsh or cynical comments. With a resigned shrug, Joon Soo declared that they were still obligated to see the rest of the scheduled participants. He mused aloud that they might discover another rookie with extraordinary skills, just as they had on the first day. He knew, however, that even if a comparable talent were to appear, they would almost certainly have to choose Seoyeon, considering her immense popularity and drawing power. The procession of remaining candidates concluded with the same polite but ultimately hollow dismissal from the judges' table. The heavy door of the audition hall swung shut, signaling the end of the long and arduous process. A collective sigh of exhausted relief filled the now quiet room. One of the judges groaned as he stretched, voicing his relief that the day was finally over. Joon Soo turned to Manhwa, sincerely commending her for her hard work throughout the day. As she rose from her chair, she returned the sentiment, acknowledging his efforts as well. Another judge interjected, stating that a formal conference room discussion was unnecessary as the choice for the role was glaringly obvious. He confidently began to announce the actress who would play the part of Mina Na. The other judges chimed in with unanimous agreement, all confirming that Seo Jong was the only logical choice. The lead judge made the final call to cast Ms. Seo Jong, and a staff member immediately placed a call to her agency. With the decision finalized, someone suggested they should all go out for a staff dinner to celebrate their success. Joon Soo, however, couldn't shake his lingering doubts, still pondering Seoyeon's true intentions. He reasoned that no matter how big a fan she claimed to be, an actress of her stature would never take a supporting role for that reason alone. Manhwa suddenly offered a surprisingly pragmatic theory, suggesting Seoyeon was likely aiming for international popularity. She elaborated that with stars like Seongyun Park and herself attached, the drama was poised for overseas success, making even a low-risk supporting role a brilliant strategic move for Seoyeon's career. Joon Soo conceded that her logic made perfect sense and concluded that regardless of her motives, her casting was an undeniable win for their project. He knew that Seoyeon's involvement would serve as a massive boost to their viewership ratings. The lead judge officially wrapped up the meeting, instructing everyone to reconvene at 7 o'clock at a nearby barbecue restaurant for a well-deserved beef dinner. He confirmed the enticing menu and warned everyone not to be late, receiving an enthusiastic and affirmative response. Sometime later, a smiling Joon Soo walked with a confident stride through the entrance of an office building. He then proceeded down a modern, brick-walled hallway, making his way toward the elevators. Spotting a familiar silhouette ahead of him, he called out Naoi's name to get her attention. As he caught up to her, he casually asked where she was heading off to. She turned away slightly, curtly replying that she was just going home for the night. He tried to persuade her to change her plans, asking why she wouldn't be joining them for the staff dinner. Joon Soo insisted that she deserved a good meal to celebrate after all her hard work that day. Manhwa paused for a moment, feigning reluctance as she coyly considered his persistent invitation. Just then, the pleasant chime of the arriving elevator interrupted their conversation. Once they were both inside, Manhwa turned to him and asked for confirmation that Seoyeon Jong had officially been cast. Joon Soo affirmed that it was official, but Manhwa immediately confessed that she still felt unsure about the actress. He gently reminded her of Seoyeon's professed admiration, but Manhwa scoffed, making it clear she didn't believe a single word of it. She restated her suspicion, pointing out that an actress of Seoyeon's high caliber had no logical reason to play a supporting role. With a sharp and accusatory glare, she cryptically asked if he was attempting to collect them all. Her bizarre question left Joon Soo utterly confused, but she quickly dismissed it, telling him to just forget she said anything. As she started to march out of the elevator, a bewildered Joon Soo called out for her to wait for him. She stopped and demanded the name of the restaurant, prompting Joon Soo to eagerly describe a high-end place known for its grilled meat and fantastic traditional liquor. Her interest was clearly piqued by the mention of alcohol, but Joon Soo quickly told her that he didn't want her drinking that night. He explained his reasoning, reminding her that she became incredibly cute and charming when she was tipsy. Her heart began to beat a little faster as she cautiously asked him why that mattered. Leaning in with a playful grin, he confessed that he selfishly wanted to be the only one who got to witness that side of her. A wave of heat washed over her cheeks as she let out a small, flustered huff. She quickly turned away to hide her blushing face, brushing off his overtly flirtatious comment. In a moment of quiet reflection, Joon Soo considered the unbelievable cast they had assembled, noting that all three of their lead heroines were vastly overqualified. He then thought of the supporting actor Jong Yoo-bae, a genuine genius whose intimidating skill level set him apart. A thrill of anticipation ran through him as he tightened his grip, realizing that every single member of their cast was truly exceptional. The final lineup had exceeded his wildest expectations, filling him with a deep and certain feeling that their project was absolutely destined for success. Before filming could begin, the production entered its final stage, where the casting director focused on filling the remaining supporting and minor roles. Simultaneously, Jun took on the critical role of external script supervisor, tasked with refining the screenplay to highlight the unique characteristics of the newly cast celebrities. Meanwhile, Joon Soo himself entered the most intense phase of pre-production. With a confident grin, he focused on the crucial task of selling the drama's broadcasting rights. While an average series would struggle to find a buyer, their project was so highly anticipated that they were inundated with choices. In fact, they had received compelling offers from every major general broadcasting station, including cable networks and the 3 primary terrestrial broadcasters. An associate presented Joon Soo with a summary of the confirmed conditions, noting that all the offers were remarkably good. He then added that, just as Joon Soo had predicted, the bid from Netflix had successfully driven up the prices from competitors. A document detailed the lucrative offers, with amounts escalating from PBC's 1.5 billion won to JBC's impressive 2.5 billion won. The associate pointed out that JBC's offer was the highest, and as a cable channel, it would also be easier to place advertisements with them. He explained that this was an amount the broadcasting company could easily recover, since advertising costs would soar if the miniseries achieved viewership ratings over 10%. The economics of terrestrial broadcasting were laid bare, showing how a 15-second ad slot could balloon in price with increasing popularity. Further calculations revealed that a single minute of commercials could earn 200 million won per episode, explaining why terrestrial broadcasters often split their shows into 2 parts to maximize ad revenue, even if it meant paying a fine. Joon Soo then asked if the terrestrial broadcasters would expect them to adopt this ad-splitting format as well. His associate confirmed they would, but clarified it would only be once per episode, making it less obtrusive for viewers compared to cable. He then relayed that the higher-ups had recommended accepting the offer from KTS as the best option. Although the KTS offer was 200 million won less than JBC's, its status as a terrestrial station was expected to attract higher viewership, a point Joon Soo promised to consider before making his final choice. The associate assured him there was no pressure, encouraging him to make the decision he felt was best. With a friendly farewell, the 2 men concluded their meeting. Sometime later, a different executive in a sharp suit smiled warmly, holding a proposal out towards his meeting companions. Joon Soo, however, looked down at the document with a serious and calculating expression. He quietly weighed his options, musing that as long as the production costs were covered, the financial differences between the top offers were negligible. But just as he was lost in thought, an unexpected interruption shattered his concentration. His phone suddenly buzzed on the table, displaying a caller ID that made him do a double take. It was the director of the MBS entertainment department, and Joon Soo swiftly swiped to answer the call. In a high-end restaurant, Joon Soo later sat across from the powerful executives and formally introduced himself. The MBS director greeted him with familiarity, expressing his surprise at meeting with him for this purpose, especially with the head of the entertainment department involved. He explained with a laugh that the MBS drama director, an old college friend, had passionately advocated for this meeting. Joon Soo quickly realized he was in the company of MBS's top brass, including 2 department directors and the renowned Juno Kim, all of whom formally introduced themselves. At the director's invitation, the group all took their seats to begin the discussion. The director informed Joon Soo that he had taken the liberty of ordering their most exclusive set menu, a gesture Joon Soo graciously accepted. Internally, Joon Soo recognized this as the priciest course meal available in the area, a clear and expensive signal of how serious MBS was. The director immediately began to praise him, reminiscing about his admiration for Joon Soo's work even back when he was a variety show producer. He continued the flattery, declaring that no one could have predicted he would achieve such great success in the world of drama as well. Joon Soo humbly deflected the praise, insisting that he was still in the early stages of his drama career and had much to learn. The director countered with a powerful analogy, comparing the walk of an ordinary person to the immense stride of a dinosaur. He declared that at Joon Soo's current pace, his impact would be as colossal as a dinosaur's, a compliment Joon Soo accepted with a simple thanks. Leaning forward, the director then stated with heartfelt sincerity his deep desire to have Joon Soo's work air on MBS. To demonstrate their commitment, he gestured to Juno, lauding him as the absolute best chief producer in their drama department. With a respectful bow, Juno affirmed that they would provide Joon Soo with their utmost and unconditional support. The director in the pinstripe suit maintained a warm, persuasive smile as he continued to speak. Joon Soo began his strategic response by confessing that MBS had always felt like a home in his heart, piquing the executive's interest. He reminded them that MBS was where he had started his entire career as a producer. He then cleverly brought up the fact that MBS had granted his program 3 awards at the previous year's ceremony. With a wry grin, he admitted that this gesture had felt like a miracle, as he had been fully expecting his show to be snubbed. Joon Soo saw the entertainment director's pleased reaction and knew that his bold power play from the previous year was now yielding significant benefits. Shifting his tone to business, however, he stated that he still needed a logical justification for his decision. He candidly pointed out the higher financial offers from KTS and JBC, explaining that he needed a solid reason to present to his own superiors for choosing MBS. The director conceded the point, prompting Joon Soo to politely request that MBS match JBC's top offer. He framed the 500 million won difference as a crucial sum, enough to construct an entirely new, small-scale drama set. The executives nodded in unison, silently acknowledging the weight of his counteroffer. To give them time to discuss amongst themselves, Joon Soo strategically excused himself to use the restroom. The camera focused on the tranquil, open doorway of the restaurant's public washroom. Inside, away from the negotiating table, Joon Soo's phone began to vibrate. The buzzing continued, signaling another important call he couldn't ignore. He answered, and a familiar voice greeted him from the other end of the line. On the phone was the representative from JBC, completely unaware of Joon Soo's current high-stakes meeting. Standing inside the restroom, Joon Soo listened intently, a calculated smile spreading across his face as a plan formed. The JBC executive began by acknowledging that business matters should be kept separate from personal connections. However, he then invoked their shared affiliation within the CN group, hinting that he could pull some strings if Joon Soo continued to press the issue. The man finally conceded, agreeing to seriously consider Joon Soo's offer if he kept pushing for it. Sensing the perfect opportunity, Joon Soo feigned urgency and moved to end the call, but the executive desperately called out for him to wait. Joon Soo then masterfully played his trump card, expressing false regret that MBS was about to seal the deal for 2.5 billion won before abruptly hanging up. On the other end of the line, the JBC executive was left in a state of stunned silence. Returning to the dinner table, Joon Soo calmly asked if they had come to a decision, but the director waved him off, saying there was no need for further thought. The MBS director officially confirmed they would match the 2.5 billion won offer and would also provide comprehensive support, including detailed programming arrangements as needed. A look of pure triumph flashed across Joon Soo's face as his gambit succeeded beyond his expectations. He offered his profound thanks as the newspaper headline announced the confirmation of his new project as an MBS miniseries, set to air on Mondays and Tuesdays. The day of the highly anticipated script reading dawned over a sprawling cityscape under a brilliant blue sky. This was the long-awaited day when the project would finally take its first concrete steps. It served as a final inspection before filming and marked the first official meeting of the entire main cast. Because of the high stakes, Joon Soo had anticipated a certain level of tension in the air. An undercurrent of professional rivalry was already beginning to make itself known. However, with a deep sigh, he realized the simmering hostility was far worse than he had ever imagined. The day's troubles had begun to brew just 30 minutes prior. The young actor Jong Yoo had arrived early, greeting director Kang with a bright and respectful hello. Joon Soo had returned the greeting warmly, pleased by the actor's eagerness. Jong Yoo explained that he wanted to arrive ahead of schedule to properly absorb the atmosphere. Joon Soo encouraged the young man, asking him to perform with the same skill he had shown during his audition. Full of confidence, Jong Yoo promised he would do even better, declaring he had practiced tirelessly for this moment. Not long after, the actress Seo-yeon arrived, offering a cheerful good morning to director Kang. Joon Soo acknowledged her presence with an enthusiastic greeting of his own. She worried aloud that she might be too early, but he reassured her that the rest of the cast would arrive soon. This initial script reading was, after all, a truly serious and pivotal event. While the media often framed it as a time for friendly introductions and good luck rituals, the true goal was to capture the script's core intent and the characters' emotional tones. The process was conducted with immense strictness, as it was the last chance to provide detailed direction before the hectic pace of filming took over. The potential for conflict was not just limited to creative differences between the crew and the actors. The script reading was infamously known as the actors' battlefield, where rivalries between leading men and battles of pride between leading women would ignite. It was a convergence point for the industry's complex web of relationships, from old feuds to unresolved debts, all waiting to erupt. Joon Soo knew he had to be extremely careful, as today's session felt particularly volatile, like a room full of hidden bombs. His thoughts were interrupted when someone called his name. He was informed that both lead actresses, Yoonhae and Nahue, were running late, evidently already locked in a petty competition to see who could make the later entrance. Joon Soo mulled over the situation, recognizing there was little he could do since Nahue was surely still bitter about being cast as the sub-heroine instead of the main lead. As the supporting cast members filed in, they bowed respectfully to director Kang. He knew Nahue wouldn't want to lose this psychological war, especially with all the minor actors now present to witness it. He also knew Yoonhae possessed too much pride to be a pushover, which only complicated the inevitable confrontation. Just then, the arrival of the esteemed veteran actress Manhwa was announced. Ms. Oh greeted Joon Soo warmly, complimenting him on his enduring good looks as they caught up. She was one of Korea's most celebrated actresses, cast in the crucial role of Nawi's mother. She then passed on a compliment, mentioning that a man named Jianmu had praised him a great deal. Joon Soo quickly connected the dots, realizing she must have been referring to Mr. Hwang. Ms. Oh then turned to greet another acquaintance, warmly inviting them to take a seat. A man in a simple beige jacket looked on from his seat, his face a mask of surprise. A moment later, another familiar face, Yului, offered Joon Soo a bright good morning. He complimented her on how pretty she looked, and she admitted she had dressed up specially to make a good impression. Suddenly, a voice he hadn't heard in a long time greeted him, signaling an unexpected reunion. A powerful memory surfaced of a black blindfold being pulled away from someone's head. He was utterly stunned to see who was standing before him. It was producer Yeonhui Kim, the head writer from his past project Blind Mission, who casually explained she was there for her niece's script reading. Joon Soo was momentarily thrown, unable to process who her niece could possibly be. Yului clarified that Yeonhui was her aunt who had helped her with the script, leaving Joon Soo to marvel at the smallness of the entertainment world. Yeonhui then dropped another bombshell, revealing she was the writer of the recent hit drama Azure Rainbow under the pen name Mina Kim. She confessed she had faked a pregnancy to resign from her producer job after winning a writing contest and asked Joon Soo to keep her secret until she could reveal it at an award ceremony. Taking a deep breath to process the revelations, Joon Soo invited the two of them to come inside so he could introduce them to the rest of the cast. At that same moment outside, Nahue's assistant alerted her that Yoonhae's car was approaching. The assistant confirmed it was the distinctive vehicle used by HS Entertainment. With a satisfied smirk, Nahue decided they would wait exactly 3 more minutes before making their own grand entrance. Yoonhae finally swept into the room, offering a curt apology and blaming the notorious traffic for her delay. She held her position near the door, her expression hard and defiant. Joon Soo internally decided to let her tardiness slide, as he could somewhat understand the pressure she was under. However, just as everyone relaxed, Nahue made her own dramatic appearance, stopping all conversation in its tracks. She delivered a biting remark about the traffic, insinuating that even someone like Yoonhae shouldn't have to resort to taking the subway. Sparks flew as Yoonhae retorted that she had already apologized, sharply pointing out that Nahue had also been late. Nahue calmly stated that at least she had arrived before Yoonhae, causing the tension to spike as a staff member weakly tried to get them to sit down. The argument escalated as Yoonhae demanded respect for being older, only for Nahue to coolly remind her that she held seniority within the industry. As the palpable animosity crackled between them, Joon Soo sighed, his worst fears about the day confirmed. Suddenly, a commanding voice cut through their argument, silencing them both. The veteran actress Manhwa looked at them with cold disdain and asked precisely how much longer she was supposed to wait. A profound and heavy silence immediately blanketed the room. Humbled, the two young stars quietly offered their apologies. Joon Soo thanked Ms. Oh for her intervention, while she privately expressed her doubt to him about their ability to film together. He reassured the veteran actress that he would have a very firm discussion with them both before shooting commenced. Ms. Oh nodded, agreeing that this was a necessary and wise course of action. Seeing that the full cast was finally assembled and seated, Joon Soo officially proposed they begin the script reading. He then turned to his assistant, instructing Seongjin to set the scene by reading the background text. The script reading began, with the first scene taking place in a bustling call center located in Gyeonggu. Seongjin read the description of the setting, which involved around 100 employees diligently providing customer service. Yunhai took a deep, centering breath, preparing to deliver her first lines as the character Seon-im. She then recited her lines perfectly, channeling the voice of a professional agent who calmly apologized for an inconvenience and offered two methods of resolution. Joon Soo listened with approval, impressed by how different her tone was from her usual voice, which showed how much time she had spent analyzing the character. The scene continued with an irate customer screaming through the phone, questioning how they could sell such useless products while Seon offered repeated apologies. The customer furiously dismissed her apologies and demanded to speak with a manager, cutting off Seon's attempt to de-escalate the situation. The verbal assault peaked as the caller screamed profanities, insisting again that they would only speak to the person in charge. In character, Yunhai subtly bit her lower lip, a masterful display of her character's strained attempt to maintain composure. From her seat, the veteran actress Manhwa lowered her script, her expression a thoughtful frown as she observed the younger actress' performance. Joon Soo silently commended Yunhai, noting how deeply immersed she was in the role she was portraying. Pleased, he declared that it was a great start to the reading and decided they should move directly to the next scene. Seongjin then set the stage for episode 2, scene 3, where the aspiring singer Haeongyu was arguing with her mother, leading Nahue to passionately exclaim her character's desire to become a singer. Jaehyung, playing the mother, retorted with fury, asking if her daughter had lost her mind and threatening to throw her out if she intended to become some kind of clown. Nahue fired back, declaring that she was leaving to live her own life and told her mother to stop trying to live vicariously through her, leaving the older woman speechless. A staff member whispered in awe, stunned by the sheer force of Nahue's acting that day. Another person glanced between the two rival actresses, sensing that Nahue's performance was so pointed it felt like she was trying to get under someone's skin. Across the table, Yunhai dug her teeth into her lip, a flicker of irritation crossing her face. The air between the two stars began to crackle with an unspoken, electric hostility. A palpable animosity grew in the room, prompting a nearby staff member to groan with weary recognition of the brewing storm. The crew members murmured amongst themselves, agreeing that both actresses were delivering incredibly intense performances. Joon Soo analyzed the situation, realizing that while their rivalry was fueling their acting, the supporting cast members were thankfully unaffected as their scenes were separate. However, he grimaced as he identified the true problem that was beginning to emerge from their fiery dynamic. The issue was the male lead, Seongjin Park, who hesitated in his own performance, clearly overwhelmed by the powerful momentum of the two female leads. Seongjin delivered his line weakly, stating that while he understood, the situation was simply unacceptable. Joon Soo reflected on the fact that as the top male lead, it was Seongjin's duty to shine brightly and hold his own, even against his co-star's best efforts. After all, Joon Soo thought, that immense pressure was precisely why the actor was being paid such a high salary. Seongjin moved them along to the next scene, a pivotal breakup moment between the two protagonists in the first episode. He described how Seon-im's character had to walk through the alleys of a poor neighborhood to get home from work. The narration continued, explaining that her boyfriend, Jungyu Park, was already there waiting for her. Yunhai read her line, expressing surprise at seeing him, while Seongjin explained that he had just arrived. He told her that he had tried calling, but Yunhai's character explained her phone battery was dead and wondered why he hadn't waited inside her place. Seongyun, as Jungyu, gently dismissed her concern, stating that it was fine and that he had come to tell her something important. As he prepared for the difficult line, Seongyun's expression hardened, reflecting his character's inner turmoil and resolve. Joon Soo tilted his head slightly and gave a small nod, signaling that he had a note for the actor. The director gently corrected Seongyun, suggesting his tone was too high and asking him to lower it, to which the actor quickly agreed. Seongyun tried the line again with the same wording, but Joon Soo immediately held up a hand to stop him. Joon Soo explained that the emotion was missing, the character had already decided on the breakup, and his voice needed to convey that irreversible finality, prompting Seongyun to apologize and promise to try again. With the new direction, Seongyun delivered the line once more, and this time Joon Soo nodded, confirming that it was much better. Joon Soo sighed internally, realizing that if this continued, he would have to keep coaching Seongyun through every line, but for now, he instructed everyone to proceed. The reading descended into a difficult session, with Joon Soo repeatedly correcting Seongyun, telling him to raise his voice for one line, then to remove emotion from another. Finally, the director's patience wore thin as he shouted the actor's name in sheer exasperation. Deciding everyone needed a reset, Joon Soo announced they would be taking a 10-minute break. Before leaving, he instructed another actor, Jong-yu, to be ready for the next scene, reminding him it was the first meeting between his character and Seongyun's. When they resumed, Seongyun read the scene description of a drunken Jungyu Park wandering an alley and bumping into a man who was hiding in the shadows. Jong-yu, as the stranger, immediately turned aggressive, demanding to know why Jungyu hadn't apologized after bumping into him. As Seongyun's character tried to walk away, Jong-us character blocked his path, angrily asking where he thought he was going. In the script, the stranger enacted a sudden burst of violence, striking the drunken man. Jong-yu then delivered a cold line, stating that was the price for ignoring people. Seongyun's character could only react with stunned silence, the blow catching him completely off guard. An electrifying intensity filled Jong-yu's voice as he addressed the stunned man on the ground. He then delivered a simple, chilling demand for Jung-ye's valuables. Seongyun, as the disoriented and drunk Jungyu, foolishly stuttered that he was still owed an apology. Jong-us character threatened him, asking if he had a death wish, while Joon Soo coached Seongyun from the side, reminding him not to act intimidated because his character was drunk. Joon Soo then admitted to himself that even he was feeling a little intimidated by Jong-yu's raw and powerful performance. The director marveled at how much the young actor's skills had improved since his initial audition. He privately declared that Jong-yu was the hidden treasure of their drama, just as the actor delivered a terrifying line, promising to kill his scene partner. The actor gave a predatory smirk, a stark contrast to the flustered and blushing expression on Seongyun's face. Overwhelmed and outmatched, Seongyun could only let out a frustrated and defeated groan. Later that evening, the sun set behind the towering NS Entertainment building, casting long shadows over the city. Inside, Seongyun slammed his hand down, letting out a curse fueled by the day's frustrations. He complained to his manager about the new actor, asking who he was, and his manager explained that he was the most talked-about performer from the audition who had even beaten out Song Taek-woo for the role. Seongyun confirmed what he heard, asking if this was really the guy who had outperformed the well-known Song Taek. In a moment of bitter reflection, Seongyun conceded that, based on the day's performance, it made perfect sense. He then vented about the script reading, complaining that he felt suffocated between the intense rivalry of Nahue and Yunhai, which prompted his manager to offer to find out what their issue was. Seongyun quickly shut down the offer, insisting that he did not want to get involved in their personal drama. Instead, he demanded they hire 2 more acting instructors for him, but his manager advised caution, suggesting he needed to take things slowly before filming began. Seongyun rejected this advice, explaining with panic that he had seen the revised script and Jong-us screen time had massively increased, fearing his own scenes might be cut. He continued his spiral, lamenting how much direct criticism he had received from the director throughout the day. Steeling his resolve, Seongyun declared that on the very first day of filming, he would show everyone exactly what he was truly capable of. The production crew bustled with focused energy, meticulously preparing the outdoor set for the day's shoot. At long last, the highly anticipated first day of filming had finally arrived. The director, Joon Soo, turned to his colleague and inquired if he was ready for what was to come. Producer Hwang responded with a bright smile, confirming that he was more than ready. The producer expressed his immense anticipation for the day's emotional scene, double-checking that it was scene 21 from the second episode. Joon Soo calmly affirmed that the producer's details were correct. He then shared his desire to film a particularly symbolic scene to commemorate their first day of production. While the producer found the choice to be rather romantic, Joon Soo insisted his decision was rooted in efficiency and managing the project's demanding schedule. He explained that the chosen scene was vital because it perfectly captured the drama's core emotions, narrative flow, and ultimate message. The scene in question featured Yoon Hae-im's character, Seon, climbing the stairs to her home, with the highlight being a powerful line she delivered while all alone. Joon Soo thoughtfully added that this feeling resonated even when one wasn't the main character of the day. He then cleared his throat, preparing to give a small demonstration. With cringeworthy awkwardness, he recited the line himself, immediately becoming embarrassed and reminding himself that his talent was in directing, not acting. A staff member interrupted his moment of self-reflection to announce that the actress, Manhwa, had just arrived. A small, knowing grin spread across Joon Soo's face as he noted she was a full 10 minutes early. Outside, a woman elegantly stepped out of a sleek black van as a staff member held the door for her. Joon Soo immediately greeted Manhwa with a pointed comment about her managing to be on time that day. Manhwa instantly bristled, blurting out that she had been caught in a traffic jam last time as their conversation quickly devolved into a familiar bickering match. Setting their dispute aside, Joon Soo announced they would start filming as soon as everyone was present and asked who was still missing. A crew member informed him that Yoon Hae was the only one yet to arrive and that they were actively trying to get in touch with her. Joon Soo grit his teeth in silent frustration, his patience wearing thin at the prospect of her being late once again. Manhwa coolly told him not to worry about it and to take a break, her sharp gaze signaling she was ready for another confrontation. She confidently stated that there was no way Yoon Hae would dare to be late on a day as important as this one. Time stretched on, however, and the afternoon sun began its slow descent, painting the sky with dramatic, vibrant hues. Suddenly, the distant roar of an approaching engine broke the relative quiet of the set. A car then screeched to a halt nearby, its tires protesting against the pavement. An obviously flustered Yoon Hae rushed into view, nervously fidgeting as she hurried towards the crew. She bowed low in a profound apology, quickly explaining that a major accident up ahead had completely blocked the road. Producer Hwang quietly voiced his concerns to Joon Soo about filming with the two contentious actresses, while the director internally decided he had to set a firm precedent on the first day. With a cold and steady voice, Joon Soo called out Yoon Hae's name, drawing everyone's attention. He sternly reprimanded her, questioning how she could possibly be late on the very first day of filming. His lecture continued as he reminded her that he only expected punctuality, especially after she had also been late to the script reading. A deep blush of shame crept up Yoon Hae's face as she looked down, unable to meet his piercing gaze. She could only mutter an apology under the weight of his unexpectedly harsh words, which left nearby staff members wondering about their supposedly close relationship. In the background, Yoon Hae's manager conceded to her that she had been right about their need to leave earlier. Manhwa, completely unbothered by the tense situation, simply instructed her assistant to fetch her makeup artist for a touch-up. Joon Soo redirected Yoon Hae, telling her that her apology was owed not to him, but to the entire staff that had been kept waiting. He then curtly announced that filming would begin in 10 minutes and ordered everyone to get into position. A troubled expression lingered on Yoon Hae's face as she tried to compose herself after the public scolding. Soon, the official call to stand by echoed across the set, signaling the start of the scene. Yoon Hae began her monologue, her character describing the soul-crushing depression she felt from the constant criticism at her new job on the call center's blacklist task force. She continued the line, finding a small sliver of hope in the fact that the weekend was just around the corner. Joon Soo immediately called cut, instructing her to bring more lightness to the performance to reflect the relief of it being a Friday evening after a hard week. Yunhai quietly acknowledged his direction and prepared for another take. Seeing her continued struggle, however, Joon Soo's tone softened as he gently asked if she was feeling unwell. He observed that she seemed to be having an unusually difficult time staying focused on her performance. His sudden change in demeanor seemed to catch her by surprise. She quickly straightened her posture, insisting with renewed alertness that she was perfectly fine. Taking her at her word, the crew was once again instructed to stand by for the scene. Yunhai delivered the opening lines again, her voice now tinged with a more authentic weariness from being critiqued all day by her boss. As her character walked with heavy steps, she mused on the small comfort that the weekend was about to begin. She then delivered the scene's most important line, a quiet conviction in her voice as she expressed hope that tomorrow would be a better day. The camera followed her solitary figure as she walked down the lonely city street at night. As she perfectly concluded the monologue, Joon Soo stared intently, recognizing the raw talent he was looking for. He enthusiastically yelled cut, praising her for delivering the performance he knew she was capable of, and immediately moved everyone on to the next scene. After that crucial moment, the rest of the filming progressed with remarkable speed, aided by Nawi's flawless, blooper-free performance. When Joon Soo later complimented her professionalism, she responded with characteristic confidence, reminding him that it was only to be expected from Manhwa. Thanks to their combined efforts, the entire production wrapped for the day well ahead of schedule. Just as the crew was packing up, producer Hwang called out Joon Soo's name with a sense of urgency. The producer explained that he had checked her story and discovered there had indeed been a severe accident along the route Yunhai had taken. He showed Joon Soo a news report detailing a 7-car collision that had resulted in a 2-hour traffic jam, remarking that she had actually arrived impressively fast under the circumstances. The new information struck Joon Soo with a wave of guilt, as he realized that without the accident, Yunhai would have been at least an hour early. He thanked the producer for letting him know, stating quietly that he would handle the situation himself. Later that evening, Joon Soo stood alone in the near-empty parking lot, lost in thought. He wrestled with his conscience, admitting to himself that while he had been harsh to maintain discipline, it was unfair since the delay had not been her fault. Assuming she had already gone home for the night, he contemplated sending a text but ultimately decided a sincere phone call would be better. Just as he reached for his phone, a quiet voice called out his name from behind him. He turned in surprise to see Yunhai standing there, having waited for him all this time. Startled, Joon Soo called out the woman's name into the quiet parking lot. He said Yunhai's name again, confirming that the person waiting for him was indeed her. He then questioned why she hadn't already gone home for the night. Yunhai explained that she had stayed behind specifically because she wanted to talk to him. Joon Soo admitted that, in a strange coincidence, he had just been about to give her a call himself. A wave of awkwardness washed over them as they stood in the shared, unspoken moment. He then broke the silence, suggesting they find a bench to sit down and talk properly. They settled onto a bench beneath a large, leafy tree, its branches silhouetted against the starry night sky. Joon Soo began the conversation by acknowledging how tired she must be and remarking that she should have gone home to rest. He then said her name softly to ensure he had her full attention before he spoke again. Looking at her directly, he offered a sincere and straightforward apology. Yunhai, misinterpreting his words, began to tremble as she promised she would never be late again. She started to elaborate on her commitment to being punctual from now on. However, Joon Soo cut her off, clarifying that he was the one who was sorry, which only left her more confused. He lifted his gaze and explained that he hadn't known the traffic accident on her route was as serious as it was. Yunhai nervously scratched her cheek, unsure how to process his sudden apology. He confessed that because it was the first day, he felt he needed to maintain strict discipline but now realized he had taken it too far. Joon Soo apologized to her again by name, and his genuine remorse visibly moved her. He then added that, beyond the lateness, he had actually been worried that she might have been involved in the accident. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves of the tree above them, filling the brief silence. He urged her to let go of what had happened, admitting it was wrong of him to get so angry. To his surprise, Yunhai's eyes began to well up with tears. A single tear escaped and trickled down her cheek, catching him completely off guard. Panicked by her sudden display of emotion, he frantically asked why she was crying. Through her sniffles, she managed to say that she was sorry, but it was because of him. Joon Soo's mind raced as he came to the immediate, guilt-ridden conclusion that he was the cause of her tears. She tried in vain to wipe away the steady stream of tears with her hand. He felt a sense of helplessness, reflecting on how long it had been since he had seen her cry and how she rarely showed such vulnerability. He then corrected himself, realizing it wasn't just that she cried infrequently. In fact, it dawned on him that he had never once seen her shed a tear in either his past or present life. He remembered that even on the day she decided to end everything, she had recounted her pain with a detached calm, never complaining. He mused that this incredible stoicism had always been a fundamental part of who she was. Acting on instinct, Joon Soo reached into his coat pocket. He glanced at her sorrowful expression as he pulled out a folded cloth. Convinced he must have been truly terrible to her, he offered her his handkerchief. He apologized yet again, his own face flushing with a mixture of guilt and embarrassment. As she sniffled, Yunhai nervously scratched at her arm, trying to find the right words. She finally spoke, clarifying that his anger wasn't the reason she was crying. Her gaze drifted to the side, her expression filled with a raw vulnerability. She quietly confessed that her tears were because she truly believed that he had come to hate her. She explained that she had never seen him so intensely upset with anyone before. At that moment, a strange and powerful feeling of déjà vu washed over Joon Soo. His mind instantly flashed to a breakup scene in the script where the female lead, Seon, is shocked after being dumped. In that scene, Seon had pleaded with her boyfriend to stay, but his mind was already made up. The heartbroken character in the script had desperately asked why he was leaving her. A single tear was scripted to fall from Seon's eye at that critical moment. The character had been in denial, unable to accept that he was gone. The connection suddenly became clear. Seon cried when told she wasn't liked anymore, just as Yunhai was crying because she thought he didn't like her. He realized then that she hadn't been crying without reason, she was completely and utterly immersed in her character. Yunhai apologized for her outburst, admitting that she wasn't normally so emotional. Joon Soo quickly reassured her not to be sorry, attributing her reaction to being deeply invested in her role. He then firmly dismissed her fears, asking why he would ever hate her and declaring that he actually liked her very much. Looking up at him with teary eyes, Yunhai quietly thanked him for his comforting words. He asked if she was feeling better, to which she nodded in confirmation. He gently urged her to hurry back to her car before anyone else could see them together. Holding his handkerchief, she promised she would be sure to return it to him later. Joon Soo smiled faintly, telling her that she had better keep that promise. He wished her a safe drive home as she turned to leave. As he watched her walk away, Joon Soo was struck by doubt, wondering if her intense method acting was the sole reason for her tears. A more complicated possibility then entered his mind: what if his perceived dislike was not a trivial matter to her personally? He initially dismissed the thought as impossible, but the unsettling what if lingered in his mind. A crew member interrupted his thoughts, announcing they were done packing, and Joon Soo agreed it was time to leave. When asked what he had been so lost in thought about, he gave a vague answer about simply mulling something over. In his own mind, however, he admitted that he was trying to understand something that had left him deeply confused. On the film set, an actor in character furiously demanded to know the identity of the man before him. He then pressed further, questioning what it was that the mysterious figure truly wanted. With rising conviction, he leveled an accusation, declaring him to be the one stalking Seon. His voice cracked with emotion as he screamed, asking why he was inflicting this suffering upon her. In response, a single, haunting chuckle escaped the antagonist's lips. The quiet amusement quickly swelled into a confident, mocking laugh. Soon, his maniacal laughter echoed across the set, filling the tense air with chilling glee. Overwhelmed by the display, the first actor's body began to tremble with unrestrained fury. He stammered, asking if this was all some sick joke to him, right before the director's voice cut through the scene. The director critiqued the actor, Seong-gin, pointing out that his voice was shaking and that he needed to sound stronger. Seong-gin quietly acknowledged the direction, accepting the note. Elsewhere on set, a crew member commented that his acting was great, observing how much he had prepared since the table read. Another crew member agreed, stating there was no doubt he was a top-tier actor. She added, however, that he seemed to lose his confidence every time he performed opposite his co-star, Jong-yu, while she gratefully accepted a bottle of water. She remarked that Jong-us acting was so skilled that it was enough to give her goosebumps. She could only imagine how intimidating it must be to be the actor facing him in a scene. Meanwhile, Jong-yu approached Seong-gin to offer him some water, but the offer was politely refused. Seong-gin declared that he was fine and ready for another take. The director, Joon Soo, then checked on Jong-yu, who confirmed that his fight scene with Seong-gin was that day. Seong-gin interjected, insisting they needed to focus and get into their enemy roles, claiming that casual conversation would ruin the mood. Jong-yu feigned understanding of the actor's intense method. He then apologized with a sharp, passive-aggressive edge, stating that he hadn't realized it was an issue because he could clearly distinguish between his role and reality. He promised to be careful from then on, a comment that caused the nearby crew to whisper about his obvious sarcasm. Joon Soo mused to himself that he didn't believe Jong-yu meant any real harm by the comment. He knew, however, that the sensitive Seong-gin would undoubtedly take it the wrong way. The subtext of the remark was cruel, implying that Seong-gin was an amateur who couldn't even separate his acting from real life. Joon Soo recognized that this shoot was about more than just Seong-gin and Jong-us scene. It was a clash between Seong-gin Park, an experienced actor who had endured countless hardships to reach the top, and Jong-yu, a gifted rookie with natural talent. The entire production had become a stage for an intense acting competition between these two rivals. Joon Soo understood, however, that it was only Seong-gin who viewed their dynamic as a competition. Pushing the tension aside, Joon Soo called for Jong-yu to get ready so they could begin the scene again. Once more, Seong-gin's character shouted into the tense silence, demanding to know who the man was. He immediately followed with the question of what he wanted. Yet again, the director's voice sliced through the performance, calling for a cut. He informed Seong-gin that his voice was still audibly shaking. Joon Soo reminded him that the character had to be strong in this moment, expressing his certainty that Seong-gin knew what was needed. With a frustrated sigh, Seong-gin acknowledged the critique and agreed. Joon Soo decisively announced that they would immediately proceed with another retake. But the subsequent attempt was also cut short by the director. A frustrating pattern emerged as the director repeatedly rejected the takes, demanding they do it again and again. The word cut finally boomed across the set with a note of finality and exhaustion. Murmurs rippled through the weary crew, with some whispering that he was making too many mistakes because Jong-yu intimidated him. Seeing the situation escalate, Joon Soo quietly asked the audio director to turn off the microphone for a moment. He then slowly walked over to Seong-gin, asking if they could talk for a minute. Joon Soo gently asked the actor if he was having a hard time. Seong-gin immediately denied it, insisting that he was fine. Noticing the actor's denial, Joon Soo urged him to be honest, even offering to reschedule if he wasn't up to it, which visibly shocked Seong-gin. After a moment of internal struggle, Seong-gin looked up and insisted that he could do it. He then earnestly pleaded with Joon Soo to please let him continue. From a distance, Jong-yu observed this exchange with a faint, knowing smirk playing on his lips. Joon Soo finally relented, vowing they would keep shooting until Seong-gin got it right, no matter how many takes it took to achieve his complete satisfaction. The clapperboard signaled the beginning of the 27th take. As the camera rolled, Seong-gin's character finally delivered his line, asking if this was all a joke. By this point, the entire crew was drained from the incredibly long filming session. The actors themselves were completely drenched in sweat from the repeated physical and emotional toll. But Joon Soo recognized that this raw exhaustion was ironically making the scene far more realistic and intense. In a visceral explosion of action, Seongyun's character suddenly lunged forward and grabbed his opponent. He screamed the line directly into Jong-us face as the sound of a slap echoed, amplifying the impact of the confrontation. Panting with exertion, he furiously demanded to know what the villain wanted, cursing him under his breath. Leaning in close, he delivered a grave threat, swearing to God that he would kill him if he ever laid a single finger on Seon. The moment the threat landed, Jong-us' character sprang back, breaking the tense standoff. Joon Soo immediately yelled cut and began to applaud, the perfect take finally captured. A wave of relief washed over the set as the exhausted crew erupted into cheers and applause. In another location, a woman named Yolui was on the phone, asking for someone's opinion on the footage. The person on the line confirmed they had just seen the clip of the 27th attempt, agreeing that the actors were truly great. Yolui clarified that while that was true, almost anyone would seem impressive when compared to Jongyu, noting that only Manhwa was on his level. She then pitched a change in direction for the project, confirming if the person she was speaking with was alright with the new plan. This strategic shift would give Jong-us' character a slightly larger spotlight than Seongyun's. Nearby, Jong-us head snapped to the side, his senses suddenly on high alert. When a crew member noticed his reaction, he quickly dismissed it, claiming it was nothing. With his jaw clenched, he explained that he just thought somebody had been standing there. Stepping out from the set, Joon Soo was met with an entirely unexpected scene. He silently noted that Yolui hadn't sounded as cheerful as usual on the phone earlier, making a mental note to tell her not to overwork herself. His thoughts were interrupted as he registered the large, bustling crowd gathered nearby. He wondered why so many people were still lingering when the day's filming had already concluded. His eyes then landed on a brightly lit food truck, its banner proudly announcing it was a gift from the actress Sia Han. A crew member spotted him and gestured towards the truck, offering him coffee and donuts. The staffer happily explained that the entire setup was a surprise sent by Sia specifically for him and the crew. Joon Soo could only stare in a moment of genuine awe. Another crew member remarked that this was the 5th time Sia had made such a grand gesture, as Joon Soo's phone began to vibrate. Answering the call, he heard Sia's voice on the other end asking if he was in the middle of something. Joon Soo assured her he wasn't busy, explaining they had just wrapped up filming as the food truck arrived, which prompted Sia to laugh, saying that was precisely why she had called. He thanked her for the incredibly thoughtful gesture but gently told her to stop, jokingly warning that she would go bankrupt at this rate. Sia confidently brushed off his concern, reminding him that she was far more famous and wealthy than he seemed to think. She added that she felt compelled to do it so that he wouldn't get discouraged during the demanding shoot. Joon Soo countered that as the director, no one would dare discourage him, insisting that her grand gestures were unnecessary. He pleaded more seriously for her to stop, proposing that if she truly wanted to help, she could make a cameo appearance in the drama instead. For a brief moment, Joon Soo internally winced, wondering if his request had come across as too transparent. To his shock, Sia joyfully accepted the offer, and an ecstatic Joon Soo promised to coordinate with the writer immediately. He made her promise one last time to stop sending food trucks, firmly denying her disappointed plea. A short time later, the first 2 episodes of the drama finally aired, achieving impressive viewership ratings of 11.5% and 11.9% respectively. The show's initial success, however, wasn't just measured in viewership numbers. A wave of public interest had surged, not only for the main characters but for the supporting cast as well. Of course, among all the talented actors, one performance had captured the public's attention more than any other. Online forums and video comment sections exploded with praise for Jongyu, with viewers commenting on his terrifying voice and intensely realistic portrayal of the villain. Watching the flood of positive reactions on his screen, Joon Soo felt a wave of emotion wash over him. He sniffled, deeply moved by the fact that Jong Yu was finally building a legitimate fan base of his own. Unaware of this, Sia had followed up about her cameo, clarifying that her schedule required the filming to be completed within the month. During a conversation on set, one of Junse's female colleagues sighed, telling him how jealous she was. Confused, Joon Soo asked what she meant, pointing out that she was the one heading to the beautiful Jeju Island next week. Another staff member chimed in, confirming her trip was scheduled for 5 days and 4 nights. The colleague lamented that while she was lucky to go, she would be stuck working the entire time. An idea sparked for Joon Soo, who suggested they could film a special episode for new family there, an idea that clearly caught her by surprise. He elaborated that he co-produced the variety show and hadn't been heavily involved lately, making it possible to arrange a shoot. When he asked about her specific location, she informed him they were filming at a secluded mountain hut on Ikjang Mountain. At the mention of the location, her male colleague grew serious, revealing a strange rumor about that very place. He leaned in and whispered that the mountain hut was said to be haunted, causing the woman to yelp in fear. He explained that a crew member from Jeju called it a place famous for its strong yin energy, making her even more terrified to go. But Joon Soo suddenly saw this as a positive development, much to his colleague's bewilderment. He recited the old industry superstition that seeing a ghost during filming guaranteed a blockbuster hit, though his own trembling hands betrayed his bravado. Seeing through his act, his colleague challenged him to be the one to go and find the ghost himself. A close-up on Joon Soo's face revealed the fear in his eyes as a single drop of sweat trickled down his temple. Putting on a brave face, he reluctantly agreed, claiming he would gladly go see it himself if the opportunity arose. His colleagues quickly sealed the promise, leaving Joon Soo to doubtfully agree to the unlikely scenario. The scene shifted to later that week, where a torrential downpour had halted production on an outdoor set. The crew scrambled to protect their expensive gear from the rain as orders were shouted to wrap things up quickly. Joon Soo apologized profusely to Sia, explaining that they only had 2 cuts left to film for the day. He assured her they would film her part first thing in the morning, and she graciously told him not to worry. With the day's shoot officially cancelled, she bid him farewell and headed back toward the hotel. Joon Soo felt a pang of guilt, realizing he now had to inform Yunhai that her shoot was also postponed. In the hotel parking lot, several cars sat idle as the relentless storm raged on. A sharp voice suddenly cut through the sound of the rain, demanding to know why 2 people were in a car together. A man's voice shot back defensively, questioning if there was some rule against it. Nahue stammered, pointing out that the man in the car had seemed to be getting along so well with Sia just moments before. Seongjin impatiently dismissed her confusion and curtly told her to leave, stating that he and Yunhai had private matters to discuss. His dismissive tone left Nahue standing alone in the rain, completely dumbfounded. Just then, Joon Soo arrived and began banging on the car window, demanding to know what Nahue was even doing there on her day off. Later, back in the quiet of his hotel room, Joon Soo wearily rubbed his face with a towel. He checked the time, noting with a sigh that it was only 5 o'clock and he still had a mountain of work to get through. A knock on the door revealed his assistant, Gil Hun, who was relaying a request from the crew for a small staff dinner party. Joon Soo correctly interpreted their request as a desire to drink and gave his approval, but warned them not to overdo it. Gil Hun then politely invited him to join the gathering, but Joon Soo had to decline, needing to focus on his work. Before leaving, Gil Hun informed him they would be in room 503 in case he changed his mind. As the door closed, a brilliant flash of lightning tore across the dark, stormy sky outside his window. Tucked away in his hotel room, Joon Soo remained focused on his work, his fingers a blur across the keyboard. He typed relentlessly, determined to make progress on the massive workload that still lay ahead. A sudden knock at the door interrupted his concentration, and he called out for the person to enter. The door swung open to reveal Sia, who cheerfully called his name as she stepped inside. Joon Soo flinched in surprise as she rushed forward and wrapped him in an impulsive, tight hug. With a small hiccup, Sia insisted he join their drinking party, playfully pointing out that his red cheeks suggested he'd already been having fun. She tearfully explained she had only started drinking because she was bored waiting for him, questioning why he was working on vacation, forcing him to remind her it was a business trip. Finally relenting with a sigh, Joon Soo gently tapped her shoulder and agreed to go with her. She brightened instantly, asking if she had interrupted his work, but he graciously assured her that he still had plenty of time. Her eyes then lit up with a mischievous idea as she proposed they steal some soju from the party, a suggestion that caught him off guard. She quickly reconsidered, however, deciding it was much better for them to spend some quiet time together instead. When he expressed concern that someone might see them, she replied that it would be even better, deepening his confusion. In that moment, their private conversation was abruptly cut short as they both turned with startled expressions. Naoi's voice sliced through the hallway as she cheerfully invited Joon Soo to come have a drink. Sia immediately questioned why Nahue and Yunhai were together, prompting Yunhai to defensively ask what was wrong with it. Nahue then shifted her attention to Joon Soo, challenging him for skipping the staff dinner, and he began to explain he was working before simply giving up. Insisting it was more fun to drink as a group, Nahue pulled them along, and after a moment of surprise, Yunhai reluctantly agreed to join. As they made their way to the party, Sia asked when the two had become so close, but Yunhai flatly denied any friendship between them. Nahue then clarified with a cryptic smile that it was merely a temporary alliance, leaving Sia utterly perplexed. Urging them to move faster, Nahue announced the party was in the audio director's room, all while Yunhai complained about being pushed from behind. Inside the room, a lively gathering was in full swing, with snacks and an assortment of drinks spread across the carpeted floor. The crew erupted in cheers upon seeing Joon Soo, immediately making space for him to sit down. One of the staff members grinned, pouring a full shot glass while explaining there was a price for being late. He informed Joon Soo of the penalty, 3 shots in a row, and Joon Soo wryly acknowledged that he had no choice but to comply. As the room cheered him on, Joon Soo accepted his doom, knowing he couldn't get out of it. Resigning himself to the challenge, he downed the drinks one by one, earning a roar of approval from the ecstatic crew. As the night wore on, the storm outside began to subside, revealing a dark, cloudy sky over the mountains. Back inside, the party had grown more raucous, with the crew shouting out lines from a drinking game. The energetic chants of Bunny Bunny filled the room as everyone got swept up in the competitive fun. Sia watched from the sidelines, laughing to herself at how intensely everyone was playing. Finding his glass empty, Joon Soo quietly held it out to the person beside him and asked for another shot. He was taken aback for a moment when he realized it was Nahue who had poured his drink. Without a word, they raised their glasses, the small cups clinking together in a quiet toast. Joon Soo then asked if she was sure she should be drinking, to which she coolly replied by asking him why not. He started to mention her typical behavior when intoxicated but quickly trailed off, deciding it was better left unsaid. Instead, he simply warned her not to have too much to drink. Nahue waved off his concern, reminding him she didn't like soju anyway, and he quietly recalled that she preferred sake. Shifting the topic entirely, she casually asked him what he and Yunhai had been discussing earlier. Joon Soo gave her a blank look, unable to recall the specific conversation she was referring to. She elaborated, stating that she always thought the two of them strongly disliked each other. An image of Yunhai offering someone a sweet, gentle smile floated through the tense air between them. Joon Soo then mumbled his own series of questions, asking about her time in the car with Seongyin and what exactly she had meant by a temporary alliance. Nahue shot back, asking if she wasn't allowed to make friends, but Joon Soo quickly clarified that he would be happy to see them get along. She cut him off with a sharp denial, stating unequivocally that they were not friends. Her firm declaration left Joon Soo completely baffled by the contradictory signals. An electric tension flared between them as she repeated her earlier statement, it was a temporary alliance. From a distance, Sia observed their intense exchange, her cheeks flushing slightly as she watched them. A sly, knowing smirk crept across Nahue's face as she held Junsu's gaze. The unexpected intensity of the moment caused Junsu to inhale sharply, choking on his soju. Sia immediately rushed over, patting his back with concern as she called his name. Their group was joined by the actor Jongyu, who explained that he had seen them while drinking with the lighting team. When Sia noted how much he must have had to drink, he proudly boasted that one bottle was nothing and that he could easily handle 3. She gently cautioned him against overindulging, reminding him that filming was scheduled to begin the very next day. Jongyu accepted her advice with a cheerful and enthusiastic okay. He then changed the subject, mentioning the recent praise he had received online and attributing all of his success to Junsu. Junsu humbly brushed off the compliment, insisting that Jongyu's talent was the real reason for his newfound popularity. He mused internally that an actor with Jongyu's skill would have found success with any good director. In his heart, Junsu felt he was the one who was truly fortunate to have met such an actor at this point in his career. Meanwhile, watching from the shadows, Seonggin's expression soured as he observed the friendly exchange. His jaw tightened as a surge of silent frustration washed over him. An ominous rumble of unspoken animosity began to emanate from him, threatening to disrupt the cheerful party atmosphere. Seonggin internally questioned if the actor was trying to stir up trouble, a low growl of irritation rumbling in his chest. With a dismissive huff, he then called out to Nahue and Yunhai. One of them flinched in surprise before asking what he wanted. Seonggin arrogantly proposed that just the 3 of them, as the main characters, should share an exclusive toast. A knowing smirk played on Naoi's lips as she internally mocked his childishness, wondering when he would finally mature. Junsu, however, immediately shut down the idea as nonsense with a sharp smack on the table. He firmly reminded everyone that while some might be main characters, they were all colleagues first and foremost. Noticing Naoi's sudden departure, Junsu asked where she was going, but she curtly replied that she needed to get something. A moment later, a door was slammed shut with jarring force, signaling her abrupt exit. Sia watched her leave, wondering aloud what had just happened and why Nahue seemed so upset. Feeling responsible for the awkward tension, Junsu quickly tried to salvage the mood by calling for a group toast, which the others hesitantly accepted. Later that night, the party continued at a large modern house, illuminated by the soft glow of a crescent moon. Junsu found himself staring at yet another chaotic situation, wondering what was happening now. He saw Jongyu, his expression stern with drunken focus, gripping Seonggin's wrist. Across from him, Seonggin grinned with a crazed smile, eagerly clasping Jongyu's hand in return. An onlooker noted how drunk they both were as the 2 actors enthusiastically agreed to an arm wrestling match. When someone announced the match would start on a count of 3, another person exclaimed in disbelief that Nahue's manager, Ch101, was acting as the referee. Ch101 began the official countdown, calling out the number 1. As he called out the number 2, Sia peeked from the side, silently vowing to support whoever won while pretending she wasn't the least bit curious. With a final, booming shout of 3, the intense match officially began. A powerful jolt of energy shot through both competitors as they strained against each other. The struggle ended abruptly with a deafening bang as an arm was slammed against the wooden table. A sharp cry of pain followed the resounding thump of defeat. Jongyu loomed over his opponent as Seonggin panted in pain, prompting a concerned onlooker to ask if he was okay. Someone in the crowd let out a stifled snort, trying to hold back their laughter. The attempt was futile, as unrestrained laughter immediately erupted from the group. The infectious amusement spread, with more and more people joining in the boisterous laughing. One guest laughed directly at Seonggin, pointing out how incredibly loud the final slam had been. Amid the uproar, Junsu remained silent, his expression unreadable. He then approached Seonggin to quietly ask if he was all right after the crushing defeat. Seonggin could only let out a groan of pain and humiliation. He then lashed out at Jongyu, demanding to know why he was so good at everything and couldn't go easy on him, just as Jongyu politely accepted a drink from someone. Seonggin quickly clarified that his outburst was not a compliment, which left the cheerful Jong-yu momentarily confused. Observing their strange interaction, Joon Soo mused that perhaps the two actors would end up getting along better than he had initially thought. The night wore on, and the group transitioned into a lively drinking game, with chants of strawberry filling the air. The calls changed rhythm as another player shouted out for 2 grapes. Joon Soo, who hadn't planned on staying long, found himself deeply engrossed in the game as he correctly called out for 3 strawberries. However, after the next player shouted for 4 pineapples, Joon Soo fumbled his turn, mistakenly repeating the strawberry chant. The group cheered, having finally caught him, and sentenced him to drink a penalty of 3 glasses of soju mixed with beer, much to his dismay. He paled, realizing he was already at his limit and drinking the potent concoction would leave him miserable all night. Just then, Sia appeared as if from nowhere and offered to be his Black Knight, a proxy drinker. She reminded him that if she drank the penalty for him, he would be obligated to grant her a wish. As the crowd cheered in excitement, Sia playfully added that she wouldn't do it if he didn't want her to. Joon Soo hesitated, getting a bad feeling that her wish would be a strange one, but knew he couldn't possibly handle the drink himself. In a surprising twist, Jong-yu suddenly snatched the glass, declaring that he would be the one to protect Joon Soo. Without a moment's hesitation, he began to gulp down the entire mixture. After finishing the drink with a loud burp, he proudly announced that he didn't require a wish in return. He declared himself a trustworthy loyalist, but the words had barely left his mouth before he began to wobble unsteadily on his feet. Seconds later, Jong-yu collapsed, completely passed out, prompting Joon Soo to sigh with a distinct lack of surprise. Joon Soo quickly volunteered to take the unconscious actor to his room, an offer that was readily accepted. As he left, the remaining partygoers made him promise he would come back, to which he gave a half-hearted, laughing agreement. The soft sound of his footsteps echoed as he carried Jong-yu away from the noisy room. After laying the soundly snoring Jong-yu in bed, Joon Soo breathed a heavy sigh of relief. He made a firm decision in that moment: there was absolutely no way he was going back to the party. Hearing the distant, gleeful shouts for more soju and beer, he shuddered at the thought of returning, knowing it would spell his doom for the next day. Seeking fresh air, he stepped outside as the sound of falling rain filled the quiet night. The gentle patter continued, creating a soothing and constant rhythm around him. Joon Soo found the downpour refreshing as it washed over the world outside. He felt the cold air beginning to clear his head, slowly sobering him up from the night's festivities. Suddenly, an unexpected sound sent a jolt of alarm through him. He scanned his surroundings, wondering what the noise was and if someone else was out there with him. After a careful look, he saw no one and concluded he must have been alone. But just as he relaxed, a chilling realization made him freeze in place. In another part of the house, shrouded in darkness, a woman stared at her phone with a deeply menacing smile. The camera zoomed in on Joon Soo's eyes, now wide with abject terror. His gaze was fixed on a dark, imposing figure that had appeared at the far end of the hallway. In utter disbelief, he called out into the darkness, his voice trembling as he asked who was there. The shadowy figure stood silhouetted against an unsettling red glow, its presence radiating pure menace. The moment the figure glanced in his direction, a horrified scream ripped from Joon Soo's throat. The dark, imposing figure loomed over him from the far end of the hallway, a silhouette of pure dread. In a chillingly slow movement, the figure turned its gaze directly towards him. A violent shudder ran through Joon Soo as he let out a strangled gasp for air. His body trembled uncontrollably, and with a small cry of terror, he stumbled backward. An ominous footstep echoed in the silence, its sound pounding in his ears like a drum. The figure took another deliberate step forward, closing the distance between them. Abruptly, the advancing shadow hesitated, coming to a complete stop in the darkness. A soft light suddenly pierced the gloom as a familiar voice called out his name. Joon Soo squinted at the source of the light, breathlessly asking what Yunhai was doing there. Outside, the heavy rain continued to fall, blanketing the lush mountain landscape under a clouded sky. Nearby, verdant foliage rustled softly as raindrops pattered against a tiled stone pathway. Yunhai asked if he had been out there by himself, to which he replied that he was simply watching the rain, finding it quite pleasant. She then playfully questioned his choice to be dressed entirely in white. With a nervous laugh and a weary groan, he explained that it was just his pajamas, admitting that he had gotten far too scared a moment ago. She teased him, asking if he was afraid of ghosts, but he flinched and defensively insisted that he was only startled. Changing the subject, he scratched his head and wondered why Yunhai wasn't inside drinking with everyone else. She confessed that she wasn't very skilled when it came to holding her liquor. She further explained that since she debuted at a young age, she never really had a normal school life and had missed out on retreats, even in university. Observing him with a slight shrug, Yunhai noted that he seemed to have had quite a bit to drink and asked if he was feeling all right. Joon Soo winced slightly before admitting that her observation was correct and that was precisely why he had escaped the party. She told him she was glad he'd left, wisely cautioning that drinking too much would only lead to suffering the next day. The steady, soothing sound of the downpour filled the comfortable silence between them. For a moment, they sat together with their backs to the world, quietly watching the heavy rain fall. The peaceful atmosphere was gently interrupted by the soft vibration of her phone. Yunhai informed him that she had just received a text from her mother, who was currently watching their drama. With a bright grin, she added that her mother was also showering his acting skills with high praise. He let out an amused puff of air, remarking that she must be very close with her parents. She agreed, explaining that while her busy schedule kept them apart, she always made an effort to call and text as much as possible. Yunhai revealed she did this because she didn't want to have any regrets in life, before turning the question back to him. Her expression suddenly shifted as she looked over her shoulder, her eyes wide with a deep-seated vulnerability. He began to answer, brushing a stray hair from his face as he admitted he was not particularly close to his family. Joon Soo finished his thought, confirming that he and his parents were not very close at all. Her focus then shifted as she noted that this must be the first time he had ever seen the scar on her forehead. She explained that she always hid it with her bangs and makeup, asking him to please keep it a secret as he realized he'd never known about it even in his past life. Filled with concern, Joon Soo gently asked if she would be willing to tell him how she got it. She let out a soft, hesitant breath before beginning her difficult story. Yunhai prefaced her tale by warning him that it was a long and rather boring story. Her father had been an alcoholic, and her earliest memory was of hiding in a closet to escape his drunken rages. She went on to explain that her father died in a car accident when she was in elementary school, and upon hearing the news, her first feeling was one of overwhelming relief. That relief, she clarified, came from the profound knowledge that she would never have to worry about being hit by him again. She revealed that the very scar on her forehead was a direct result of his abuse, but things began to get better after she debuted as a child actor. As her fame grew, she began landing more roles in dramas and commercials. With her increasing income, she was able to move into a new house with her mother and buy new clothes, and for a time, she was truly happy. However, she somberly recounted how her mother started treating her like a money-making machine, which led to a bitter falling out that ended their relationship, wishing only that her mother could have at least apologized. Her voice softened as she confessed that she was always ready to tell her mother it was okay and to forgive her. Yunhai admitted to Joon Soo that she hated being criticized because she had heard it too much as a child, which led her to always stay in the background. But lately, she continued, she found herself constantly thinking about things she wanted to do and things she wanted to have. She felt a sense of guilt about these newfound desires, having spent her whole life trying to erase her own color. Reaching out, Joon Soo gently took her arm and insisted that she could be as greedy as she wanted to be. He urged her to hold on to anything she wanted and never let go because of nasty comments or the opinions of others. His expression was filled with earnest worry as he leaned toward her in the rain, offering his unwavering support. He passionately encouraged her to fill her world with her own favorite colors. Joon Soo then confessed his deep desire to help her, a wish he had carried with him from his past life. He elaborated that the world she could create, one filled with her favorite colors, would not be a murky black mixed with anything else. Instead, he told her it would be like a gradage canvas, something she could scratch away at to create the beautiful picture she truly wanted. Joon Soo reflected internally on the emptiness he had always sensed within Yunhai, an emptiness that had grown even deeper after she started enduring malicious comments all on her own. Despite everything, he was certain that Yunhai's true identity had not disappeared. He felt a surge of hope, because in this life, she was still here, and with tears in her eyes, she promised him she would try. Above them, the night sky was a vast canvas of shifting clouds and distant, twinkling stars. Learning about Yunhai's hidden past made Joon Soo realize that their bond in this life was already far closer than it ever was before. He let out a long, slow breath, feeling the emotional toll of their heavy conversation. Rubbing his temples, he complained of a sudden headache and decided he needed to get some sleep. Just as he was about to leave, Yunhai called his name, and he turned back to her with a questioning look. She firmly instructed him not to turn around, and her command made him freeze in his tracks. She explained she had something to tell him but feared she wouldn't be able to say it while looking at his face, leaving Joon Soo completely bewildered. He tried to place the voice, the pronunciation was like Nawi's, and the way she spoke resembled Sia, yet the underlying tone was unmistakably Yunhai's. The mysterious voice behind him then uttered a simple, earth-shattering confession of love. Joon Soo's mind went completely blank as he let out a gasp of pure shock. In the instant he turned, he found that the person behind him was already gone. He spun around to an empty space, his voice trembling as he demanded to know who had just been there. As one day ended, the setting sun cast long shadows across the modern building and its spacious parking lot. The following morning, a sharp knock echoed on Joon Soo's door, followed by a call announcing that breakfast was ready. From inside, he managed a weak, exhausted acknowledgement. With a heavy sigh, he sluggishly flipped his blanket aside, preparing to face the day. He sat precariously on the edge of the bed, burying his face in his hands in utter despair. The events of the previous night had replayed in his mind endlessly, robbing him of any chance to sleep. Later in the cafeteria, he sat with his arms folded, his gaze tracking Sia as she moved through the room. He internally justified his own strange behavior, convinced he wasn't the one being weird. After all, he reasoned, any normal person would be in a state of shock after receiving a love confession from Korea's most popular celebrity. He concluded that his only hope of identifying the mysterious confessor was to observe Manhwa, Yunhai, and Sia in person today. At that very moment, a familiar, energetic voice called out his name, breaking his concentration. It was Sia, offering him a cheerful good morning greeting. Joon Soo managed to return the sentiment, wishing Sia a good morning as well. She immediately took note of his exhausted state, asking what had happened to make him look so awful. She correctly guessed he hadn't slept, and he could only trail off with a vague confirmation. Deciding to be direct, Joon Soo asked her if she had come to speak with him after midnight the previous night. Sia gave a simple and definitive no, stating she had not. She then playfully suggested he must have been up all night dreaming of her, a notion he quickly dismissed as she again remarked on his terrible appearance. From nearby, another voice cut in, dryly commenting that he always looked that way. As the two women began their morning squabble, Manhwa simply stated that she was only speaking the truth. Joon Soo immediately shifted his focus, startling Manhwa by calling her name. He posed the exact same question to her, asking if she had been the one to visit him late last night. Manhwa stared back at him, utterly bewildered by the strange question. She demanded to know who he was confusing her with, prompting a flustered Joon Soo to quickly apologize and retract the question. He breathed a small sigh, his investigation only deepening his confusion. With both Sia and Manhwa eliminated as suspects, his mind inevitably turned to the one person left. Before he could get lost in thought, a gentle tap on his shoulder pulled him back to reality. He turned to find Yunhai, who offered him a soft good morning. She smiled beautifully over her shoulder, her serene presence seeming to make flowers bloom around her. Yunhai inquired if he had slept well, sharing that their talk had brought her such relief that she had slept soundly. Joon Soo replied sincerely that he was very glad to hear it. He then carefully probed, asking if she had gone directly to her room to sleep after their conversation. She confirmed that she had passed out almost immediately, so tired that she had nearly failed to wake up on time that morning. Joon Soo was left reeling, the realization dawning on him that it wasn't her either. His thoughts began to race as a new, almost impossible suspect entered his mind. He recoiled from the thought, desperately telling himself that there was no way it could be who he was thinking. Sometime later, the production had moved to a film set outside a modern house, set against a bright blue sky. A director's voice suddenly shouted, calling a successful cut to the scene. The director commended the cast and crew for their hard work before instructing them to pack up for the next location. This marked the end of Sia's filming for the day, which had fortunately concluded right on schedule. Joon Soo told his assistant, Gil Hun, that he was going to see Sia off and asked him to help the rest of the staff pack. The two of them then headed toward the sprawling parking lot where the production vehicles were parked. Their footsteps echoed lightly on the pavement as they approached Sia's van. Sia slid open the van door, ready to depart. She smiled at Joon Soo, asking if he had walked all this way just to say goodbye. He confirmed he had. Before asking where her manager was, she explained he was using the restroom. Joon Soo then formally thanked her for her cameo and promised to treat her to dinner soon to show his appreciation. Sia let out a small pout, clearly having a different idea in mind. She countered his offer with a specific request about when he could take her out for that dinner. Looking at him with a hopeful glint in her eyes, she asked him to do it on her birthday. He paused, a grin spreading on her face as she watched him try to recall the specific date. Acting deeply disappointed, Sia chastised him for forgetting her December 25th birthday, the very reason for her Santa Han nickname. Joon Soo became flustered, quickly insisting that he did remember, specifically recalling the story behind her festive moniker. She huffed, slightly placated that he remembered at least that much, while he reaffirmed that of course he did. Relieved, Sia pressed him for a final promise for dinner on that day, which he readily gave. A brilliant, satisfied smile lit up her entire face. She then asked him to close his eyes for a moment, a request that immediately put him on guard. He argued, certain she was planning some kind of prank, but she insisted, reminding him of a supposed favor she had done for him. He bluntly refuted her claim, stating that she hadn't actually done what she said. Sia's expression turned sullen as she asked if her small request was too much to ask, a tactic that finally wore him down. Resigning himself to her antics, Joon Soo squeezed his eyes shut and confirmed he had complied. She leaned in to peek, making sure he wasn't cheating. A faint rustling sound was heard as she moved closer, whispering for him to keep his eyes closed a little longer. After a brief moment, she announced that he could open them now. Joon Soo's eyes fluttered open, adjusting to the light as he focused on Sia again. He looked around in confusion, noting aloud that she didn't seem to have done anything at all. She replied cryptically that he would find out later, just as her manager came rushing back, apologizing for his tardiness. As the van's engine started, Sia waved energetically, calling out a final goodbye to Joon Soo. He waved back automatically, his mind completely consumed with trying to figure out what on earth she had just done. On the final day of filming at Akjang Mountain, the clock struck 9 in the evening. Seongyun gestured for his fellow actor, Jongyu, to come over for a private discussion. Seongyun began to explain a specific scene they would be filming together in the 7th episode. He advised Jongyu to appear more intimidating to heighten the scene's tension, an idea Jongyu readily accepted. Ever since the staff dinner, the professional relationship between Seongyun and Jongyu had grown significantly closer. As a result of their improved camaraderie, the filming process was now proceeding with remarkable smoothness. In a nearby field, a large campfire blazed against the dark canvas of the night sky. The director's voice boomed through the clearing, signaling the end of the take. Cheers erupted from the cast and crew as they congratulated each other on a job well done. While instructions were given to pack up, a few crew members asked Joon Soo if they could keep the bonfire going for a while longer. They enthusiastically promised to take full responsibility for extinguishing it, a proposal to which Joon Soo eventually agreed. Joon Soo decided to let them enjoy their last night, instructing the props team on the proper cleanup procedure, which they acknowledged with a cheer. Meanwhile, back in his room, a laptop and several folders lay open on a desk, illuminated by the screen's glow. Joon Soo typed away, noting that the third and fourth episodes were scheduled to air on the following 2 days. He pondered the fact that Yoonhae's monologue in episode 2 had achieved the highest ratings, making him wish for a similar scene, though he was hesitant to ask the writer, Yolui. His reluctance stemmed from concern, as she had not looked well during their recent video calls, despite her assurances that she was getting better. Ultimately, he resolved to ask her anyway, believing a successful drama would ultimately reduce her stress. Just as he was lost in thought, a pair of hands suddenly wrapped around his neck from behind, causing him to jolt in surprise. He had just been thinking that he should step outside for some fresh air. The sudden touch startled him mid-step, drawing a confused sound from his lips. A familiar voice then asked what he was doing all by himself. He turned to see that it was Manhwa. He expressed his surprise, saying he thought she had gone to sleep, but she simply replied that she had woken up. Joon Soo then questioned why she wasn't in bed at this late hour. He explained that he had been working and just came out for some air, all the while noticing that she seemed different than usual. He quickly dismissed the feeling, telling himself that he was probably just overthinking things. His eyes then fell on a familiar prop, and he asked if that was the guitar from the drama and whether she had been playing it. She retorted with a defensive question, asking if he really thought she would just sing anywhere, prompting him to awkwardly take back his query. An uncomfortable silence descended between them, thick with unspoken thoughts. Manhwa broke the quiet by asking if he liked guitars, to which he admitted that he did, but confessed he didn't know how to play. She commented that it was a shame, remarking that a moment like this was perfect for a guitar performance. Her gaze then drifted pointedly towards the instrument resting nearby. After a brief, decisive humph, she seemed to spring into action. Her hand reached out, confidently taking hold of the acoustic guitar that sat next to a small table. She settled into a seated position, placing the instrument comfortably on her lap. Looking at him expectantly, she invited him to name a song he wanted to hear. She then added that she would play it for him, as long as it was a song she knew. When he asked if she really knew how to play, she confidently stated that she both sings and plays during her concerts. She turned slightly, boasting that he couldn't possibly know how great she was until he saw one of her live shows. She promised him an invitation and urged him to come, to which he agreed, clarifying that he had never suggested she wasn't a great performer. He was taken aback by her bold confidence, taking her at her word. With her ready to play just for him, he began to wonder which of her songs he should request. A title came to mind, and he asked if she could sing Serenade for him. She playfully accused him of intentionally picking a difficult song, though his guilty expression told her he was feigning his innocence. She brushed it off with a sigh and began searching for her guitar pick. He then made a small suggestion, asking if it might be easier for her to play if she tied her hair back. She let out an annoyed laugh, teasing him for being so demanding as if this were a real concert. Despite her feigned annoyance, she let out another small huff and prepared to do as he asked. The view shifted to a close-up of her elegant neck as she gathered her long hair. With her hair now tied back in a simple ponytail, she turned and smiled brightly under the brilliant, starry sky. Joon Soo's heart began to pound heavily in his chest at the sight. An unspoken thought echoed in his mind as he realized just how beautiful she truly was. After her song was over, she broke the serene silence by suggesting they should probably go back inside. She decided to leave the guitar where it was until morning before asking him about what to do with the bonfire. He recalled being told that they could simply extinguish it by using a water hose connected to the nearby tap. But as he tried the faucet, her voice cut through the air with a questioning tone, asking him what was wrong. He announced with a hint of confusion that no water was coming out. They both realized their only option was to find the management office, even though everyone was likely asleep. Their search led them to a small, portable-style building standing alone in the darkness. A sudden, violent gust of wind whipped through the area, startling Manhwa and causing her to cry out. As the wind howled around them, Joon Soo cupped his hands and shouted, trying to see if anyone was inside the office. His calls were met with nothing but profound silence. Manhwa concluded that no one was inside, her voice dropping to a whisper as she called his name. He noticed with a growing sense of unease that the powerful wind had stopped as suddenly as it had started. An ominous shadow fell over them as Manhwa commented on the strange, unsettling quiet that had replaced the wind's roar. The unsettling silence was shattered by the slow, ominous creak of a nearby gate swinging open on its own. In the suffocating darkness, a terrifying presence began to loom before them. The heavy silence was broken by the grating creak of an old gate swinging open. Startled by the sudden noise, both Joon Soo and Manhwa flinched back in unison. A man appeared from the office, prompting Joon Soo to stammer an apology for waking him. He quickly explained their predicament, telling the man that he was unable to put out the bonfire because the water wasn't working. The shadowy figure of the strange custodian seemed to loom over them in the oppressive darkness. A dreadful scraping sound echoed as the man began to move towards them. Manhwa whispered urgently that this was not the same custodian they had encountered earlier in the day. Joon Soo tried to reason that it was just another employee, recalling had heard there were several, though a seed of doubt remained. Without a word, the mysterious man moved past them towards the bonfire, a strange breeze swirling around him. He simply reached out a hand, and as water began to drip from his fingertips, a shocked Joon Soo managed to thank him. An impossible torrent of water then gushed from his palm, extinguishing the fire with a loud hiss. As they backed away, Joon Soo asked why she was clinging to him so tightly, and she confessed that something felt deeply wrong. He first wondered if she was simply feeling cold from the night air. She quickly corrected him, explaining her fear was directed at the custodian, citing his pale face and the unnatural cold that surrounded him. She then added that he looked vaguely familiar, and Joon Soo had to agree that the man possessed a uniquely unsettling aura. Attempting to lighten the mood, Joon Soo gently chided her not to judge people based on their appearance. Manhwa insisted she was being serious, forcing him to admit he was only joking around. Unseen by them, a foot clad in a sneaker quietly stepped onto a nearby pile of logs. She urged him to trust her intuition, her sixth sense screaming that something was incredibly strange about that man. She searched her memory, absolutely certain she had seen his face somewhere before. Then, with a gasp of realization, the memory finally clicked into place. She asked Joon Soo if he remembered BK Entertainment, a once successful company that had gone bankrupt, and he confirmed that he did. Manhwa then revealed the custodian looked exactly like the company's deceased CEO, even pointing out a matching scar, which made Joon Soo realize the chilling resemblance. A dreadful thought occurred to Joon Soo, and he asked if she had heard the door lock after the man went back inside. Goosebumps prickled his arms as he realized he hadn't heard a sound, and a fresh wave of dread washed over him. His mind then reeled with an even more terrifying memory. The prop team had explicitly said no custodian was working that night. They shared a wide-eyed glance, mutual terror reflected in their faces. Joon Soo softly called her name, and she answered with a trembling voice. He grabbed her hand suddenly and declared they had to get back inside, causing her to cry out in startled confusion. He told her firmly that he was taking her directly to her room. She fell silent for a long moment, his unexpected gesture catching her off guard. Finally, with feigned nonchalance, she simply mumbled her agreement. Later that night, the moon cast a faint glow through the tall windows of a solitary room. Inside, Joon Soo reviewed their drama's ratings, noting that while their initial 11.5% was good, he hoped they could push past 12%. He scrolled through news articles, observing how a viewership over 10% was the modern benchmark for a successful drama. While their show had made a great start, he felt it was far too early to become complacent. He was convinced that their drama had the capacity for even greater success. As he wondered if they could achieve that 12% rating, a sudden sound from his phone shattered the quiet. The unexpected ringtone made him jump in his seat. He answered the call with a curious hello. It was Manhwa asking if he was asleep, and he confirmed that he was still awake. She then shyly asked if he could talk with her until she fell asleep, leading him to playfully ask if she was scared. She immediately denied it, and he chuckled, admitting he was just teasing her. Despite his joking tone, she continued to adamantly insist that she was not afraid. Unbeknownst to her, Joon Soo was already quietly peeking out of his own door down the hall. Back in her room, Manhwa grew frantic at his silence, calling his name repeatedly as she spun around. Just then, Joon Soo leaped out from behind her with a loud shout, causing her to let out a blood-curdling scream. The shock sent her stumbling backward, and she collapsed onto the floor with a loud thud. He couldn't help but laugh at his successful prank, announcing that it was only him. His laughter died down when he called her name and saw she wasn't getting up. He flinched back in surprise when he finally got a clear look at her face. He realized with a pang of guilt that his joke had actually made her cry. A mix of embarrassment and fury washed over her as she vowed to get her revenge on him. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from down the hallway. Joon Soo's eyes widened in panic, realizing someone had heard her scream and was coming to investigate. He quickly pictured how the scene would look, him and a crying Manhwa alone in a room at 2:30 in the morning. He shuddered at the thought, knowing how terribly incriminating the situation appeared. He urgently told Manhwa they had to move, but she was too dazed to understand. Without wasting another second, he decisively lifted her up into his arms. Her heart hammered against her ribs at the sudden and unexpected contact. He made a mad dash out of the room just moments before the door would have opened. A pair of staff members arrived to find the room completely empty, one wondering if the scream they heard had been a ghost. The other staff member dismissed the local ghost stories as nonsense and suggested they both just go back to bed. Safely down the hall, Manhwa told him he could put her down now, and he readily complied. He gently set her back down on her own 2 feet. Trying to regain her composure, she claimed that she was only surprised, not scared, and sought his agreement. Her attempt at a cool demeanor was ruined when she delivered a sharp whack to his arm, making him yelp in pain. As he nursed his throbbing arm, she told him he deserved it and announced she was going back to bed. She then turned on her heel and disappeared into her room, slamming the door shut. Left alone in the hallway, Joon Soo rubbed his arm and wondered if his prank had angered her more than he intended. Sometime after the crew returned from Jeju Island, the first 5 episodes of their drama had officially aired. To everyone's delight, the viewership ratings were on a steady rise, reaching an impressive 12.1% by the 3rd episode. Joon Soo found the predictable success almost strange, as the numbers continued to climb just as had envisioned, peaking at 12.6% for the 5th episode. He briefly entertained the idea that his ghostly encounter had brought good fortune, but quickly credited the phenomenal script and acting instead. Meanwhile, 2 staff members gossiped about a woman's scream on the last day of filming, with one convinced it was a ghost, though the other knew it was a simple misunderstanding. Elsewhere, Manhwa felt an odd shiver, wondering if someone was talking about her at that very moment. The scene transitioned to a quiet indoor parking garage where several cars were parked in neat rows. Joon Soo contemplated his next move, knowing that to truly make the drama a hit, they needed to attract new viewers. He analyzed that the dedicated fanbases of the main actors were maintaining the ratings, but a fresh dynamic was needed to break through their current ceiling. They required a powerful new element, something that would grab the attention of audiences who weren't yet watching the show. As he drove through the city, a green traffic light seemed to symbolize an opportunity for a new direction. His mind churned with possibilities, from introducing a new plot twist to bringing in a completely unexpected character. In a sudden flash of insight, a brilliant idea struck him. He realized they already had the perfect person for the job as he accelerated down the road. Later, as twilight settled over the city, Joon Soo arrived at a large hospital building. He met with the writer, Yolui Sin, who expressed her surprise at his desire to expand the role of a character named Jongyu. Joon Soo explained that audience engagement with Jongyu was incredibly high, which led him toward a rather bold proposition. He then shocked her by suggesting they elevate Jong-us character from a supporting part to one of the main leads. A subtle but confident grin slowly spread across Yoyu's lips. She astutely asked if his ambition meant he wasn't yet satisfied with their current success. Joon Soo confirmed that he was, in fact, not satisfied at all. He passionately declared his dissatisfaction and urged her to share every single creative thought that came to her mind. He made it clear that his ultimate goal was to push the viewership ratings even higher. The writer looked at him with renewed shock, impressed by his unyielding drive. He had heard her health was poor, but he sensed that taking her work away would be a far worse fate for her. He noticed the dark circles under her eyes had become more prominent since he last saw her. Despite her shaking hands, he knew that the very thing keeping writer Yolui Sin alive was the craft of writing. A fierce, determined light ignited within her eyes. Her unwavering gaze was sharp and full of creative fire. She revealed that she had already compiled all the viewer comments and mentions of Jongyu from the online forums. With the research prepared, she announced it was time they discussed exactly how to bring the character to his full potential. As she began typing on her laptop, she raised a practical concern with Joon Soo. She wondered if the other main actors would be upset by the decision to reduce their screen time. Joon Soo admitted it was probable, especially for Seongyun, which caused Yolui to worry about the potential conflict. He firmly told her to focus only on the script, reassuring her that he would take full responsibility for any backlash. He promised her that he would personally handle all the other logistical and interpersonal challenges. With their plan set, Joon Soo informed her that he was leaving. She advised him not to push himself too hard, to which he simply agreed before departing. Joon Soo walked through the concrete expanse of the indoor parking garage. He let out a weary sigh, his mind heavy with the thought of how difficult it was to cure cancer. Each footstep echoed with the painful memory of his father's death from lung cancer in his past life, a diagnosis that had come far too late. He vowed not to let his father suffer the same fate in this lifetime, but his resolve was broken by the ringing of his phone. He answered the call, surprised to discover it was his mother. After asking about his father, she gravely informed him that they were at the hospital. A wave of shock hit Joon Soo as she explained that a recent checkup had revealed a malignant tumor in his father's lungs. She quickly clarified that it was caught in the earliest stages and he had already undergone a successful surgery, but Joon Soo was frustrated they hadn't told him sooner. His mother firmly insisted that everything was fine and told him to visit after his drama production was over, then she abruptly hung up. An unnerving silence enveloped Joon Soo as he processed the news. He sighed, deciding he had to visit them as soon as humanly possible. Back on the set, located in a vast industrial warehouse, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Seongyun exploded in anger, demanding an explanation for the radical changes in the script. A staff member defensively explained that only Joon Soo and Yolui had the authority to modify the script and he was merely the messenger. Seongyun was left fuming, at a complete loss for words. Nearby, Yunhai overheard the commotion and remarked that she wasn't surprised by the script changes, given how talented Joon Soo's acting was. Seongyun furiously demanded to know where Joon Soo was, and was told he was still occupied filming another scene. Yunhai calmly approached Seongyun and told him to lower his voice on set. She reminded him that it was his professional duty to follow the director's decisions. With a cool tone, she stated that accepting such changes was simply part of their job. Seongyun shot back, unable to comprehend how she could be so calm, but she swiftly cut him off. Turning away from the others, she insisted that she and Seongyun needed to speak privately. He looked at her, his anger momentarily replaced by confusion at her authoritative demeanor. It dawned on him that her entire personality had shifted since they were on Jeju Island. Roughly 30 minutes passed before Seongyun returned from his private discussion with Yunhai. The surrounding crew members whispered among themselves, speculating about what was said. One person noted that Seongjin had worn a completely blank expression ever since he came back from their talk. Joon Soo, having just finished his scene, glanced over at the odd pair with curiosity. His eyes met Yunhai's, and she responded with a cryptic, almost imperceptible smile. An involuntary flinch ran through Joon Soo, unsettled by her mysterious expression. A genuine chill of fear crept up his spine as he tried to understand what she was planning. Joon Soo reacted with audible confusion as he returned to the set. He was immediately met with the low murmur of the crew members whispering amongst themselves. The hushed conversation continued, creating a tense and uncertain atmosphere. Joon Soo approached a staff member, asking what was going on and what had happened in his absence. He learned that Seongjin had become dissatisfied with the script and had consequently made a scene with the staff. Joon Soo was surprised by this behavior and promptly asked where Seongjin was. The staff member informed him that the actor had retreated to his car. Deciding to clear the air, Joon Soo approached the vehicle and knocked on the window, announcing that it was him. The window slowly slid down, revealing the person inside. Seongjin looked up and offered a quiet, subdued greeting. Joon Soo found this strange, having expected the actor to still be furious, but instead, he was eerily calm. When Joon Soo asked if they could speak for a minute, Seongjin simply agreed. From inside another car parked a short distance away, an unseen figure watched the two actors. Joon Soo began the conversation by telling Seongjin had heard from the assistant director about his dissatisfaction with the script. Seongjin, however, immediately apologized and insisted he had no complaints about the revisions, much to Joon Soo's confusion. Joon Soo studied his co-star's sullen face, internally questioning what could be wrong with him. He tried to press the matter, offering to help Seongjin understand any confusing parts, but was cut off by frantic assurances that everything was fine. Seongjin then claimed he had been acting out for no good reason and apologized profusely, leaving Joon Soo to awkwardly accept it. The conversation came to an end as the car door was firmly shut. As Joon Soo returned to the set, a crew member approached and asked if he was all right. Joon Soo confirmed he was fine but asked if something had happened to Seongjin, receiving a hesitant response. The staff member started to explain that Yunhai had asked to speak with him, but was interrupted by her voice calling Joon Soo's name. Joon Soo turned to find Yunhai, who seemed to have just arrived, and asked when she had gotten there. The staff member then excused himself to go and get everyone ready for the next shooting session. Once they were alone, Joon Soo wasted no time asking Yunhai what she and Seongjin had talked about. She deflected, asking instead if Seongjin had said anything to him. Yunhai then skillfully changed the subject, stating she had a question for him out of simple curiosity. She revealed that Seongjin had asked her about the nature of her relationship with Joon Soo. Joon Soo explained that he considered her a close colleague had known since before the project began. He specified that he had known her for about a year, which Yunhai acknowledged with a knowing nod. She then told Joon Soo that she had confirmed to Seongjin that they were indeed close. Joon Soo absorbed this information with a thoughtful expression. Yunhai downplayed her discussion with Seongjin, adding that they hadn't really talked much. Changing the topic again, she mentioned she had read the modified script that day, glancing at the pages in her hand. She then began to point out a specific scene she wanted to discuss with him. In a different location, a man wore a look of complete surprise while the woman beside him stared down at the floor. The man reluctantly told her that, for now, they would proceed as she had suggested. The scene then shifted to a darkened control room filled with a wall of blank security monitors. A phone on the desk began to vibrate, its buzzing breaking the silence. The man in the room noted he only had 20 minutes until his deadline as the phone continued its insistent call. He decided to put the device on silent, reasoning that any truly urgent matter would require someone to find him in person. Just then, a distinct knock sounded at the door. Without looking up from his work, he called for the person to come in. A woman's voice tentatively called out Joon Soo's name. The door peeked open as the visitor entered the room. Joon Soo looked up from his work, surprised to see Yunhai standing there. He asked her what she was doing there, and she claimed she was just passing by. He then looked at his phone screen, realizing the 3 missed calls had been from her. Yunhai asked if he was busy, and he confirmed he was, but only needed about 10 more minutes to focus. He suggested she wait for him in the nearby staff room, promising he wouldn't be long. She countered by asking if she could just wait for him in his office instead. Joon Soo agreed, telling her the office door should already be open. She accepted and then proposed they go out for dinner and a light drink afterward. With their plan set, she left, closing the door behind her. Alone once more, Joon Soo couldn't help but wonder about the real reason for her sudden visit. Later that evening, the two sat across from each other at a restaurant table. Yunhai leaned in with a curious expression and asked Joon Soo if the rumor about him seeing a ghost was true. He was initially confused until she clarified she meant the incident on Jeju Island, which she had heard about from Yului. Joon Soo began to tell the story, starting with the bonfire that had been left burning after a shoot. He recounted how he went to the security room to find water to put out the fire, which is when he saw the ghost. He mentioned that Nahue had identified the ghost as the deceased CEO, Hyuna Jin, prompting Yunhai to ask if Nahue had also seen it. Joon Soo confirmed this, adding that when he later found a picture of the CEO, every detail, including the location of a scar, was an exact match. Yunhai listened intently, remarking that she wished she had been there to see it with him. Her enthusiasm made Joon Soo ask if she was interested in supernatural things, and she confirmed that horror was her favorite movie genre. She then followed up by inviting him to go see a horror movie with her sometime. Joon Soo's confident demeanor faltered for a moment. He reluctantly admitted he hated horror movies, which led Yunhai to playfully tease him about his previous claims of not being afraid of ghosts. As Joon Soo became flustered, she smiled, playfully declaring that she had caught him. The pair shared a happy laugh, the earlier tension of the day completely forgotten. Yunhai looked at him with a gentle and understanding smile. She then told him softly that they could take their time, allowing a comfortable silence to settle between them. An article celebrated the drama's success, crediting actor Jong Yoo-bae as the primary force behind its record-breaking viewership rating of 14.1% just before its final episode. At a meeting, a producer commented on how incredibly positive the public's response to the show had been. His colleague agreed, certain that their decision to increase Jong-a's screen time was the correct one. Another staff member added that many online comments were also praising the director's excellent work, especially the captivating camera angles used during Jong-a's scenes. The director acknowledged that he had taken a significant risk by expanding Jong-a's role in the story. He explained that because they had to cut screen time from the other lead, Seongyun, they could have lost his entire fanbase if the gamble had failed. Ultimately, he attributed the triumph to Yuliu's solid script and Jong-a's powerful acting skills. He conceded that while the viewership hadn't increased dramatically, the result was still more than good enough. Feeling proud, he declared his debut as a drama director a success and announced it was time to head to the final filming location. The sound of a car engine filled the air as they departed for the set. Arriving on location, Joon Soo cheerfully greeted the cast and crew, motivating them for the last day of filming and reminding them of the wrap party plans. Amidst the bustling activity, Yunhai's bright voice called out a warm greeting to Joon Soo. He turned to see her walking toward him, a friendly smile on her face as she prepared to speak. Joon Soo remarked on her being early, and she explained that light traffic had allowed her to arrive ahead of schedule. She observed that he seemed to be in very good spirits, before playfully asking him to hold out his hand. A bit confused by the request, Joon Soo tilted his head as he complied. She placed a small item into his open palm, leaving him to puzzle over what she had just given him. Yunhai explained it was a portable mini fan to help him cope with the heat during the outdoor shoot, as there was no air conditioning. Touched, Joon Soo insisted that she shouldn't have gone to the trouble of getting one for him. She waved it off, explaining it was part of a buy-one-get-one free deal, prompting a warm laugh from Joon Soo as he thanked her for the kind gesture. After their pleasant exchange, he excused himself to go and get ready for the scene. As he walked away, Joon Soo privately marveled at the contrast between her delicate appearance and the stories of her sternly scolding Seongyun. He scratched the back of his neck, beginning to wonder if the incident he'd heard about had been exaggerated in his mind. The moment was interrupted when a crew member shouted for everyone to prepare, as shooting was set to begin in 30 minutes. Later, the cast and crew celebrated at their wrap party, held at a stylish restaurant with a beautiful outdoor patio. The air was filled with the lively buzz of excited chatter and celebration. As Joon Soo made his entrance, one of his colleagues spotted him and called out a cheerful welcome. Joon Soo apologized for being late, but he was quickly waved off and offered a prominent seat at the head table. He politely declined the offer, choosing instead to sit down at a less conspicuous spot. Just as he got settled, a soft voice asked if she could sit next to him. Joon Soo looked up to see Yunhai and gladly invited her to join him. She inquired how he had been, and he recounted his long hours spent editing up until just a couple of days ago. He admitted that even after a full day of rest, his dark circles remained, which led her to insist that he needed to rest more. As Joon Soo started to ask about her plans after the drama, another figure abruptly appeared by their table. His question trailed off as he offered a slightly awkward welcome to the newcomer. It was Manhwa, who stood there with an expression of clear displeasure. Ignoring her presence, Joon Soo continued his thought, telling Yunhai he would take a week off before shifting his focus back to variety shows. While a drink was poured, he mentioned that the ratings for his show, New Family, had unfortunately seen a slight dip. His colleague confirmed that was the show he co-directed, before turning to Yunhai and asking about her own plans. Yunhai revealed that while her initial plan was to find another project in Korea, a compelling offer had come in from China. She credited the opportunity to the success of their drama, which had apparently received an overwhelmingly positive response there. Hearing this sparked Joon Soo's curiosity about the overseas reaction, but before he could ask more, his phone began to ring. He answered the call from Young, who confirmed it was a good time to talk as she happened to be reading an article about their wrap party. When Joon Soo asked about the international response, Young explained that it was merely average in Japan but had become a massive sensation in China. She elaborated that its popularity ranking was exceptionally high, clarifying that streaming platforms measured success by rankings rather than traditional viewership ratings. Young went on to explain that these platforms track success through cumulative views and overall popularity charts. She then delivered the stunning news: their drama had hit #1 weekly, #2 monthly, and amassed an incredible 1.5 billion cumulative views. Yoon emphasized the scale of this achievement by comparing it to another major hit drama's 2 billion views, adding that Jong-yu in particular had become extremely popular. She strongly advised that it would be a strategic career move for Jong-yu to pursue projects in China for a while. Believing Jong-yu must be fielding numerous ad proposals, Joon Soo asked Yoon to forward any relevant materials she could find. She readily agreed and then added that there was one more piece of major news she needed to share. With excitement in her voice, Yoon announced that a proposal had come in from China for a very large-scale fan meeting. Joon Soo was ecstatic, realizing that a drama fan meeting signified an enormous level of success, and he urged her to schedule it without delay. Overhearing his excited exclamations, the other cast members called out his name, eager to know what was happening. He turned to them and joyfully confirmed the news, explaining that it looked like the entire drama cast was going to have a fan meeting. As the group erupted in celebration, Joon Soo advised everyone that their agencies would soon be in touch to coordinate a date that worked for all of them. Amid the cheering, Seongyun's figure was seen rising abruptly from his seat, his sharp movement catching the attention of those nearby. A guest at a nearby table quietly questioned if he was okay. Another person leaned in and whispered that Seongyun's popularity had dwindled significantly, as he had been overshadowed by Jong-yu and lost several roles to him. Outside the restaurant, the atmosphere grew heavy as Seongyun stood confronting Jong-yu with a hostile glare. In a placating gesture, Jong-yu reached out from behind and gently patted his rival's shoulder. Seongyun reacted instantly, swatting the hand away with a look of pure shock and anger. It was an unfortunate truth that losing a major endorsement to a rival actor was one of the most demoralizing setbacks one could face. The entertainment world was a brutally competitive space where talent and popularity were constantly and harshly evaluated. At times, this relentless judgment felt less like competition and more like outright cruelty. Back inside, Joon Soo continued to process the fantastic news, marveling at how much better the response in China had been. A smile touched his lips as he realized he would likely be taking an overseas business trip in the near future. Sejong insisted that Joon Soo take a week off, but he adamantly refused. He juggled a large stack of books, clearly determined to continue working despite her protests. Though he claimed to be fine, Sejong saw right through him, pointing out his plan to work sleepless nights on upcoming meetings. Joon Soo argued that postponing for a single week wouldn't get the program cancelled, but even so, he declared he couldn't accept her offer. She challenged him, asking if he didn't trust her, and when he denied it, she insisted he prove it by going on vacation for a week. She confidently promised to sort out any problems in his absence, leaving him flustered and at a loss for words. Realizing he was outmaneuvered, Joon Soo conceded internally that he should probably listen to her. He considered that as the main producer, her professional pride was also on the line, and she was more than capable. With a few reluctant taps, he finally relented and agreed to her terms. Later, Joon Soo found himself in the bright, modern break room of his former office. A colleague looked up in surprise, questioning why he was back so soon when he was supposed to have started with his new team that day. Joon Soo wryly explained that Sejong had kicked him out, a statement that only confused his colleague further. He clarified that she had ordered him to take a week off, prompting his colleague to smugly remind him that he had predicted this would happen. The colleague pointed out the absurdity of returning to work after only one day of rest, but Joon Soo countered that he felt compelled to start due to the show's viewership being at risk. His friend insisted that Sejong would never have allowed it, as she was well aware of how tirelessly Joon Soo had been working for months. He added that any offer to help would only make her uncomfortable and pleaded with Joon Soo to rest, even as Joon Soo hyperbolically claimed he felt like death but insisted it wasn't that bad. The colleague advised him to take a proper rest before returning to work, and this time, Joon Soo conceded that he was right. He urged Joon Soo to make sure he actually went on vacation, pointing out that it was a paid leave, and Joon Soo promised that he would. Changing the subject, the colleague inquired about the Chinese fan meeting, and Joon Soo happily reported that both the actors and their agencies had approved it. A knowing grin spread across his friend's face as he remarked that this outcome was exactly what he had expected. He explained that even a little popularity in China generated enormous advertising revenue, a sum so much greater than domestic earnings that everyone involved would have welcomed the opportunity. Joon Soo then revealed that the date was already set for just 4 weeks away, making the event surprisingly soon. With nothing left to do at the office, Joon Soo announced his departure, and his colleague wished him well for the coming week. The scene shifted to a serene, traditional house bathed in the warm, golden light of a setting sun. A familiar voice called out from inside, asking if it was Joon Soo who had arrived. He called back in confirmation, and they exchanged pleasant greetings, with his mother saying she was doing well. His father then appeared, welcoming his son home with a warm exclamation. Joon Soo's heart sank as he observed his father, noticing he looked a bit thin after having recently completed cancer surgery. He voiced his concern, asking if his dad was okay, but his father quickly brushed it off, questioning his sudden fuss and insisting it was nothing serious. Changing the subject, Joon Soo announced that he had brought them both some gifts from his trip. He then presented a bag filled specifically with health supplements for his father. His father joked that he'd be too lazy to take them, then expressed shock at the sheer quantity, to which Joon Soo replied it was so he'd never run out. Joon Soo confessed just how scared he had been when his mother finally told him about the surgery, but his father explained he hadn't wanted to cause worry, knowing how busy his son was. His father shifted the mood by suggesting dinner, and Joon Soo eagerly requested his mother's doenjang stew, telling her how much he'd missed her cooking as she promised to start preparing it. Later that week, the scene changed to a vibrant city street, its buildings and shops glowing under the night sky. As a bell jingled his arrival, Joon Soo entered a restaurant and informed the host that someone was already waiting for him. A moment later, a familiar voice called out his name from across the bustling room. Another friend waved him over enthusiastically as the table erupted in a chatter of greetings, with someone commenting on how good he looked. The warm welcomes continued as his old friends expressed how long it had been and how nice it was to finally see him again. One friend playfully admonished him for being late to a dinner he had organized, but Joon Soo simply laughed, apologized, and announced that the meal was his treat. Just then, a waiter arrived with an expensive set of high-quality sashimi, and his friend cheekily revealed he had anticipated Joon Soo's offer and ordered it in advance, much to Joon Soo's surprise. The friend declared he wasn't going to miss out on the chance for a free meal, then added sincerely that he genuinely enjoyed all of Joon Soo's shows. Joon Soo's gaze settled on Jae-young Kim, whom he identified in his thoughts as his closest friend from his hometown. A somber memory surfaced from his previous life, recalling how this very friend had been there to help carry his father's coffin. Another voice broke through his thoughts as a different friend, a woman, called his name to get his attention. She relayed a message, telling him that their mutual friend, Ch101, had mentioned that she missed him a lot. Joon Soo replied with a hint of playful complaint, noting that she was never in town whenever he came back to visit. The friend defended herself, stating she came back for every holiday and countered that he was the one who was always away, which prompted him to correctly guess she was a stewardess, surprising her with his knowledge. He chuckled, explaining that whenever their group got together, they always ended up catching up on what all their old high school classmates were doing, and she laughed in agreement. As one friend poured another a drink, he shared the news that their friend Hyung-sik was getting married. Joon Soo correctly guessed the bride was Manhwa, and his friend confirmed it, adding that the high school sweethearts planned to give him a wedding invitation at the next reunion. The conversation then took a mischievous turn as one of his friends brought up the past, pointedly asking if Ch101 had been his first love. Joon Soo tried to brush it off, exclaiming that it was all more than a decade ago. His friends refused to let it go, teasingly reminding him how he used to blush every single time her name was even mentioned. They pushed him to admit it, pointing out that he was blushing even now, though he defensively claimed it was only because they were embarrassing him. Turning to his female friend for support, he asked if she had known, but she simply confirmed it had been painfully obvious to everyone. Utterly defeated, his friends erupted into laughter, jokingly asking if he was crying before encouraging him to have another shot. Meanwhile, a commotion near the restaurant's entrance caught the attention of other patrons, who wondered aloud if a celebrity had just arrived. One of his friends suggested that, given his line of work, it might be someone Joon Soo knew, but he replied that he didn't really know that many famous people. A sudden shriek of excitement from a fan confirmed their suspicions, and a rumble of awe swept through the restaurant as the celebrity made their grand entrance. Unaware of the unfolding drama, one friend returned to the previous topic, reminding Joon Soo that Ch101 was still single, an observation Joon Soo met with indifference. The friend pressed on, suggesting he should try dating her now that she was staying in Seoul, but Joon Soo's attention was now fixed on the entrance, wondering who the famous person was. As his friend continued to ask if he didn't want to reunite with his high school crush, Joon Soo suddenly gasped, his face paling in shock. His breath hitched in his throat as he stared, utterly frozen by what he saw. A single, frantic question echoed in his mind as he recognized the figure at the door, wondering what on earth she was doing there. His mind screamed in silent panic, desperately questioning what she was doing there. The celebrity, Ch101, recognized his companions, calling out both Joon Soo's and Yoonhae's names in surprise. She then demanded to know why they were all the way in Pohang. Yoonhae happily explained that it was her hometown. Ch101's attention then shifted as she offered a warm greeting directly to Joon Soo. A wave of recognition washed over him as he began to place her. His thoughts confirmed her identity as Ch101 Kim, the famous center of the top-tier idol group, Sweet Sugar. One of his friends, starstruck, asked if she was indeed the famous Ch101. She graciously confirmed her identity, adding that she knew who he was because Yoonhae had told her a lot about him. Joon Soo recalled that Dahyun had always been Yunhai's only best friend. He mused that their bond must have grown even stronger in this life, just as Yunhai playfully asked when Dahyun had discussed him. As Dahyun was about to take her leave, one of his friends spontaneously invited her to join their table. In a flash, Joon Soo shot up from his seat to intervene. But Yunhai gently tapped his arm, subtly holding him back as she apologized to Dahyun for their friend's forwardness. Leaning in close, Yunhai began whispering conspiratorially to the famous idol. Dahyun appeared startled for a moment but then surprisingly agreed to their offer. Yunhai then turned to Joon Soo, whispering that she wanted him to get to know Dahyun better. An unsettling feeling crept over Joon Soo as his friends eagerly made space, with one excitedly promising Dahyun some surprising stories from his school days. Despite Joon Soo's protests, his friends erupted in laughter, teasing that he was on the verge of tears. Another friend loudly announced that a girl named Dahyun was Joon Soo's first love, causing a loud clamor as he begged them to stop. Joon Soo groaned in exasperation, wondering just how long the relentless teasing would continue. Across the table, Dahyun discreetly stifled a small laugh. Intrigued by the commotion, she leaned forward and asked them to tell her more. His friend Ch101 enthusiastically accepted, proudly proclaiming that he knew everything about Joon Soo. A nervous Joon Soo pleaded with his friend to go easy on him. Ch101 completely ignored his plea, launching into a story about how Joon Soo used to be a real man's man, which made him cringe. Joon Soo sighed, recognizing the sheer excitement in his friend's voice and begrudgingly understanding the reason for it. He reflected on the strange fact that because of his own acting career, his hometown friends had watched his drama and become huge fans of his co-star, Yunhai. He observed Ch101, whose eyes sparkled with adoration, and correctly guessed his friend would be bragging about this encounter for weeks. Ch101 asked Dahyun if she knew how smart Joon Soo was, and she affirmed she'd heard he was a graduate of a top Korean university. His friend confirmed this, setting the stage for his next point. He revealed that as a result of his intelligence, Joon Soo had been incredibly full of himself back in high school. As Dahyun reacted with wide-eyed surprise, a pale Joon Soo decided to give up on defending himself entirely. Ch101 began to recount a specific incident that took place one day during a mock test. He first set the scene by explaining how students had to self-grade their papers using an official answer sheet. He continued, detailing the standard procedure of putting a checkmark for correct answers and an X for incorrect ones. The story took a turn when he revealed that Joon Soo, only halfway through grading, had suddenly crossed out his entire answer page. Ch101 remembered asking his friend what on earth he was doing. Joon Soo, with unwavering confidence, had simply stated that there was no way his own answers could possibly be wrong. His friend shrugged, conveying just how unbelievable Joon Soo's arrogance had been at the time. Dahyun burst into laughter at the story, while an embarrassed Joon Soo recalled the moment, questioning his own past behavior. With a sudden burst of indignation, Joon Soo sprang to his own defense, insisting that he had actually been right. Ch101 conceded the point, clarifying that the mock test's answer sheet was later found to contain an error, solidifying Joon Soo's status as an A+ student. Dahyun's eyes sparkled as she told Joon Soo how amazing that was, prompting him to send a desperate, pleading look toward Yunhai. With a groan, he begged to change the subject, but his friends cheerfully denied his request. Ch101 gleefully raised his glass, proposing a toast to Pohong's man's man as the table erupted in cheers. Joon Soo grumbled that he hated his friend, but Ch101 just laughed and told him he knew he loved him. After the night wound down, Dahyun sincerely thanked the group for a wonderful time, and they thanked her for joining them. Ch101 excitedly declared that, thanks to Joon Soo, he had fulfilled a dream of having drinks with celebrities. The friends all exchanged final goodbyes, wishing each other a good night. In the distance, the taillights of a taxi disappeared down the quiet city street. Joon Soo turned to Yunhai, suggesting it was time for them to get going as well, and she agreed. They wished Dahyun a good night, telling her to visit again soon before parting ways. An awkward silence descended upon Joon Soo and Dahyun as they found themselves alone. A single bead of nervous sweat trickled down the side of his face. Dahyun broke the silence, mentioning she was staying at a hotel, which Joon Soo noted was a sensible choice. He offered to walk her there, pointing the way to the Agao Hotel and surprising her that he knew her destination. He quickly clarified that it was merely the only large hotel in the immediate vicinity, and she accepted his explanation. Dahyun playfully teased him for knowing the area so well, calling him a true man's man, which caused him to flinch and beg her to forget the name. She smiled mischievously, replying that she would never forget it. She then admitted that she genuinely enjoyed hearing stories about his younger days and would cherish the memory. Joon Soo stood frozen for a moment on the dimly lit street, processing her words. He then took a breath, preparing to make an earnest request. Deeply embarrassed, he pleaded with her not to share the story with anyone else, and she kindly assured him she wouldn't. She promised that since the nickname was a secret no one else knew, she had no intention of sharing it. Under the cold, fluorescent glow of the office ceiling, a tense atmosphere began to build. The new family team gathered for a meeting, their expressions a mixture of anxiety and confusion. A solitary chair creaked under the weight of the silence, amplifying the palpable tension in the room. An executive entered, greeting Joon Soo before immediately demanding to know the reason for the assembly. The discussion began with the latest viewership ratings, which a team member confirmed had thankfully recovered to around 4%. It was observed that Sejong seemed to be finding her rhythm, as the ratings were on an upward trend despite the initial drop caused by competing shows. The executive, however, sensed this was a smokescreen and pressed the team, asking if there were other problems beyond the viewership numbers. Another team member downplayed the concern, arguing that such fluctuations were normal and hardly a cause for this level of alarm. The true crisis was then revealed, as it was admitted they had recently lost a substantial number of advertisements. The executive reacted with surprise and was immediately handed a folder containing the grim details. Joon Soo tried to rationalize the situation, arguing that sponsors should know better than to flee over the temporary novelty of a new show. But as he scanned the documents himself, his confidence evaporated, replaced by stark disbelief. The report detailed a mass exodus of sponsors over the last 2 months, prompting a direct question about their rival program, PBC's A Day of Ups and Downs. Joon Soo acknowledged that he was indeed familiar with the competing show. A colleague then highlighted the fact that the rivals' format was suspiciously similar to their own. The devastating implication dawned on them: their advertisers had been poached as part of a deliberate campaign to bring them down. The rival network was using its terrestrial broadcasting power to offer sponsors lower prices, a clear sign of their determination to shut down New Family for good. For Joon Soo, a nagging feeling he couldn't place finally began to crystallize into a sickening realization. He saw the name of the rival's chief producer, Hyungmin Woo, and understood this was no random corporate maneuver, this was personal. Joon Soo deduced that Hyungmin, upon learning of his co-director role, had leveraged his close relationship with executive director Ho Seung-gong to launch this attack. He concluded with chilling certainty that this entire elaborate sabotage was a direct assault on him, not just the show. Just then, a staff member asked to speak, and Joon Soo readily agreed, reminding everyone that the meeting was for sharing all opinions. The staff member circled back to the earlier point about the two shows having a similar format. They then made a more serious claim, insisting that the programs were far more than just similar. The shocking accusation was finally voiced aloud, as someone asked if the rival show had outright plagiarized their program. Joon Soo immediately turned to Sejong, asking her to bring up the video she had prepared comparing the two broadcasts. With a decisive command, he instructed her to play the evidence for the entire room to see. The presentation began by outlining the concept of New Family, acknowledging that the premise of celebrities living together was a well-established variety show trope. However, the video clarified that while the overall framework could be similar, the specific content and games must be original to each show. The narrator then made the damning assertion that their rival had copied everything, revealing this to be the true reason for their recent decline. The video exposed the rival's insidious method, taking new families' game concepts, making minor tweaks, and launching them first. Specific examples were shown, such as a 6-beat rhythm game being altered to 4 beats, effectively boxing new family out of its own ideas. This left them in an impossible bind, as any attempt to improve their own segments would make them appear to be the copycats, while a lawsuit against a major network was a losing battle. As the weight of the situation settled, Joon Soo's phone began to vibrate with an incoming call from Ch101. A new wave of dread swept through the room as everyone recognized the name of their show's main MC, bracing for more bad news. Joon Soo, remaining composed, handed the phone to Hyun-sung and instructed him to answer it for everyone to hear. He then added a second, more unusual order, telling Hyun-sung to record the entire call. Hyun-sung paused, startled and confused by the strange request. He began to protest, questioning the propriety of recording the conversation without consent. On the call, Hyun-sung tried to pass the phone to the main producer, only to be met with resistance. His expression fell as he listened to the firm refusal from the other end of the line. Defeated, Hyun-sung ended the conversation, promising he would deliver the message to the team. The moment the call disconnected, Joon Soo immediately demanded to know what Ch101 had said. Hyun-sung announced that their main MC was leaving the show, which prompted an outburst from a colleague who couldn't believe Joon Soo wasn't put on the phone. Hyun-sung explained that Ch101 had explicitly refused to speak with Joon Soo, who in turn demanded to know the reason for the sudden departure. The official reason given was that Ch101 had simply received a better offer elsewhere. The truth, however, was far more treacherous. A day of ups and downs had offered double his salary and a brand ambassadorship, and Ch101's counteroffer to stay was triple his current pay. Another producer crumpled in despair, recounting how kindly he had always treated their star. He launched into an enraged rant, listing every accommodation and special treatment he had provided for Ch101, only to be so viciously stabbed in the back. As a colleague held the furious man back, Joon Soo calmly called for a 30-minute break and asked Sejong to speak with him privately. The once crowded conference room became a silent, empty space, a testament to the chaos that had just unfolded. Alone, Joon Soo confirmed that Sejong understood the severity of their predicament, and she quietly apologized. He assured her he wasn't blaming her and instead asked if she felt she could handle the immense pressure of the situation. Joon Soo then announced his intention to personally step in and help salvage the show, explaining that asking her permission first was a necessary courtesy. He showed this respect because he remembered that she was the one who had originally created the program. After a moment of contemplation, Sejong gave her consent, agreeing that his intervention was necessary. He promised that once the show was reorganized and stabilized, he would step back completely, a proposal she formally accepted. When the team reassembled, Joon Soo welcomed them back with a newfound resolve. His first order of business was to instruct Hyun-sung to email him the recording of the call with Ch101. When asked what he planned to do with it, Joon Soo's response was simple and chilling: he was going to get revenge. He then mused aloud, as if reminding himself of a personal code he had long followed. With a cold, determined grin, Joon Soo declared that he was the type of person who repaid every grudge twofold, leaving no doubt that retribution was imminent. With the team reassembled, Joon Soo laid out his first executive decision: they would officially let Ch101 go. The conference room was plunged into a heavy, uncertain silence following his stark announcement. Breaking the tension, Joon Soo then casually asked to borrow a pair of glasses, musing that he thought they would make him look cool. A hand shot into the air as one producer verbalized the team's concern, questioning if they could truly be okay without their main MC. He elaborated on their predicament, stressing how difficult it would be to continue the show, let alone recruit a competent replacement. The producer looked directly at Joon Soo, emphasizing that he must also be aware of this grim reality. Joon Soo calmly conceded the point, affirming that he knew Ch101 was the only cast member truly capable of leading the show. He acknowledged that talented MCs were exceptionally rare, his voice trailing off as he mentally revisited Ch101's demand for triple pay. Another producer suggested that if they simply met the exorbitant demand, they could keep Ch101, even if it strained their production budget. Joon Soo immediately challenged this notion, asking if they honestly believed the rival production team would simply allow that to happen. He explained that their competitor would only escalate, pushing with more money to not only keep J1 but also to poach their other cast members. Joon Soo warned that engaging in a monetary battle would inevitably lead to more and more problems revolving around money. He laid out the domino effect, explaining that if they gave raises to one or two people, several others would soon be asking for more. In the long term, he concluded, their production costs would swell to a point they could no longer cover. Joon Soo drove his point home with a stark analogy, comparing the act of retaining J1 with money to pouring resources into a bottomless pit. A colleague sighed in resignation, admitting that they simply couldn't compete on a financial level. But another producer slammed his fist on the table, passionately declaring that they couldn't just be pushed over and let the program die, a sentiment Joon Soo wholeheartedly agreed with. With everyone now aligned, Joon Soo leaned forward, preparing to reveal the foundation of his counterattack. He announced his bold plan to completely restructure the program, causing a wave of shock and disbelief to ripple through the team. Sejong immediately voiced her apprehension, pointing out how incredibly risky it was to attempt a restructure right after losing their main star. Joon Soo met her gaze with unwavering resolve, insisting that despite the danger, it was their only choice. When asked for the specifics, he replied that figuring out the plan of action was the entire purpose of their current meeting. Pacing before them, he outlined his initial thoughts to keep the show's core new family framework but to drastically overhaul its internal structure. A swift cut of his hand through the air emphasized the sweeping nature of the changes he envisioned. He then clarified the timeline, informing them that this week's filming would proceed as scheduled, without any changes. Since J1 had agreed to appear in one final episode, the grand restructure would not officially begin until the following week. As he scribbled down notes, Joon Soo added another directive: they would also replace any other cast members who were underperforming or showing signs of wavering loyalty. He reminded them all of the urgency, stressing that they had very little time before filming resumed next Friday. Joon Soo then delegated the grim task of compiling a list of the cast members who would be let go. As he prepared to adjourn, he announced one final detail: a farewell party after this week's shoot, which prompted a colleague to cry out his name in protest. The producer argued that while others might deserve a send-off, the backstabbing J1 deserved absolutely nothing from them. Joon Soo calmly turned back, explaining that J1's very betrayal was the reason for the party. His colleague was left speechless as a calculating grin spread slowly across Joon Soo's lips. Tilting his head, Joon Soo began to lay out the public relations scenario, starting with Kim J1, the man who sold out his team for cash. He then described the next part of the narrative: the magnanimous production team throwing a grand farewell party for him despite his treachery. Joon Soo let the final piece of his plan hang in the air, asking them to imagine the public reaction when this story eventually came to light. A collective gasp of understanding filled the room as the producers finally grasped the sheer cunning of his strategy. Joon Soo's confident posture was a testament to the ruthless but brilliant trap he was setting. With a decisive spin, he issued his final command on the subject: the party was to be made as grand and public as possible. Later that day, the core creative team had gathered in a breakout room to brainstorm the show's new direction. One producer voiced her frustration, lamenting the unfairness of having to abandon a game segment that their show had pioneered. Sejong acknowledged the injustice but steered them back to reality, stating that this was unfortunately the best they could do in their current situation. Joon Soo clapped his hands sharply, gaining their attention and promising them that he would make their rivals pay for this transgression at a later date. He then swiftly pivoted the conversation, urging them to focus on developing the new concept for now. While he privately reaffirmed his vow for revenge, he knew his priority was to restore the team's morale as Sejong prepared to present her idea. She put forth an innovative proposal: to combine their family-oriented variety show with the high stakes of a survival competition. A colleague immediately questioned the fusion, wondering how such a competitive element could possibly fit into their wholesome family theme. Sejong assured him that she had already given that very issue considerable thought. She explained that the family aspect would be maintained by providing communal meals that required collaboration and teamwork. The survival twist, however, would be introduced by offering a substantial prize to a single overall winner. The idea of a $1,000,000 cash prize was met with approval, as the team agreed it would be a powerful incentive for the cast to try their best. Sejong further detailed the concept, suggesting that intermittent missions and quizzes could offer smaller, immediate rewards. These in-game prizes could be anything from a special, delicious side dish to the advantage of a more comfortable place to sleep for the night. Flipping to a new page in her notes, she argued that adding prize money and a survival format would attract a whole new segment of dedicated viewers. She concluded her pitch by emphasizing that by keeping the broad new family theme, they could appeal to a new audience without alienating their loyal fans. When she asked for their thoughts, the team responded with a chorus of praise, expressing their excitement for the new direction. One producer then raised an important logistical point, observing that the success of this concept would hinge heavily on the personalities of the cast members. A confident smirk touched Joon Soo's lips as he assured the team that they didn't need to worry about casting. He coolly revealed that he already had several celebrities in mind who would be perfectly suited for this new, competitive concept. On a Friday at OA Entertainment, a pivotal casting meeting was underway. An agency representative expressed gratitude for the opportunity but voiced concerns over his talent's lack of variety show experience, though Joon Soo confidently reassured him. The representative reluctantly conceded and called for his artist, Sebom, to enter the room. The door creaked open as a young woman named Sebom-do stepped inside, introducing herself with a deep, respectful bow. In a gesture of welcome, Joon Soo extended his hand toward her. He introduced himself as Joon Soo Kang, pleased to finally meet her. Joon Soo recognized her immediately as Sebom-do, the leader of the girl group Starlight and Moonlight, and his top choice for the new show. He knew that Sebom possessed a unique characteristic rarely found among girl group idols. Joon Soo recalled with certainty that she would do absolutely anything for money. This made her the perfect candidate for a variety show centered around a cash prize. He also noted that her intense focus on money somehow managed not to come across as obnoxious. As he looked at her, Sebom swallowed nervously, betraying a hint of anxiety. She then reached out and firmly grasped his outstretched hand in a solid handshake. With a bright smile, she enthusiastically declared that it was a pleasure to meet him. Joon Soo gestured towards the couches, inviting her to have a seat, to which she nervously agreed. Nearby, a pair of potted plants rested on a marble countertop, catching the light from a large window. The three of them settled onto plush sofas arranged around a small table in the modern office. Joon Soo silently reflected on what he knew from his past life, remembering that Sebom had endured 3 long years of obscurity with her group. He recalled how her fellow members had revealed in interviews that her habit of saving money began way back in her trainee days. That habit, he remembered, had intensified into full-blown penny pinching during their first difficult year after their debut. This was because she felt responsible for her younger groupmates, who were students struggling with basic living expenses. She eventually became known as the team's breadwinner, honing her skills on any variety show that offered prize money. Although it was a year earlier than in his previous timeline, Joon Soo was sure she was ready, and he decided to begin by telling her he was a huge fan. Sebom was taken aback by his praise, so he elaborated by listing several of her previous shows he had enjoyed watching. Sensing her nervousness, he internally decided to lighten the atmosphere with a small joke. He playfully pointed out that she hadn't mentioned his recent drama, which caused her to become visibly flustered. Breaking into a sweat, she admitted with stark honesty that she hadn't watched it because it was too complicated for her. Joon Soo was inwardly amused that she had taken his joke so literally, finding her earnestness intriguing as she hesitantly called his name. Her unfiltered honesty confirmed his belief that she would be absolutely perfect for their show. Her manager laughed awkwardly, giving Sebom a light tap as he explained that she could sometimes be a little too honest. Joon Soo then turned his full attention to the manager, politely getting his attention. With a knowing grin, he asked if he could speak with Saebom privately to explain the program's concept in greater detail. The manager's face instantly lit up with a beaming smile. He immediately and enthusiastically granted Junsu's request. Soon after, Joon Soo and Saebom were seated alone on separate couches, surrounded by bookshelves filled with volumes. After outlining the show's format, Joon Soo asked if she had any questions, and she quickly affirmed that she did. Her very first question was whether the 1,000,000 won prize was separate from her appearance fee, confirming for Joon Soo that she had taken the bait. He explained that taxes would be deducted on the spot and the rest would be paid in cash, a detail that made her gasp in astonishment. He added that a bank transfer was also an option and promised to clear it with her agency so she could keep the entire personal prize, which she questioned with wide-eyed disbelief. Joon Soo assured her it was all true and began to calculate the final take-home amount for her. However, she excitedly blurted out the after-tax figure of 780,000 won herself, then eagerly begged him to let her be on the show. A satisfied grin spread across Joon Soo's face as he coolly told her that sounded good. He then added one condition, that she promised to be just as refreshingly honest on set as she was being right now. Later, Joon Soo made his way through the dimly lit concrete expanse of the agency's parking garage. The sharp click of his car's remote unlocking echoed through the quiet space. A familiar voice suddenly called out his name, causing him to flinch in surprise. A woman appeared, slamming her hand on his car as she playfully reprimanded him for leaving without saying hello. Joon Soo turned, explaining that he hadn't expected to run into her, addressing the woman as Sia. She replied that she hadn't planned to be there either, but had rushed over the moment she heard he was in the building. As she closed her car door, Sia mentioned she was departing the next day, and Joon Soo noted he was aware she had been invited to the Keen Festival in France. Sia feigned disappointment that he knew of her trip but hadn't called, prompting Joon Soo to defend himself by explaining he'd been working non-stop. She stared at him for a moment before conceding that he did look exhausted, and he quickly confirmed the show's reorganization was keeping him at the office day and night. She then recalled that he was at her agency for casting purposes, and he confirmed that he still had one more person to recruit. Sia immediately suggested a talent named Ch101, remarking that she could be quite funny. With a slight shrug, Joon Soo politely turned down the suggestion, explaining that she didn't quite fit the image he had in mind for the final cast member. Sia accepted his decision, though she admitted it was a bit of a shame. Changing the subject, she invited him to her housewarming party, which he agreed to attend before cheekily pointing out that she had moved in over 6 months ago. She winked and retorted that there was nothing wrong with a belated party, causing him to laugh as she unlocked her own car. Sia then announced it was time for her to leave, offering to appear on his show as a special guest if he ever needed one. As she started to pull away, Joon Soo smiled and shouted after her, promising that he would definitely take her up on that generous offer. While driving, Joon Soo Kong made a call, announcing his name and checking if it was a good time to speak. His colleague, Sejong, confirmed it was, explaining that the cast had just wrapped up filming for New Family and were on their way to a celebratory dinner. Joon Soo inquired about how the shoot went, and she reassured him that everyone was convinced by the reorganization, attributing it to Jae-won's recent departure. A wave of relief washed over Joon Soo as he heard the positive news. Sejong elaborated that from an outsider's view, Jae-won leaving was the most logical reason for the changes, a sentiment shared even by the cast members who were also leaving the show. Satisfied with that update, Joon Soo shifted the conversation to the new cast lineup. She confirmed that, as they had discussed, only Hanbit Yu and Seokwan's song were kept from the original cast, a decision Joon Soo affirmed was good. Sejong pointed out that since the remaining members were both men, the 2 new female cast members would create an excellent balance for the show. Joon Soo expressed his comfort in already knowing some of the members, but Sejong quickly cut in with another piece of information. She relayed that both Seokwan and Hanbit had requested a preliminary meeting with him before the official reorganization began. Joon Soo immediately shot down the idea, reasoning that a formal meeting was a cumbersome and unnecessary step since he had already met them on set. He then changed the subject, asking if Saebom had been successfully cast, and Sejong happily confirmed that the meeting went well and she was in. Furthermore, they both knew it was a foregone conclusion, as she would have jumped at the chance to join. Sejong wryly noted that for a member of an unpopular girl group from a small agency, it was an opportunity she couldn't afford to miss. With her recruitment confirmed, they concluded that only one spot remained, feeling confident that this final casting would also proceed without a hitch. The scene transitioned to a stylishly modern office, its interior marked by exposed brick, track lighting, and vibrant posters. A man named Chungman greeted Joon Soo with an exclamation of surprised delight. Joon Soo humbly remarked that he hadn't expected a personal welcome, but Chungman insisted that for someone of Joon Soo's stature, it was absolutely necessary. The narrative identified this man as team leader Chungman Kim, a central figure in WG Entertainment's singer department, who had known Joon Soo for 3 years. It was also noted that he had been the team leader involved in the Jackson Kim case during Joon Soo's previous show, Blind Mission. Chungman mentioned that he had heard from a mutual acquaintance, Ch101, about Joon Soo's interest in casting one of the celebrities he managed. He then clarified that there had been a recent change, as the celebrity's previous manager, Min Jae, was on a longer-than-anticipated hiatus. To Chungman's surprise, Joon Soo revealed that he was already aware of the management change. Just then, another man in a crisp suit appeared, wearing a broad, confident smile. He dramatically presented the talent they were there to discuss. This woman was Yena Ju, whom he boldly declared was the next promising star of variety television, embodying a character type that was indispensable to the genre. He then adopted a tone of mock concern, suggesting that since Yena was new to variety shows, she might be a nuisance if the reorganized show's ratings were to fall. Piqued by this strange pitch, Joon Soo asked what the manager was implying about her personality. Joon Soo observed that she always appeared perfectly composed on screen. The manager leaned in, explaining that while she looked fine on camera, in reality, Yena was incredibly and profoundly clumsy. The camera panned to the large, stylized WG logo on the wall, anchoring the scene within the entertainment agency's headquarters. Joon Soo asked if Yena was currently working, and her manager confirmed she was likely in the recording studio. He mentioned she had left a short while ago and should arrive within 10 minutes, causing Joon Soo to worry that he was making her rush over. The manager quickly waved off his concern, assuring him that her recording session that day was merely for practice. He emphatically urged Joon Soo to meet with her, and an intrigued Joon Soo readily agreed. The manager let out a laugh, admitting he had gotten carried away with excitement over the casting offer, which was understandable given she was a new singer with only one album. Joon Soo internally considered her profile, a solo artist specializing in slow, romantic ballads, an utterly unconventional choice for a regular variety show cast member. However, it was this very unlikeliness that made her the perfect candidate for his vision. The sound of the door opening drew their attention, and the manager welcomed the person he assumed was Yena. Yena Ju entered with a polite greeting but stopped short, her eyes widening in recognition. An instant later, she let out a shriek as her feet tangled, sending her tumbling forward. Chungman watched in awe, exclaiming that had never witnessed such a naturally hilarious pratfall. He immediately hailed her as a master of slapstick comedy, while a flustered Yena greeted them from her undignified position on the floor. Joon Soo rushed to her side, asking if she was hurt, but she waved him off with a sheepish giggle as he helped her up. She cheerfully claimed to be so accustomed to falling that she didn't even feel the pain anymore. As she stood, Joon Soo's eyes caught the various faded scars and fresh bruises on her legs, realizing her clumsiness was far more severe than he had imagined. After clearing his throat to regain composure, Chungman suggested they all take a seat and begin the meeting. Yena agreed, and her manager reassured her that it was an informal chat, so she shouldn't feel any pressure. Finding her more easygoing than her public image suggested, Joon Soo started the interview, asking about her strengths and weaknesses to help determine her on-screen persona. When asked what she was good at, Yena brightly declared it was singing, a response Joon Soo drily noted was to be expected from a professional singer. Undeterred, Yena enthusiastically confirmed that her profession was precisely why she was so good at it. Junsu then moved on, asking what she was bad at, and she confessed to being unathletic and unable to dance, before he pivoted to her food preferences. She thoughtfully replied that she enjoyed boneless animals, specifically naming squid and octopus, a peculiar phrase that made Junsu pause. After a moment of confusion, he gently asked if perhaps she meant to say mollusks. Yena erupted in laughter, admitting her mistake and happily branding herself as a bit dumb, which caused her manager to groan that her public image was now officially ruined. Her manager then playfully quizzed her, asking for the capital of the United States, a question Yena dismissed as being far too easy. Despite her confidence, she hesitated, her mind going blank as she struggled to find the answer. Seeing her about to blurt out the wrong name, her manager desperately pleaded with her to stop. With unshakable conviction, Yena proudly announced that the capital of the United States was New York. Her incorrect answer seemed to echo in the room, juxtaposed against a caption clarifying that the actual capital is Washington, D.C. As the silence hung in the air, Junsu broke it with a slow, deliberate round of applause. A wide grin spread across his face as he dramatically announced that she had passed the audition. In a state of shock and elation, Yena turned to her manager to share the news, then bowed deeply to Junsu, thanking him profusely. Junsu watched her celebrate, thinking to himself that from a producer's standpoint, she was a one-in-a-million talent, as her emotionally overwhelmed manager began to cry tears of joy. The first day of filming commenced at a scenic park overlooking a tranquil body of water, with a majestic mountain range silhouetted in the distance. In an adjacent plaza, the production crew was in full motion, carefully arranging cameras and sound equipment for the important shoot. For Junsu, it felt as though only 3 days had passed since the casting concluded, making it hard to believe an entire week had already gone by. He figured the severe sleep deprivation from working non-stop had compressed his perception of time, especially since the show's reorganization was a complete restart from scratch. The team had been forced to revamp every single element of the program, beginning with its signature games. Junsu understood this drastic measure was essential. Anything less would have gone unnoticed by the audience, risking the loss of their regular viewers and failing to establish a new direction. Chung-man voiced his emphatic agreement, stating that they absolutely had to be prepared and pour every ounce of their energy into making the first broadcast a massive hit. He added that their success would serve as his personal revenge against Hyungmin, as he refused to let that man ruin Junsu's first major program. Noticing Chung-man staring at him intensely, Junsu broke the silence to ask what was wrong. Chung-man quickly dismissed it, instead launching into a motivational cheer to save new family, his confidence echoing as he pumped his fists. Their attention was then drawn to a sleek black van that had just parked nearby under the cloudy sky. Junsu wondered who the car belonged to, briefly considering a new cast member before realizing Yena and Sebom had already arrived. In a moment of clarity, he realized it was likely the one person he hadn't yet seen. True to his thought, the actor Seokwon emerged, offering a cheerful and booming hello to the crew. Seokwon warmly greeted Junsu, remarking that it felt like ages since they had last seen each other only a month or two prior. Junsu agreed with the sentiment as the narrative confirmed Seokwon Song was a popular actor and a returning regular on New Family. Though relatively new to acting, Seokwon had built a steady following through roles in several hit films and a widely known pleasant personality. Junsu began to describe Seokwon's on-screen persona before abruptly calling the actor over, who turned with a look of confusion. Seokwon yelped in surprise as Junsu began patting him down, with Junsu explaining he was checking for any smuggled items. Junsu's hands found a distinct bulge in Seokwon's jacket, and he triumphantly declared he knew it, playfully labeling the actor a deceitful child. After confiscating 3 hidden chocolate bars, he ignored Seokwon's dramatic claims that it was an invasion of his privacy. Seokwon quickly invented an excuse, swearing he only brought them to share with the new cast members, an explanation Junsu met with obvious doubt. Junsu called his bluff by telling him to share them right then, and when Seokwon hesitated, Junsu declared the snacks were officially his. As a last resort, Seokwon offered Junsu one of the chocolate bars, but the producer politely refused. Defeated, Seokwon grumbled that the previous producer never caught him and had have to hide them better, prompting Joon Soo to insist he just stop bringing them entirely. Seokwon gave an unconvincing assurance that he would comply with the new rule. Joon Soo was well aware that since it was the first day of recording, the cameras were already rolling and capturing their entire interaction. He reflected that despite this playful on-screen character, Seokwon was, in reality, a very decent and quick-witted person who was always on the ball. Even so, Joon Soo made a firm mental note to continue inspecting Seokwon's belongings before every future filming session. The sound of another vehicle approaching signaled a new arrival, and someone correctly guessed it must be Hanbit. The van door slid open, and a young man peeked out, offering a soft and timid hello. This was Hanbit Yu, the shy, 20-year-old idol from a small agency, whose latent potential had been enough to help him survive the program's reorganization. Joon Soo asked Hanbit how he had been, which caused the young idol to stammer, barely able to get his words out. As he trembled, Hanbit managed to say he had been well, his demeanor perfectly showcasing his extremely shy and timid on-screen personality. Joon Soo then offered a handshake, and after Hanbit nervously agreed, Joon Soo immediately joked by asking if Hanbit would be willing to act as his guarantor. The young idol agreed without thinking before freezing mid-sentence, his expression shifting to one of genuine confusion as he processed the absurd request. After a hearty laugh, Joon Soo clarified it was just a joke, thinking to himself that Hanbit's gullible nature made him the perfect character to tease on the show. Over at the main set, an outdoor event area was prepared with 2 white tents and a central table awaiting the cast. A crew member approached the 2 new female members, letting them know they were on standby in 10 minutes and asking how they felt. Yena and the other girl, Sebam, turned with bright, spring-like energy and replied that they were feeling great. The staffer complimented them on how pretty they looked, and they giggled while thanking him. As new arrivals to variety television, they eagerly asked Joon Soo if he would tell them which of the old members survived the cast change, but he refused, adding that the returning members also didn't know about them. He explained that for a reality show, it was far more entertaining if everyone met for the first time on camera, a point the two seemed to accept. Joon Soo reflected internally that he normally would have briefed experienced entertainers, but the 2 girls were now left to speculate, with one guessing that Seokwon had probably been cut from the show. With their conversation concluded, Joon Soo told the girls he would see them shortly and walked away. A little while later, filming officially began as Seokwon stepped forward to energetically greet the audience. With a grand gesture, he formally introduced the show as the newly born new family. Watching from off-camera, Joon Soo took a moment to appreciate Seokwon's natural talent as a host, thanks to his actor's voice and perfect pronunciation. The producer even briefly considered that Seokwon had the potential to be a better MC than the show's original host. On camera, Seokwon turned to Hanbit and asked if he knew who the new members were, but Hanbit replied that he was told it was strictly confidential. Seokwon feigned annoyance, jokingly calling Joon Soo a meanie for keeping secrets, knowing the playful jab would get a laugh. Deciding the time was right, Seokwon proposed they finally call out the new members, and Hanbit eagerly agreed. Together, the 2 remaining members of the old cast loudly called for their new castmates to come out. Yena and Sebam emerged with bright smiles, waving and offering a cheerful hello to the 2 men. Upon seeing one of them, Seokwon's friendly expression instantly dissolved into one of pure shock as a confused sound escaped his lips. Yena's face mirrored his, her own smile vanishing as she let out a similar utterance of stunned disbelief. Seokwon broke the tense silence, pointing at Yena and questioning how it could be her, admitting he was under the impression she had left the show. Looking just as lost, Yena demanded to know what was going on and why he was there. Joon Soo's mind flashed back to his conversation with Yena's manager, who had only said that the 2 knew each other and had left it at that. The raw, unfiltered shock on both of their faces sent a wave of panic through Joon Soo as he desperately hoped they weren't ex-lovers or involved in a past situationship. A single, frantic plea echoed in his thoughts as he braced for the potential fallout of this completely unforeseen reunion. A confused sound escaped Seokwon's lips as the realization began to dawn on him. Yena mirrored his stunned reaction, freezing in place as her own smile vanished. Watching from the sidelines, Joon Soo internally questioned their bizarrely shocked expressions, his mind immediately jumping to the worst possible conclusions. He sent up a silent, desperate prayer that their shared past wasn't a romantic one. Seeing the need to control the situation, Joon Soo called for a 5-minute break, which the crew acknowledged. On a nearby cobblestone street, the producer stood with Ch101 and Yena, ready to get to the bottom of the unexpected tension. He directly asked the two of them to explain how they knew one another. A wave of awkwardness passed between them as they hesitated to answer. Ch101 finally broke the silence, revealing that Yena was his aunt's daughter, a fact that stunned Joon Soo. He clarified for the dumbfounded producer that she was, in fact, his cousin. Ch101 then added that he had no idea she was joining the cast. He surmised that the secrecy was likely because no one on the staff knew about their family connection. Probing further, Joon Soo asked if their relationship as cousins had ever been officially announced to the public. Yena explained that it never had, because her agency feared she would be accused of using her famous cousin's popularity for her own gain. She elaborated that the plan was to reveal their connection only after she had built a name for herself, which explained why the news came as a surprise to everyone. Just then, a staff member approached and called out Joon Soo's name to get his attention. The staffer informed him that he had contacted WG Entertainment and received permission to disclose the cousins' relationship on the show. Joon Soo expressed his relief, though Ch101 playfully accused him of feigning his nervousness, a charge Joon Soo quickly denied. As Ch101 continued to insist the producer had been nervous, Yena asked if they needed to reshoot the opening credits from the very beginning. Joon Soo reassured them that it wasn't necessary, as a behind-the-scenes camera had been rolling and they could edit the candid reveal into the final cut. With the situation resolved, Joon Soo clapped his hands and announced it was time to resume filming, instructing everyone to get back into position. The 4 cast members stood together once more as the cameras began rolling again. Joon Soo's voiceover then explained to the cast that the show had undergone some significant changes. He revealed that it had been transformed into a survival reality program requiring them to stay for 2 days and 1 night, with one of them secretly assigned the role of a criminal. He laid out the primary objective: at the end of their stay, each person would have to name who they believed the culprit was. The producer then detailed the prize, stating that anyone who successfully identified the culprit would win 1 million won, prompting Saebom to ask about the consequences of guessing incorrectly. Joon Soo continued, building the suspense by explaining what would happen if the culprit managed to avoid being caught. He revealed that an undiscovered criminal would walk away with the entire 3 million won prize pool for themselves. A fiery glint of determination sparked in the eyes of the cast. Joon Soo reflected internally that the prize money was a brilliant move, certain it would specifically amplify Saebom's money-focused character and boost viewership. He then announced that, in addition to the main game, there would be various quizzes and missions scattered throughout the show. With a flourish, he declared that successfully completing these challenges would yield valuable rewards. Joon Soo clarified that while some rewards would be announced beforehand, others would remain a mystery until a mission was completed. He detailed the 3 potential rewards: a clue about the culprit's identity, a meal ticket for a proper dinner, or the right to choose their own sleeping quarters. The producer described how the best accommodation reward would grant them a luxurious stay in a hotel. In stark contrast, he warned that the worst outcome would leave them with nothing more than a simple blanket and a pillow. Hanbit correctly deduced that this format would force even the designated culprit to try their best during every mission. Joon Soo confirmed his sharp observation, adding that the quizzes would be a mix of trivia, dad jokes, and physical tests. Yena voiced her relief that the challenges wouldn't be too hard, which earned a playful jab from Ch101 about her confidence. The producer then cut in with a chilling reminder that despite their friendly rapport, the person standing right in front of them could be the secret criminal. A visible wave of shock and suspicion rippled through the cast members. Saebom asked if the culprit had already been chosen, to which Joon Soo gave a sly smile and confirmed that they had, and had also been given secret instructions. He warned them that while the culprit's mission was confidential, failure to carry out their instructions would have consequences. If the culprit failed, he explained, the production team would release additional hints about their identity to everyone else. Joon Soo elaborated that the criminal had received a wide variety of potential instructions. He gave examples ranging from sabotaging a group mission to achieving a specific rank, all designed to make their true motive difficult to pinpoint. He advised the civilians to simply stay vigilant and look for anyone who started acting strangely during the challenges. Ch101 wryly noted how quickly Saebom was catching on now that a cash prize was on the line, but she brushed off his comment. Cutting their banter short, Joon Soo announced that it was time for them to depart for their destination. As Hanbit asked where they were headed, Saebom immediately accused him of being the culprit, impressing Joon Soo with her quick wit and a glimpse of Hanbit's excellent MC potential. With everyone's attention captured, Joon Soo began to reveal their first location. He dramatically announced that they were going to Busan. A modern bullet train was later seen pulling smoothly into a bright and busy station. On board the train, Ch101 shared that the Gyeonggan district in Busan was his hometown. Joon Soo remarked on the happy coincidence, informing him that their rental house was also located in Gyeonggan, which delighted Ch101, who mentioned his family still lived there. Suddenly suspicious, Hanbit accused Saebom of secretly taking orders from Joon Soo, a charge she denied by claiming she was simply asking for their specific destination. Hanbit declared he didn't believe her, but she insisted she was telling the truth, and Joon Soo watched on, pleased with how well the game was already unfolding. Yena expressed her doubt, stating that it seemed far too early for a mission to have already started. Ch101 quickly voiced his agreement with his cousin's logic. He clarified that the game's official start was tied to the missions themselves, not to some secret order giving. The bullet train carved its way through a picturesque landscape, carrying the cast members toward their first challenge. Inside the brightly lit car, the contestants settled in as cameras rolled, capturing the beginning of their journey. With everyone's attention, Joon Soo formally announced that their very first game would be a speed quiz. He explained the rules. They would compete in two-person teams, trying to correctly guess as many words as possible in 3 minutes, with only one hint allowed per team. Saebom, ever suspicious, immediately questioned Joon Soo about whether the culprit had been given any special instructions for this particular game. Joon Soo coyly refused to give a direct answer but hinted that they probably had, before sharply warning Ch101 that he would receive a penalty if he kept asking such probing questions. Saebom then turned on Ch101, laughingly accusing him of being the culprit for his curiosity and taunting him about falling behind in the race for the prize money, which provoked an irritated retort. Eager to start, Saebom then urged Joon Soo to hurry up and divide the teams based on their seeding, declaring that the prize money was waiting for her. Paired with Hanbit, a fired-up Saebom rallied her new partner, confidently boasting about her exceptional skill at giving explanations. Hanbit, however, was visibly overwhelmed by her intensity and could only offer a hesitant agreement as he began to sweat. Observing them, Yena tried to encourage her own partner, Ch101, but he privately felt her reassurances were only increasing his anxiety. Joon Soo clarified that the partners would have to alternate between the roles of explaining and answering, a rule Saebom accepted with a sharp nod. With the rules established, Joon Soo declared that Saebom and Hanbit would be the first team to play, setting their time limit at 3 minutes. Saebom kicked things off, describing an object used to stay cool during the heat of summer. Hanbit incorrectly guessed both an electric fan and an air conditioner, prompting Saebom to clarify that the item was much smaller. After Hanbit's next few guesses also missed the mark, a completely exasperated Saebom yelled out the correct answer, hand fan, and questioned if had ever even used one. Joon Soo immediately intervened with a formal warning, reminding her that saying the answer directly was against the rules, which made Saebom tremble in regret. He informed her that she would lose a point but, seeing her frightened expression, quickly relented and decided to let the mistake slide. Following their chaotic turn, Joon Soo instructed the flustered pair to switch their roles for the remainder of their time. Taking over the clue-giving, a newly determined Hanbit boldly announced his intention to help her answer every remaining question. Despite his confidence, a sullen mood fell over their team as their time ran out. Joon Soo announced their final score of only 2 correct answers, leading a dejected Hanbit to apologize to Saebam, who quietly told him it was okay. Privately, Saebam vowed to do better to unmask the culprit, while Joon Soo grinned, pleased with how the game was already revealing the cast's distinct personalities. The host then called for the next team to step up, announcing that it was Yena and Seokwan's turn. Yena confessed she was not skilled at guessing answers and politely asked Seokwan if she could give the explanations first. Seokwan happily agreed to her request, gearing himself up for the challenge ahead. With a loud click, the production team started the clock, officially beginning their 3-minute round. A staff member, playfully introduced as Mr. Quizman, slapped down the first card with a flourish, causing Seokwan to flinch in surprise. As the card was flipped for Yena, Joon Soo instructed Seokwan to close his eyes tightly, warning him against peeking under threat of a point deduction. Yena paused for a moment, carefully considering how best to describe the first word. She began by explaining it as an action one takes when they like someone, but Seokwan's rapid-fire guesses of a confession, relationship, and marriage were all wrong. His subsequent attempts, including a hug, a breakup, and a date, were also furiously rejected by a struggling Yena. A flash of frustrated inspiration struck Yena as she struggled to find the right words. Giving up on her own clues, she decisively used their team's single hint for the round. Joon Soo beamed, delighted to have the opportunity to provide them with a clue. He cryptically offered that the word started with the letter C and ended with an S, a hint that left Yena completely bewildered. Confused by the overly obvious clue, Yena asked if he actually meant that it started with a K. Joon Soo casually confirmed her suspicion, reasoning that since the letters made the same sound, it was effectively the same thing. Having overheard the bizarre exchange, Seokwan humorously begged Joon Soo to let him switch to a different team. With a decisive beep, Joon Soo bluntly denied his desperate request. Seokwan finally pieced it together and correctly guessed the word kiss, prompting a slightly dejected Joon Soo to confirm it and urge them to play faster. As the game continued inside, the train itself sped onward, blurring the lush green scenery outside the window. For the next word, broccoli, Yena bizarrely described a dog breed with the same name, leading Seokwan to realize she was confusing it with a border collie. Her next clue for zebra involved a black and white animal running through a spaghetti safari, a mispronunciation that comically led Seokwan to guess olives. While trying to describe dim sum, she started by comparing it to Chinese dumplings but then inexplicably shouted the name of a Korean park instead. Watching the chaos unfold, Joon Soo was secretly touched by the sheer absurdity of her answers. He mentally conceded that while it wasn't easy to make him laugh on variety shows, Yena was undeniably a natural-born entertainment genius. The scene then abruptly shifted to a dimly lit office, where computer monitors cast a cold glow on an empty desk. In the darkness, an unseen figure asked another for confirmation that a certain man had gone to Busan to film a variety program. A second voice affirmed this, suggesting that the man's recent focus on dramas had ended because he sensed how serious the situation for his variety career had become. The first man chuckled dismissively, concluding that this move was a clear sign of desperation to reclaim his former status in the industry. He leaned back in his chair with a creak, scoffing that this entire situation was proof the man should have never left variety shows to begin with. A personal grudge was then revealed as the man confessed his long-held dislike for him since a rejected offer years ago, vowing that his lucky streak was over. He then considered disrupting the filming in Busan, but ultimately decided against it, recalling how he was almost caught the last time he sent outsiders. Changing tactics, the shadowy figure inquired about the total number of cast members on the new show. The associate listed the 4 members, Seokwan, Yena, Saebam, and Hanbit, before derisively questioning how such a small team could ever compete with them. The first man's finger tapped decisively on a file as he began to formulate a new plan. He systematically eliminated potential targets, dismissing Yena and Saebam because of their large agencies and Seokwan due to his existing fame. His choice finally landed on Hanbityu, whom he identified as the weakest link due to his struggling idol group and small, insignificant agency. The man decided all it would take were a few words spoken under the authority of PBC and ordered an underling, producer Gong, to arrange a meeting with the CEO of Hanbit's agency. As a final, ominous command, he stressed that this meeting must, of course, be handled with the utmost confidentiality.